Chapter 1. So it is. Have I truly crossed over? Lin Yan sat by the seaside, the ocean breeze tousling the bangs that fell over his forehead. He gazed at the notification from the system, muttering to himself. A few moments prior, he had been transported to the world of pirates. As a globally renowned intellectual property, the influence of One Piece is felt across the globe. It has accompanied countless individuals throughout their formative years, serving as a witness to the youth of many. It is a privilege. Lin Yan counts himself among them. Yet, he never anticipated that one day he would find himself on the Grand Line in this surreal pirate realm. Lin Yan admitted that he indeed harbored a fondness for One Piece and cherished every character within its narrative. However, the thought of those formidable beings, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, wreaking havoc with a mere gesture, and leaving the world in ruins, sent a wave of discomfort through him. In this world, ordinary people are merely fodder. To thrust a contemporary youth devoid of skills, background, or talent into an alternate world only to be cast as cannon fodder, what an audacious presumption. Recalling the protagonists from those cinematic tales, who, upon realizing their own transmigration, would instantly stand tall, their eyes gleaming with vigor, radiating an aura of inspiration. Having narrowly escaped the calamity of being transported, they would declare, "In this life, I shall live splendidly, seizing power and indulging in beauty, outsmarting foes while dominating the masses." This is the standard fare for a transmigrator. What? I have acquired the legendary heavenly stage cultivation technique. What? I have awakened the fabled sword intent. What? Am I the strongest in the world? In response, Lin Yan could only retort, acquiring your so-called heavenly stage technique, awakening your legendary sword intent, and becoming the strongest in the world. What a farce. A talentless, powerless, and unconnected individual arriving in an alternate world, yet somehow expected to be formidable? Do they truly believe he would survive a single minute outside? Yet, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. Lin Yan's system activated, named the Heavenly Fishing System. As the name suggests, it would assist Lin Yan in fishing from the heavens. Whether it be the devil fruits from the pirate realm, Shrank ninjutsu from the Naruto world, or the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, even items from fantasy and Marvel worlds could be acquired. The only prerequisite was bait, obtainable through tasks. Furthermore, the system was remarkably user-friendly. Ding! Host detected as having just crossed over a beginner's gift pack of 365 bait has been provided. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Please commence fishing. With the system's announcement, a fishing tool appeared in Lin Yan's hands. Upon understanding, he realized that 365 bait corresponded to 365 days, one entire year. The bait from a beginner's gift pack would allow him to fish for a whole year. As he perused the system's introduction, devil fruits from the pirate realm, ninjutsu from the Naruto world, and various abilities from countless realms, Lin Yan felt a surge of envy. Having recognized the perils of the pirate world, Lin Yan came to a profound realization. He understood that this might be his one and only chance to defy fate in this lifetime. He must seize it. With the heavenly fishing system acquired, he resolved that, if not to become the strongest in the world, he at least needed the ability to protect himself. Without hesitation, Lin Yan began his fishing endeavor. He sat for a full year. It must be said that an entire year of fishing was both tedious and monotonous. However, when compared to the prospect of becoming stronger, what did that matter? After a lengthy 365 days of fishing, his bait was exhausted. Congratulations, host. Fishing complete. You currently possess 365 exquisite blind boxes. Would you like to open them? Within Lin Yan's system warehouse, exquisite blind boxes were stacked high. Exquisite blind boxes were items obtained with each fishing session. No one knew what rewards lay within. Here we go. Lin Yan's hands trembled slightly. It felt akin to unboxing a delivery. This was the culmination of an entire year spent fishing. With his heart racing, he could hardly contain his excitement. System, open all exquisite blind boxes. Ding! Opening exquisite blind boxes. One by one, the exquisite blind boxes were unveiled. Then, a flurry of notifications flooded Lin Yan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 month of cultivation experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 month of armament hockey cultivation experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 month of observation hockey cultivation experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. All 365 exquisite blind boxes were opened in succession. In an instant, dazzling lights overwhelmed him, nearly blinding him. So many rewards. Lin Yan's eyes widened, unable to suppress his astonishment as the rewards cascaded in rapid succession. This process lasted a full 10 minutes. When the rewards finally settled within him, he felt a surge of power swelling within, his strength escalating like the rising tide. Finally, the sounds of the 365 exquisite blind boxes came to a close. Ding! Opening of 365 exquisite blind boxes complete. Calculating rewards obtained. Calculation complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of devil fruit cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of observation hockey cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 240 months of armament hockey cultivation experience. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the thunder fruit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Mangekyō Sharingan, Toby version. As Lin Yan beheld the system's tally, particularly the thunder fruit and Mangekyō Sharingan, he could no longer remain seated. He leaped up in astonishment. Is this real? The thunder fruit, the Mangekyō. I've struck it lucky. Lin Yan desperately tried to contain his excitement. But when faced with these two items, who could remain composed? He hastily retrieved the thunder fruit, its weighty form resting in his palm. He was overwhelmed with elation. It is worth noting that devil fruits are classified into various tiers. The thunder fruit, even on the Grand Line, ranks among the finest. It is undeniably an SSR level devil fruit. Despite the emergence of the Nika fruit, which has led to the infamous even dogs won't eat it jokes surrounding the thunder fruit and the flame fruit, the latter being utterly indefensible, any strong being could easily unleash flames with a mere punch. Indeed, it is true that even dogs would refuse it. Yet, this does not diminish the esteemed status of the thunder fruit. Let's be honest, the potency of the thunder fruit is indisputable. Consuming it would be akin to a meteoric rise. And with the Mangekyō Sharingan by his side, the potential was even greater. Moreover, it was the Toby version capable of copying, utilizing Kimui, and summoning Susanoo. If one were to summarize the current situation in 4 words, it would be, woohoo, take off. Lin Yan's excitement was beyond containment. Having long been restless, he unhesitatingly consumed the thunder fruit. Thus, the second lightning user of the Grand Line was born. However, upon consuming the thunder fruit, Lin Yan found himself momentarily stunned. It is said that devil fruits are bitter and difficult to swallow. Yet how is it that this particular fruit, not only was it not bitter, but it even bore a hint of sweetness? System prompt. All abilities obtained through fishing will not carry their inherent side effects. At that moment, the system provided clarification. No side effects? Did that mean it would not share the curses of devil fruits? For instance, the vulnerability to seawater and sea stone? Excellent. Lin Yan nodded, internally praising the fortune that had befallen him. Aside from the thunder fruit, the other abilities were equally enticing. 240 months of cultivation experience, converted to years, that amounts to a staggering 20 years. Indeed, that phrase has been invoked. This punch, honed over 2 decades, can you withstand it? In other words, Lin Yan has inexplicably gained a full 20 years of cultivation foundation and strength. No wonder, just moments ago, when he opened the exquisite blind box, he felt a primal force brewing and settling within him. So it was this. System, display the character panel. Lin Yan called out to the system. Character, Lin Yan. Talent, ordinary. Devil fruit, Thunderbolt fruit 70100. Hockey, observation hockey 70100. Armament hockey 70,100. Skills, Swordsmanship 70100, Physical Arts 70100, Navy 6 Styles 70100. Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This ninjutsu originates from the world of Naruto. Therefore, the energy source for activation is converted to Haki. The stronger the Haki, the more potent the Sharingan. Evaluation. Super elite strength in the Grand Line. Gazing at his system panel. This was the fruit of a year's arduous endeavor in fishing. Lin Yan felt compelled to exclaim, "Incredible! The Fishing the Heavens system is truly formidable. System, I have exhausted my bait. How can I replenish it?" Joyful as he was, Lin Yan faced the pressing issue of his depleted bait. The urgent task at hand was to replenish the used bait. The question remained, how to replenish it? Esteemed host, greetings. The method for acquiring bait will be issued through system tasks. The task system template has been activated. Task 1. Within 10 days, hunt down a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Completion of the task rewards 10 bait. The system presented the task template. Has the task been issued? Lin Yan scrutinized the task panel, stroking his chin. A bounty of 100 million is quite high. If placed in the first half of the Grand Line, it would be at least on par with the supernovas. But let's not forget, where's this? The new world where powerhouses abound. The number of pirates with bounties in the 100 million range is countless. Coincidentally, just yesterday, a pirate crew boasting a bounty of 150 million made landfall. Upon arriving on the island, they engaged in arson, murder, and looting, committing all manner of atrocities. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was engulfed in chaos. Coming early is not as good as coming just in time. For the sake of 10 bait, I shall take you down. Moreover, I shall assist the local residents in ridding themselves of your ilk. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. The Battle Axe pirate crew. Captain Battle Axe, with a bounty of 150 million, wields 2 pair blossom axes, capable of sending the likes of Zhang Fei and Zhuge Liang to their doom. Vice Captain Jack, with a bounty of 86 million, is an exceptionally formidable swordsman. Their crew comprises a total of 300 men. To navigate the new world, each member of the Battle Axe crew has endured countless battles. Their skills are exceptional, and their strength is formidable. In just a day, the Battle Axe pirate crew pillaged resources as if they were invading a village. Wealth, women, everything was loaded onto their ship. The island's inhabitants suffered greatly, living in misery. Before the might of the pirates, they dared not resist. For on the ground lay the cold corpses of over 100 who had dared to defy. "Do not take my daughter away." A desperate elderly woman clutched her daughter tightly, crying out, "Get the hell away from me." A crew member of the Battle Axe pirate crew kicked the old woman aside and forcibly dragged her daughter away. "Do not take my wife." Another man held onto his wife with a vice-like grip. Yet what awaited him was the swift strike of a pirate's blade. An arm severed, it flew into the air, twirling twice before landing on the ground. The man clutched his bleeding stump, howling in agony. A similar scene unfolded in every corner of the island. Countless lives were lost. Countless treasures were plundered. Countless women were forcibly abducted. Gold stained with blood was loaded onto the ship in droves. The island ran red with blood, strewn with corpses. It resembled a hell on earth. Not to mention, the wealth in the hands of those living here is quite substantial. Not only wealth, but the women are also quite alluring. However, these are merely our playthings. Ha ha! On the Battle Axe pirate ship, the crew roared with laughter. Having long grown accustomed to such deeds, seemingly indifferent to the hellscape before them. And behind them, the captured women wore pitiful expressions, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. They knew not what fate awaited them, but undoubtedly, from this moment forth, their bodies, their souls, would no longer belong to themselves. Just as the Battle Axe pirate crew erupted into laughter. In the depths of despair, the women who had been captured faced a harrowing fate. Lin Yan perched upon the mast of the Axe pirate crew, surveying the scene before him, inhaling the acrid scent of blood that permeated the air. With an expression devoid of emotion, he remarked, "Many perceive pirates as the protagonists of an adventurous and fervent cinematic narrative. Yet, Who truly comprehends the extent of blood and bones concealed within the shadowy corners of this world? What lies before us is merely the tip of the iceberg. What manner of person are you? As the captain of the Axe pirate crew, Axe immediately sensed the looming peril. He swiftly raised his gaze towards Lin Yan. Seated atop the mast, upon hearing their captain's inquiry, the crew members, seasoned by countless trials of life and death, exhibited a tacit understanding. Calmly, they drew their swords, fixing their steely gazes upon the ominous presence of Lin Yan. "Who are you?" Axe furrowed his brow, pointing his axe at Lin Yan as he demanded an answer. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Axe pirate crew and the captured women, Lin Yan made his move. He leaped down, landing firmly on the ground. "I beg your pardon. I merely passed through this place. I have come to your Axe pirate crew solely to borrow something." With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yan's eyes swept over the crew, his demeanor serene. "Something? What is it?" The vigilance in Axe's eyes remained undiminished. Lin Yan's countenance remained unperturbed as he surveyed the Axe pirate crew, ultimately fixing his gaze upon their captain. With an air of indifference, he stated what seemed a trivial matter. "Your head." As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere around them grew tense, the temperature plummeting in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan darted forward, vanishing from sight with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. Thunder roared and lightning cracked, illuminating the sky in a vivid display, casting a crimson hue upon the sea. Lin Yan's speed was such that he appeared only as a fleeting shadow. "Be cautious, he is a formidable opponent." Axe's pupils constricted as he attempted to alert his fellow crew members. However, his warning was cut short. Slice. Lin Yan's blade severed Axe's head, which arced gracefully through the air. In that moment, the world appeared as a monochrome canvas. Axe's severed neck gushed forth dark blood, erupting like a fountain, staining the deck crimson. With a thud, his head crashed onto the deck. In that instant, Axe beheld his own lifeless body. Why can I see my own body? Alas, before he could ponder further, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million met his untimely demise, struck down in an instant. "Captain, boss." The crew of the Axe pirate crew stood in shock, unable to fathom how their captain had been so swiftly dispatched. This was their leader, a figure with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Even when facing a typical naval force, it was likely that their captain would emerge victorious. More significantly, where were they? This was the New World, a place where only the most resilient pirates could thrive. Far removed from the rabble of the first half of the Grand Line, the Axe pirate crew had weathered countless trials, their strength sufficient to establish a foothold in the New World. Yet, despite their prowess, Axe had fallen without even a single exchange. The crew, as if witnessing a ghost, stared with eyes wide as saucers, disbelief etched upon their faces. The same shock reverberated among the captured women, who had thought themselves doomed. Yet, in their most desperate hour, Lin Yan had appeared, offering them a glimmer of hope. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crew's expressions morphed into rage and humiliation. "We shall avenge our captain." "Kill him," they shouted in unison, their anger igniting like wildfire. "Charge." The members of the Axe pirate crew, driven by a surge of emotion, rushed forward, weapons drawn, their faces contorted with fury towards Lin Yan. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming strength, such fervor could not compensate for their inadequacies. 1 million volts. Lin Yan conjured lightning with a single hand, delivering a powerful punch. The thunder fruit activated, enveloping the entire Axe pirate crew. The crew could not withstand the onslaught of thunder, the violent bolts crashing down upon them, eliciting a cacophony of screams as they fell one by one. The ship's deck was scorched, the air thick with charred remnants, leaving behind a desolate wasteland in the wake of the tempestuous lightning that threatened to tear them apart. Are you a devil fruit user?" The first mate gazed at Lin Yan in disbelief. "It seems we do not know each other. Why do you target us? Who are you? Does it matter who I am?" "Just as an ant does not recognize your foot." Lin Yan's demeanor remained unruffled, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them. "What do you intend to do?" The first mate stammered, trembling. The disparity in their power was glaring. They were no longer in the same realm of existence. He realized that the Axe pirate crew had attracted an unfathomable adversary. "Did I not mention? I merely sought to borrow your heads." Lin Yan had no intention of further conversing with them. Slowly, he raised his hand, clenching it. The lightning in the air began to compress, converging upon the members of the Axe pirate crew, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the thunder fruit. They were obliterated in an instant, dissolving into a mist of blood that mingled with the air. The sea breeze swept in, dispersing the sanguine fog. In less than half a minute, the Axe pirate crew was annihilated. Congratulations, host, on completing the hunt for a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, earning 10 bait. The system chimed, indicating Lin Yan's task was complete. Yet, he paid no heed to this, instead turning his attention toward the trembling girls who had been captured. Lin Yan sighed. Such occurrences unfolded daily across the globe. This was the hidden truth of the world of One Piece. You are safe now. Leave this place, he said, freeing them from their shackles. Can we really go back? One girl, her face marred with blood, asked hesitantly. They have been dealt with. No one will disturb you further. Lin Yan reassured them gently. Upon hearing this, although their faces were streaked with tears, their panic gradually subsided. Thank you, the rescued girls said in a soft, trembling voice filled with gratitude. You were too kind. After Lin Yan had successfully rescued them, he planned to depart from this place, even though he had saved this group of girls. It ultimately did not alter the fate of the village, which had fallen victim to a pirate invasion. He could not help but let out a long sigh, just as Lin Yan was about to leave. One of the girls called out to him, Benefactor, you saved us. Could you tell us your name? Suddenly, a girl stopped him, eager to know the name of the man before her. Lin Yan paused in his steps, turning his back to them and softly uttering, Lin. As the words fell, a gentle breeze swept by, and the girls could only see a blur before the mysterious man vanished into the sea breeze. 10 bait. Enough for me to fish for 10 days. Alas, it's still somewhat insufficient. Ever since he had opened the exquisite blind box and acquired marvelous items, Lin Yan had been preoccupied with these baits. Cultivation. What use is cultivation compared to the allure of fishing? In the following days, Lin Yan either fished or was on his way to fish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a month's worth of fruit cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a month's worth of armament hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Jinping Mei. Ding. Congratulations, host. Generally speaking, Lin Yan preferred to hoard items, waiting until he had amassed a sufficient quantity before opening exquisite blind boxes. It was akin to cracking open sunflower seeds and savoring the last bite. The thrill of that final bite was beyond words. However, he found himself impatient, deciding to forego hoarding. He would fish up an exquisite blind box and open one, then fish another to open. Yet, among the rewards he received, there emerged an anomaly. Wait, what did I just acquire? Lin Yan abruptly raised his head, quickly glancing at the system's warehouse. In that instant, he was momentarily taken aback. Jinping Mei? Initially astonished, his expression soon turned blank. Wasn't this the infamous book that had swept the nation? Lin Yan's demeanor turned serious, his spirit ignited. System, come forth. What is this thing I fished up? I, Lin, would never read such a book. What a joke. I possess pride and integrity. Who would have an interest in such literature? Dear host, would you like to destroy the Jinping Mei? The system prompted. Upon hearing about the destruction, Lin Yan hesitated. He stroked his chin and then declared solemnly, well, since it was obtained through fishing, it would be a waste to discard it. As he spoke, Lin Yan exuded an air of pretentious wisdom, insisting he merely wished to take a glance, nothing more. Truly, you must believe me. As a resolute young man of the 21st century, having been exposed to various scenes in adult films, he deemed himself battle-hardened. He didn't believe that a mere book could pose any threat to him. Occasionally glancing at it after a meal could even be beneficial for health, did not the elders say? To achieve a long and healthy life, indulge in smoking, drinking, and fatty foods, sleep late, rise late, and make friends with the opposite sex. Seizing the opportunity, he surveyed his surroundings. Ensuring no one was nearby, he secretly took out the little Mei. As he opened the first page, the dazzling and captivating words immediately caught his eye. Naturally, the first page could not captivate a seasoned reader like Lin Yan. However, as the plot deepened and the rhythm intensified, the enthralling scenes began to unfold. With each page he turned, the prowess of the 4 great strange books became apparent. Lin Yan felt a shiver course through him, unable to resist. Goodness, how exhilarating! He never expected to enjoy such benefits after crossing into the pirate world. Lin Yan swallowed hard. His eyes widening in astonishment, he flipped through the little Mei, finding it increasingly delightful and engrossing. Fishing. What need was there for fishing when the allure of the little Mei was so potent? This fishing, I could forego entirely that it must be admitted. The Little May, as the foremost among the four great strange books, truly deserved its acclaim as a divine work, though Lin Yan was now a top-tier expert in the New World. As a normal man, who could resist such literature? He was aroused that my fists were clenched. Meanwhile, at the port of this archipelago, Izang, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, arrived. It is known that this sea area is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, with their flag proudly waving on the island. Now, in their own territory, the residents were threatened by other pirates. Izang's expression darkened. He immediately brought the members of the 16th Division to the scene. Due to distance, it took them a day to arrive. However, upon reaching the site, Izang was momentarily taken aback. The village, which he had imagined to be ravaged and pillaged by pirates, was not as he expected. Aside from a slightly burnt smell in the air, it was not nearly as devastated. What was going on? Filled with doubt, Izang settled the villagers before beginning to inquire about the events that transpired. Upon learning that a person named Lin had aided them and vanquished the Axe Pirate crew, Izang was taken aback. He had heard of the Axe Pirate crew, notorious for their bounty of 150 million. Known for their ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, wherever they set their sights, only ruins remained. If it were just the axe, it would be one thing, but they were a full pirate crew. The sudden disappearance of such a formidable pirate group overnight, without leaving a single corpse, was indeed perplexing. Lin? Izang squinted, committing the name to memory. How intriguing. I am quite eager to meet this Lin. Izang stroked his chin and murmured to himself. Lin, what do you think of this person? Lin Yan, the vice-captain of the 16th Division, was one of Izang's most trusted subordinates. To annihilate the Axe Pirate crew in a single night, his strength must be formidable. Lin Yan pondered for a moment and instinctively voiced his opinion. However, just then, he hesitated slightly, having caught the subtle implication in Izang's tone. Captain, do you mean? If possible, I would like to meet him and have a spar. Izang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The Whitebeard Pirates forbade private duels. And after years without battle, Izang felt an itch for combat. Now that he had encountered such an interesting opponent, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? At that moment, he commanded his men to inquire about Lin's whereabouts in the small town. After half a day's investigation, it was quite unexpected that news of Lin had indeed reached Izang's ears. In the hills behind the town, there resided a fisherman, whose appearance, according to the accounts of passers-by, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lin who had recently saved their town. He had been fishing there for an entire year, occasionally descending the mountain to procure supplies. Initially, many were puzzled, wondering if this man had lost his mind in pursuit of fish, who would spend a whole year idly sitting there. However, recently, when the town was raided by pirates and Lin single-handedly annihilated the Axe Pirate crew, the townsfolk were left in shock. It was then they realized the extraordinary nature of this young man. From that moment on, the residents held an even greater reverence and admiration for the hills behind the town, at the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Izang's eyes brightened. He led the entire 16th Division towards the hills of the archipelago. There, Lin Yan was fishing while engrossed in watching his little Mimi, occasionally breaking into a sly grin, reminiscent of a child sneaking into a blanket fort, dimming the lights, lowering the volume, and quietly entering a series of mysterious codes into a browser. Just then, a voice from the system suddenly echoed. Ding! Dear host, a new mission has been issued. Mission 2. Within 10 days, defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Completion rewards, 20 bait. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yan shifted his gaze from little Mimi. Another task has been issued. To be honest, the 10 bait obtained from defeating the Axe Pirate crew was utterly insufficient for Lin Yan. After the new player package was gone, the bait dwindled rapidly. What was once scarce had now become a rare treasure. He needed to acquire more bait in the shortest time possible. Of course, defeating the so-called 300 million strong enemies was not a significant challenge for Lin Yan. This was not arrogance. It was merely that those at the 300 million level were no longer on the same tier as him. However, therein lay the problem. Where could he find enemies with bounties exceeding 300 million? It wasn't that he feared the 300 million strong. He merely feared the inability to find them. Furthermore, tasks had deadlines. 10 days felt rather insufficient. Just as Lin Yan was troubled and frowning, a group of people entered his line of sight. Izang glanced around and quickly found Lin Yan in the back mountain. The youth fishing, wasn't he the Lin the residents spoke of? Yizong approached Lin Yan and asked, "Do you know someone named Lin?" Although he had guessed Lin Yan's identity, Yizong still initiated the inquiry out of politeness. Lin Yan paused, quickly recalling the identity he had revealed to the villagers some time ago. Were these people here to find him? If he had any recent grievances, it would only be with the Axe Pirate crew. Lin Yan remained composed. "You are members of the Axe Pirate crew, aren't you?" At these words, Yizong and the vice captain exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. "We are members of the Axe Pirate crew. What does that mean?" Yizong asked, bewildered. "Enough with the pretense. If you seek revenge, then come at me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Lin Yan was currently distressed, pondering where to find enemies with bounties exceeding 300 million. Because of this, he felt no interest in the remnants of the Axe Pirate crew before him. "Aren't you here for revenge? Then let us make it quick." Lin Yan gestured for them to proceed if they wished to fight. Oh, Yizong realized that Lin Yan had misunderstood them. He had initially intended to explain, but soon recalled Lin Yan's formidable strength that a smile crept onto his face, transforming his expression into that of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. "Since you say so, allow me to test your strength." Yizong decided not to clarify the misunderstanding. He had two purposes for seeking Lin Yan. Firstly, to gauge Lin Yan's abilities, and secondly, if Lin Yan was indeed as strong as imagined. The 16th Division would not hesitate to extend an invitation for him to join the Whitebeard Pirates. After Yizong's agreement, the vice captain and other crew members exchanged glances, seeing smiles reflected in each other's eyes. It was well known that the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were renowned for their strength. Even Yizong, ranked at the bottom, commanded respect from various powers across the Grand Line. To challenge their captain? Surely, one must be out of their mind. The crew shook their heads. Even if Lin Yan had annihilated the Axe Pirate crew overnight, they did not believe he could gain any advantage against Captain Yizong. This would be entertaining. To challenge Captain Yizong, this man possessed extraordinary audacity. I can hardly wait to see his astonishment. The vice captain and crew, filled with mirth, stepped back to create space for the two. Yizong suddenly drew dual pistols from behind him, spinning them deftly on his fingertips before gripping them tightly. "Beware, for blades are merciless." Yizong spoke with an air of calm confidence, fully assured of his own abilities. "You are quite the polite one." Lin Yan glanced up at him. "Without further ado, let us begin." Yizong casually rolled his wrist, signaling the start. The two stood facing each other in the clearing, an invisible wave of energy enveloping them. Yizong simply smiled, remaining silent. In an instant, he launched himself forward, his foot striking the ground and leaving a dent in the sand as he propelled himself like a bolt from a bow. With a whoosh, he appeared before Lin Yan, aiming his gun at Lin Yan's head. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, and the bullet tore through the air towards Lin Yan. Just then, Lin Yan tilted his head. The bullet whizzing past him, dodged. Yizong, a skilled marksman, was quick to draw his weapon. However, he didn't dwell on it. Yizong closed the distance again, delivering a kick towards Lin Yan, who evaded once more. Not bad on speed. Yizong nodded, recognizing Lin Yan's capabilities. It was no wonder he had managed to wipe out the Axe crew. Without a doubt, Lin Yan's strength had earned his acknowledgement. "Let me see just how strong you are." In a sudden eruption, Yizong's speed surged ahead, and his power intensified with remarkable ferocity. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Lin Yan maintained a calm demeanor, deftly maneuvering his body. It was precisely this seemingly trivial movement that allowed him to narrowly evade all of Yizong's attacks. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division, Yizong's keen instincts immediately sensed the threat posed by Lin Yan's strength. It was akin to executing a flawless combo, only to see a series of missed notifications pop up above the boss's head. This individual was no ordinary foe. The members of the 16th Division also took note of the unfolding scene, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise. They had indeed underestimated him. One could not deny that Lin possessed considerable skill. He was actually able to keep pace with the captain's speed. Observers from the surrounding divisions began to voice their opinions. However, just as they admired Lin Yan's prowess, he expressed his astonishment, remarking, "I hadn't expected that the members of the Battle Axe Pirates still possess some strength. You've truly opened my eyes." Throughout the encounter, Lin Yan had regarded Yizong merely as a member of the Battle Axe Pirates. This comment left the members of the 16th Division exchanging puzzled glances. Did he truly fail to recognize that Yizong was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division? When had their captain become so obscure? "Come again." Lin Yan's composed demeanor only served to ignite Isan's fighting spirit further. He swiftly drew his dual pistols, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets. This time, the angles of Isan's shots were particularly cunning, almost entirely targeting Lin Yan's blind spots, no matter what action he took. A subsequent bullet was sure to follow. In addition to his marksmanship, Isan's close-quarters combat skills were exceptionally formidable. He propelled himself forward at breakneck speed, appearing before Lin Yan in the blink of an eye. Launching a sweeping kick towards him, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yan's eyes as he recognized the true strength of Isan, the captain-level combatant. He could not help but hesitate. Was there truly such a powerful individual among the remnants of the Battle-Axe Pirates? If such a powerhouse existed, how could his bounty be a mere 150 million? Nevertheless, Lin Yan quickly regained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his face. Regardless of who stood before him, the outcome would remain unchanged. In the face of Isan's assault, Lin Yan consistently evaded, dodging all attacks as every bullet went astray. Isan began to feel a pang of anxiety. He quickened his pace, attempting to suppress Lin Yan with his speed. However, how many could rival the speed of the Thunderfruit? If Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi could elevate his speed to that of light, then theoretically, Lin Yan's Thunderfruit could also approach light speed. In that instant, Lin Yan surged forward at lightning speed, and Isan felt an overwhelming pressure. A red light flashed in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. Yet, even with the use of haki, he could not capture even a glimpse of Lin Yan's afterimage. How fast must he be for even observation haki to fail to perceive him? Isan's eyes widened in shock. Previously, he might have complained about Lin Yan's evasive tactics. But now, witnessing his true speed, he finally understood the profound disparity in their abilities. He was too fast, so fast it defied belief. How could there exist a man so swift in this world? Lin Yan? It was evident that the individual before him had an exceptionally high level of mastery over his devil fruit. Isan became increasingly cautious. Yet, mere caution would prove futile as Lin Yan harnessed the power of thunder. Eschewing any superfluous abilities, he approached Isan at near-light speed, delivering a single kick. Instinctively, Isan crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. Alas, all of it was in vain. Boom! The scene erupted in chaos. The thunder rolled, tearing through the sky. Like a supernova struck by Kizaru's kick, Isan was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lin Yan, who left a long trench in his wake. Lin Yan kicked the ground lightly, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, exuding an air of authority as he remarked, "Oh my, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Were he to don a cape emblazoned with the word justice, he would undoubtedly be the next leader of the Kizaru gang. His imitation was flawless. Even Kizaru would feel overshadowed. Isan, now in extreme discomfort, coughed, cough, cough. Lin Yan's speed was so astonishing that he could hardly react. Inside, he was overwhelmed with shock. The other members of the 16th Division, witnessing the spectacle, could no longer contain themselves. This guy, his speed is incredible. Could it be that he injured Captain Isan with just one move? Just one move. The members of the 16th Division were unable to suppress their rising excitement as they watched their captain toppled by Lin Yan's kick. Gasping in disbelief, Isan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, utterly astonished by Lin Yan's strength. "Lin, you have truly surprised me." Isan clumsily rose from the ground, gripping his dual pistols tightly. If he had previously harbored only a slight interest in Lin Yan, now, the desire for combat within him had been fully ignited. Who would not yearn for the opportunity to face a formidable opponent? His eyes gleamed with the fervor of a treasure hunter as he regarded Lin Yan. The battle had commenced. Ignoring his injuries, Isan took the initiative, raising his dual pistols and locking onto Lin Yan. Tat tat tat. A multitude of bullets erupted from his hands. Lin Yan remained unperturbed, activating his elemental form, allowing the bullets to pass harmlessly through him. Upon witnessing this, Isan felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the elemental transformation of a devil fruit user? He then smirked slightly as he drew a magazine from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, the magazine was filled with Seastone bullets. Seastone, with its absolute restraining power over devil fruit users, was one of Isan's trump cards specifically designed to counter those who wield elemental abilities. Drawing his gun swiftly, Isan's hands moved with such speed that it rivaled that of a certain white-haired ninja from the village during hand seals. as he switched magazines with a speed so rapid it created afterimages. Loading, aiming, and pulling the trigger. Tat tat tat. 3 shots were fired in quick succession. Observing Lin Yan's continued composure, Assad's heart leaped with joy. It was common knowledge that elemental forms could not withstand sea stone. In other words, if one did not evade, the sea stone bullets were guaranteed to hit. Even Kizaru would be forced to kneel before the might of sea stone bullets, just as Assad believed that Lin Yan would be struck down, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Swish, swish, swish. 3 bullets pierced through Lin Yan's body as if they had struck cotton, causing no ripples whatsoever. What? Yizong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes. His previously imposing demeanor as the captain of the 16th Division completely vanquished. How could the Hailu stone bullets pass through him? This was inconceivable. Even elementalization shouldn't allow for such absurdity. Observing Yizong's astonishment, Lin Yan remained unperturbed. Indeed, elementalization could not withstand the Hailu stone bullets. But had he just utilized elementalization? A flicker of the Tomo in Lin Yan's eyes passed swiftly. Divine might. Couple space. Yes, in that very instant. Lin Yan had invoked the power of the Kaleidoscope of divine might, specifically, the couple space ability, which allowed him to ignore all damage for a brief period. What exactly is your power? Yizong inquired in shock. You need not know, Lin Yan replied. Yizong furrowed his brow. This was more than a formidable adversary. This was a veritable monstrosity. Lin Yan possessed far too many abilities that Yizong had never encountered before. As he watched Lin Yan reveal one hidden card after another, employing elementalization and disregarding the Hailu stone bullets, Yizong felt utterly overwhelmed. Damn it, it could be played this way. Yizong suddenly regretted his intention to compete with Lin Yan. The key was that so many members of the 16th Division were watching. If he were to lose, his reputation would be in tatters. Yet, with speed he could not match and strength he could not surpass. As time passed, he increasingly felt the terrifying nature of the devil fruit ability in Lin Yan's hands. You are quite strong. This was not mere flattery. Yizong had come to genuinely respect Lin Yan's prowess. In fact, prior to the emergence of the Nika fruit, the Thunder fruit had consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Grand Line, even overshadowing the Tremor fruit. However, after the advent of the Nika fruit, the Flame fruit, Thunder fruit, and even the Dog fruit were rendered obsolete. Your dual pistols are impressive too, Lin Yan remarked, following up with a compliment. Hearing Lin Yan's mutual flattery, Yizong forced a bitter smile. At this juncture, there was nothing more to say. Having decided to measure his skills against Lin Yan, he was determined to see it through. Besides, he had come today precisely to indulge in a bout. Previously, I considered inviting you to join my pirate crew, but now I have changed my mind. Let us have a proper fight. Yizong adjusted his mindset and addressed Lin Yan. Invite me? You members of the Battle Axe Pirates certainly have a grand sense of entitlement. Lin Yan replied with a mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Yizong, who had been filled with fervor moments before, felt a lump in his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. The other crew members also covered their foreheads, a wave of disbelief washing over them. Indeed, this fellow truly had no idea they were from the White Group. Yizong displayed an awkward yet polite smile, then unleashed his power anew, drawing his dual pistols. He unleashed a flurry of bullets, raining down destruction. Not only that, but Yizong's speed had increased even further. Yes, he had resolved to give his all. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. If some ordinary members of the White Group could still observe before. Now, in their ears, there was only the sound of wind, the sea, the shattering air, and the sparks of battle. They could no longer see anything. The only sensation they could grasp was the relentless clash of 2 figures soaring through the sky. It must be said that as the captain of the division, Yizong was quite formidable. Even when at a disadvantage, he could still hold his ground against Lin Yan for a brief period while unleashing his full strength. However, that was merely a fleeting engagement. Compared to Lin Yan, his power was still significantly lacking. Moreover, Lin Yan had not even utilized his full strength from the start, merely treating Yizong as a remnant of the Battle Axe Pirates. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Yizong's forehead as he started to feel overwhelmed. 50 million volts. At that moment, Lin Yan summoned lightning with his hands, unleashing a tremendous explosion of 50 million volts. In an instant, the scene was filled with a tempest of thunder, accompanied by resounding roars. Boundless power gathered at the scene, stars fell, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. Crimson lightning surged forth, violently impacting the area. The howling winds and surging sea combined with an overwhelming aura that struck terror in all directions. The ground was upheaved, leaving charred earth in the wake of the lightning strikes, where the thunder rumbled. The sky dimmed, and all retreated in the face of the electric brilliance. Finally, amidst the electrified sandy beach, Izong could not withstand Lin Yan's thunder-fruit ability, like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground. With Izong's fall, this battle drew to a close at this very moment. The most astonished were undoubtedly the other members of the 16th Division who were watching. Witnessing the defeat of Captain Izong, the other members of the 16th Division fell into a profound silence. The members of the 16th Division swallowed hard. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Yan. Who was Izong? He was the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 510 million berries, a renowned figure of exceptional strength that they had previously stated. Any force within the Grand Line would give him due respect. They had anticipated this to be a one-sided trampling by their captain. However, they were mistaken. Their captain had been subjected to a one-sided onslaught from Lin Yan. The crowd was left in shock, their expectations for Izong dashed as he fell. The waves of turmoil that arose within the hearts of the 16th Division members could not be quelled. Izong lay sprawled on the ground in a big shape, gasping heavily. Despite his defeat, he remained undaunted, bursting into laughter. That was exhilarating. That I truly enjoyed this fight, but to be honest, private duels were prohibited within the Whitebeard Pirates, and suitable opponents were hard to find outside. Gradually, Izong had felt his body becoming rusty. Now, encountering Lin Yan, he couldn't help but harbor the desire to test his mettle. Lin Yan's strength had certainly not disappointed him. Even after exerting all his might, he was still no match for Lin Yan. Lin Yan's prowess was evident. This battle had been incredibly thrilling and satisfying. Consequently, Izong found himself increasingly admiring Lin Yan. This Lin was truly formidable. As for Lin Yan, upon Izong's collapse, he approached him. Seeing Lin Yan's movements, the members of the 16th Division tensed, fearing he might do something out of line, ignoring the gazes of those around him. Lin Yan asked Izong, "You are not members of the Battle Axe Pirates, are you?" He naturally realized as well that if the members of the Axe Brigade truly possessed such strength, how could they merely be an inconspicuous little pirate in the New World? "Indeed, we are not." Lying on the ground, Izong revealed a smile on his pale face. "My name is Izong, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." At this moment, Izong also clarified their identity. "Izong?" Lin Yan paused. He suddenly raised his head. "Damn it, no wonder this guy, who was cross-dressing, seemed so familiar. Turns out he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. In truth, this is not Lin Yan's fault. He had traversed into the world of pirates for an entire year. Moreover, during this year, he had mostly been fishing, and more fishing. He had forgotten much of the plot from the original work. Not to mention certain irrelevant characters. The capacity of his mind is limited. Who could remember so many things? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your mission has been updated. Mission 2. Within 10 days, defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. Defeated Izong, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 510 million. Mission progress 13. Completing the mission will reward 20 baits. Suddenly, Lin Yan's mission was updated. In a state of confusion, he had completed 1/3 of it. Upon realizing this, Lin Yan's previously calm heart began to sparkle. Could this be a fortunate coincidence? You called for me. Is there something you need? Having completed 1/3 of the mission, his mood soared like a bird breaking free from clouds. Lin Yan smiled and asked Sanji, "To be honest, I came to thank you for rescuing the residents of the town. And I also have a keen interest in you. But that is of little importance now. Lin, I am delighted to have met you." Izong awkwardly stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly. He gradually developed a fondness for Izong. Soon, in order to befriend Lin Yan, without hesitation, Izong waved his hand, and the 16th Division began to prepare a sumptuous feast. Extending an invitation to Lin Yan. Upon hearing about the banquet, Lin Yan cast a more attentive glance at Izong. How could he possibly refuse a free feast? Everyone detests freeloading, yet everyone enjoys it. All right, without hesitation, he agreed. The members of the 16th Division promptly arrived at the town to prepare. Considering the need to avoid disturbing the residents, Izang specially took Lin Yan aboard his ship. On the ship, everyone from the 16th Division warmly welcomed Lin Yan. Cup after cup of wine was poured into Lin Yan's belly. A top-tier powerhouse in the New World, these drinks posed no challenge for him. Before long, many were rendered incapacitated by Lin Yan's drinking prowess. The camaraderie among men is as simple as this. Watching Lin Yan being both formidable and a heavy drinker, the members of the 16th Division could not help but exclaim in astonishment. With a gentle demeanor and succinct speech, others were increasingly captivated by Lin Yan, sparking greater interest. Cheers erupted as the crowd called out, urging him to drink even more. Lin Yan accepted it all. Thus, a lively banquet resonated throughout every corner of the 16th Division's deck. The next morning, as the sun rose fiercely, illuminating the sky, Izang, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stood on the deck, his expression somewhat gloomy and conflicted. Should he extend an invitation or not? Initially, his intent was to invite Lin Yan to join their crew. However, therein lay the dilemma: if he were to defeat Lin Yan first and then extend an invitation, it would be reasonable. The problem was, he had never fought against him, and instead had suffered a crushing defeat, feeling utterly lost in the process. That it was akin to the feeling of attempting to show off only to be humiliated. In this situation, was it appropriate to extend an invitation? Regardless of its appropriateness, one must at least attempt it. From the banquet yesterday, he learned that Lin Yan currently held no affiliations. Such a powerful individual, even if he did not extend an invitation, would inevitably attract numerous others vying for his allegiance. As the saying goes, why let the fertile water flow to outsiders? If they did not encounter him, that would be fine. But since they had, they could not let this opportunity slip by. Lin, I believe you should remember that from the very beginning, I wish to invite you to join our Whitebeard Pirates. Are you interested in joining us? At that moment, as Izang spoke, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing Izang's invitation, Lin Yan paused. Join your pirate crew? As a fan of the sea, who wouldn't be interested in the Whitebeard Pirates? Of course, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Realizing he had not conveyed enough sincerity, Izang hastily added. Observing the visibly anxious Izang, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This was quite unlike the confident Izang who had sought him out for a challenge before. So, do you accept? Izang wiped the sweat from his brow. Principally, he would have refused. Lin Yan provided Izang with a half-hearted response. This is the fine tradition of Blue Star. Principally, refusing carries its own connotations that need not be elaborated upon. Unfortunately, Izang was a straightforward character. Upon hearing the principal refusal, he failed to grasp the underlying implications. Thinking Lin Yan had outright rejected him, Izang lowered his head in disappointment. All right, I respect your choice. Having failed to extend the invitation, Izang also respected Lin Yan's decision. Watching Izang retreat, Lin Yan sighed. These individuals were all straightforward characters. It seemed he could not afford to beat around the bush with them. He smiled slightly and shifted the conversation. However, it is not impossible to agree. If you can meet my conditions, I wouldn't mind embarking on this journey with you. Upon hearing Lin Yan's willingness to agree, Izang's eyes lit up. You agree? His tone grew increasingly urgent. Don't rush. I still have conditions. Lin Yan shook his head, speaking slowly. What conditions? Feel free to state them. The thought of successfully inviting Lin Yan to join the Whitebeard Pirates made Izang willing to comply with any terms. The condition is simple. If I join your Whitebeard Pirates, what benefits do I receive? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow at Izang, conveying a knowing expression. Benefits. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Izang quickly understood that of course we have benefits. Our Whitebeard Pirates have established ourselves in the New World for years. We possess extensive information, treasures from the Grand Line, and even considerable intel regarding One Piece. Once you join us, we can share everything with you. This is the foundation of our Whitebeard Pirates. Rest assured, with me around, you will never be at a loss. I guarantee it. As the captain of the 16th Division, with an air of utmost seriousness, Izang approached Lin Yan, confidently thumping his chest. His demeanor painted a vivid picture of a grand future. Lin Yan wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, Information? Treasures? Who on earth desires such ephemeral things? What I genuinely wish to inquire about is the compensation offered by the Whitebeard Pirates. For instance, what is the monthly salary? Are there any benefits such as social insurance? Lin Yan revealed a charmingly naive smile, stating, "Let us lay it all on the table that I seek nothing extravagant, merely something tangible. Spare me the lofty ambitions. Surely you jest." Upon hearing these words, Yizong was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lin Yan actually cared about money? Social insurance? Logically, a powerhouse like Lin Yan should be indifferent to wealth, status, and honor. If not for his earnest expression, Yizong might have thought him deranged. Yet, since Lin Yan had made such a declaration, Yizong hesitated briefly before resolutely stating, "If you are willing to join, I shall go all out. Your salary will be doubled, and all benefits will be arranged for you." Hearing Yizong's response, Lin Yan gave him a thumbs up, despite his formidable prowess and possession of the thunder fruit. In reality, he had traversed into this world with nothing but empty pockets. "Do you know how I've managed these past 360 days? Not a single coin to my name, not a shred of wealth. I was so destitute that an elderly lady knocked on my door at midnight, claiming I disturbed her rest. How could this be? I neither played nor caused a ruckus. What could possibly disturb her peace?" Upon further inquiry, he discovered that his dire financial situation was the true culprit. The elderly women were unable to sleep due to the noise of his poverty. This revelation left Lin Yan's mindset shattered. From that moment on, he learned the invaluable lesson that lacking money is simply untenable. "You promised. No backing out, doubled salary, and full benefits," Lin Yan insisted earnestly, fearful that Yizong might retract his offer. "Absolutely." Yizong nodded earnestly. "This is more like it. Why not provide something practical?" "Very well, I shall join the Whitebeard Pirates." With Lin Yan's agreement, the members of the 16th Division erupted in cheers. After all, Lin Yan's strength was evident to all. His inclusion would undoubtedly elevate the overall prowess of the Whitebeard Pirates to new heights. However, on the journey back, Yizong found himself in a state of discontent. Was it truly the promise of benefits that compelled Lin Yan to join? This notion seemed rather nebulous, he mused. Damn it, since joining the Whitebeard Pirates, I have employed numerous strategies to recruit crew members, using threats, enticements, and the vast resources of our formidable crew. Yet today, I have used the promise of benefits to lure someone aboard for the first time. And this individual possesses strength far exceeding my own, surpassing that of ordinary division commanders. This situation is quite absurd. Nevertheless, since Lin Yan had consented, Yizong, wishing to avoid any delays or complications, promptly secured the doors and windows. With a grand gesture, he ordered the 16th Division's fleet to set sail back to the Whitebeard Pirate stronghold. "Come, let me take you to meet Father." The prospect of inviting a powerhouse like Lin Yan aboard filled Yizong with immense joy. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression turned slightly peculiar. There was something oddly unsettling about that phrase. After a morning's journey, the 16th Division returned to the Whitebeard base that I will arrange accommodations for you. And you should be able to board the Moby Dick by tomorrow. Once Yizong settled Lin Yan, he hurried off to find Whitebeard out on the deck of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard was convening a meeting with Mangekyō, Jozu, Vista, and other division commanders. Just then, Yizong burst in. Father, I have excellent news to share." His energetic entrance caught the attention of many aboard the Moby Dick. Mangekyō, Jozu, and Vista turned their gazes towards Yizong. "What is going on with you?" Mangekyō inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "This isn't your usual demeanor." Vista smiled slightly and remarked, "Did you stumble upon some splendid opportunity during your outing?" Jozu scratched his head, bewildered, and asked, "What's the matter?" Whitebeard regarded Yizong with a mix of curiosity that as expected. Yizong, who had always maintained a cool demeanor, was now animated, prompting a sense of surprise among the crew at this moment. Yizong calmed himself and recounted his encounter with Lin Yan. The gist of his tale was that he had recruited an exceptionally powerful crew member whose strength rivaled that of the division commanders, including Mangekyō and Jozu. It goes without saying what status the division commanders held in this vast sea. Much of this prestige stemmed from the formidable reputation of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that each of the 16 division commanders possessed strength on par with that of a vice-admiral. With their abilities starting from a staggering 500 million, this was precisely why various factions afforded them a measure of respect upon their arrival. "Strengthy, you say?" Vista lifted his head slightly. "Not weaker than us?" Jozu glanced sideways. The two stroked their chins in contemplation. If Yizong's assertions held true, then the Whitebeard Pirates had indeed struck gold. The addition of a powerhouse equivalent to a division commander would undoubtedly elevate their collective strength significantly. However, the ever-composed Whitebeard remained unperturbed. His steady gaze swept over Izong, Vista, Jozu, and then settled on Marco. Marco, what are your thoughts on this matter? Marco met Whitebeard's gaze, maintaining his usual stoic expression that he understood that Whitebeard sought to gauge his response to this development. After a moment of contemplation, Marco spoke calmly. Father, I believe this could be both a boon and a bane. How could it be a bane? Izong interjected, eager to defend his position. Marco, lowering his head, replied with an unflinching gaze. Firstly, if this Lin, as you claim, possesses strength as formidable as you say and is willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates, that is indeed a remarkable opportunity. But have you considered that we have neither encountered nor even heard of a Lin before? It appears as if he has materialized out of thin air, suddenly appearing and expressing a willingness to join our Whitebeard Pirates. Do you not find this suspicious? At the very least, on this level, I believe we should maintain our reservations and engage in further discussion. Whitebeard observed Marco's calm demeanor and nodded. Since stepping back from the forefront, Whitebeard had grown increasingly concerned about his own health. The injuries and ailments from his youth had long since taken root within him. Approaching his 80s, plagued by old maladies, he resembled a once mighty tree now withered by time, especially after the recent assassination of Sachi and the betrayal of Teach. Whitebeard's sense of crisis intensified. He had a foreboding feeling that the Whitebeard Pirates were on the brink of a great calamity. The source of this impending disaster remained uncertain, but it was imperative to bolster the core strength of the Whitebeard Pirates and cultivate the next most capable successor. Marco, Ace, and Jozu were all highly regarded by Whitebeard. Unfortunately, while Ace and Jozu possessed strength, they also had significant flaws. Ace was young and arrogant, while Jozu lacked composure. Marco emerged as Whitebeard's final choice, if others accepted our warm invitation. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate to suddenly cast doubt? Izang, harboring some hesitation, still found it hard to believe that Lin Yan could be attempting to infiltrate their ranks, although Marco's reasoning held merit. He contended that there was no question of appropriateness. He was merely raising a relatively reasonable inquiry in the right context. Ultimately, we are all merely considering the best interests of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco calmly addressed Izang, who, in contemplating the Whitebeard Pirates' welfare, was, in fact, not unlike Marco himself. If Lin's identity were genuinely verified, the Whitebeard Pirates would wholeheartedly welcome him. Just then, Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed through the air. Their father stood up, waving his hand grandly as he proclaimed, "Enough, you two, stop getting bogged down in details. Marco has his reasons, and Izang has his. Regardless of which side one belongs to, a visitor is a guest. If we fail to treat him well, that is not the style of the Whitebeard Pirates." Listening to Whitebeard's words, the captains were momentarily taken aback. "Father, what should we do?" they inquired, bewildered. "Is it not a rare occasion to have a guest? Do you not wish to meet him? Regardless of your feelings, I, for one, am quite interested." Whitebeard chuckled heartily, adding, "Moreover, it is worth noting that we cannot afford to miss such a formidable individual." As Whitebeard spoke, others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a valid point that it was still too early to draw conclusions. Let them observe what kind of newcomer this is. Whitebeard concluded with a reminder. Furthermore, regarding Izang's defeat to Lin, do not spread this news for the time being. I have my own plans. The following day, news of the new member joining the Whitebeard Pirates spread among all. Logically, the arrival of a newcomer should have invigorated everyone in the crew. Yet, all attention was focused on a singular question. Father personally recruiting a new member? Shouldn't this task fall to the logistics department? Even if not, at the very least, it ought to be the responsibility of the division captains. Why would Father take it upon himself? On the Moby Dick, many furrowed their brows, murmuring discontent as they expressed their grievances. Who is this newcomer? What an audacious display, demanding Father's personal presence for a welcome. I must see whether he possesses extraordinary abilities if this news circulates. Or would that leave the dignity of the Whitebeard Pirates? Frankly, it vexes me. How could Whitebeard be unaware of the current situation within the crew? The entire Whitebeard Pirates had stood atop their mountain for too long, having faced no significant setbacks for an extended period. Consequently, pride and arrogance had become rampant among the crew. Whitebeard surveyed the scene. Taking note of this atmosphere, it was high time he took action. He stepped forward from the background, moving a couple of paces ahead. "All right." Whitebeard slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence as captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He held a crucial position in the hearts of his crew. With just a gesture, the previously noisy Moby Dick fell silent in an instant. "I have asked Izang to notify the newcomer. He will be arriving shortly, so let us wait a moment." Whitebeard spoke with the authority of a family patriarch. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet Moby Dick erupted into a wave of discontent once more. "What is this? We must wait. What does this newcomer think the Moby Dick is?" The crew was genuinely exasperated, feeling insulted at the thought of waiting for one individual. There was no way they could tolerate this. What about the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates? The crew's collective frustration was palpable. What status did the Whitebeard Pirates hold in these seas? The four emperors of the New World, the leaders of this era. The foremost among the four emperors, the world's most powerful pirate crew, the last of the three great pirates from the old era. Countless accolades adorned their reputation, and with the media's and news reports embellishments. A sense of superiority had naturally developed within the crew over time. This was the source of their pride in being part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, with over 1,600 members gathered on the ship, they were all simply waiting for a newcomer. Wang Defa? Who is this person that warrants such attention? The crew gritted their teeth, eyes gleaming with frustration. Their irritation was palpable. A newcomer, indeed. What an audacious display. "I shall see how he can face the consequences." "Father, this..." Izang could not help but sigh, feeling pity for Lin, to arrive on the ship only to face such tribulations. Even Marco, usually composed, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now I understand why Father forbade us from disclosing that Izang lost to Lin. At the very outset, Whitebeard had prohibited Marco, Jozu, and the others from revealing that Izang had been defeated by Lin Yan. The reasoning was simple. If everyone learned that even Izang had fallen to Lin, their mental preparedness would diminish the intended impact of the revelation. What was to follow would surely be a spectacle. Bista, stroking his long sword, remarked, "Let me see just how capable this Lin, who defeated Izang, truly is." Jozu, with a hint of curiosity on his face, added, "It is not hard to imagine that the Moby Dick will soon stir up a great commotion." Meanwhile, Izang approached Lin Yan and conveyed that Father wished to see him. "He wishes to see me. Then let us depart." Lin Yan, without a moment's hesitation, instructed Izang to lead the way. "Are you prepared?" Izang recalled Father's initial admonition and, somewhat awkwardly, posed this seemingly irrelevant question. "Prepared? What preparation?" Lin Yan failed to comprehend the meaning of Izang's words. "Ahem, it's nothing. Follow me." Izang coughed softly, refraining from saying more that he took the lead, forging ahead to guide Lin Yan. Lin Yan followed closely behind. In less than half an hour, Izang came to a halt. Pointing towards the distant harbor, he declared, "That is our Moby Dick." Lin Yan lifted his gaze and looked ahead to the dock. There lay a ship resembling the form of a massive whale, standing tall against the crashing waves and the ocean breeze, much like a towering mountain. This vessel was none other than the iconic Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates. The flag of the Whitebeard Pirates danced vigorously in the sea wind, its colossal presence evoking a profound visual impact, swaying gracefully upon the ocean, akin to a great beast lying in wait. That it remained silent until it unleashed its might. Is this truly the Moby Dick? Lin Yan cast a glance and nodded in acknowledgement that it was indeed worthy of being the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, incomparable to those of other pirate crews. In Lin Yan's own words, having come this far, he was determined to witness firsthand what kind of royal pirate crew was gathered aboard the Moby Dick. Lin Yan ascended the staircase, step by step, making his way onto the deck. As he treaded upon the wooden planks, the emptiness of the corridor combined with the sound of his boots echoed like the delicate notes of a hidden melody in a quiet valley. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately sensed the commotion in the corridor. Instantly, the entire ship, with its 1,600 souls, held their breath. The atmosphere settled into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. A newcomer was about to arrive. All eyes were directed towards the corridor. The next moment, Lin Yan stepped onto the Moby Dick. The sunlight refracted upon his face, revealing his features to everyone aboard. In that instant, he shone like a black sheep amidst a flock of white, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Every gaze was fixed upon him, an invisible pressure crashing onto Lin Yan like a tidal wave. Among these scrutinizing eyes, there were doubts, anger, and mocking smirks. They awaited the spectacle. As for Lin Yan, being a first-time arrival on the Moby Dick, he glanced around in awe. The Moby Dick was indeed vast. Laid out before him in its entirety, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates surrounded him on both sides, a steady flow of bodies, all elite members who would soon join the battle at Marineford. Facing the collective gaze, Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. In the center of the Moby Dick sat Whitebeard, his imposing figure scrutinizing Lin Yan with piercing eyes, adorned with a captain's hat and flanked by a naginata. He exuded an aura of authority, his white beard curling majestically, radiating the presence of an emperor of the sea. Despite his advanced age, his sharpness was unmistakable. Every movement he made carried a sense of solemnity and dignity. Even though Lin Yan stood at a distance, he could feel the weight of Whitebeard's presence. Whitebeard, you say? Lin Yan nodded inwardly. Then, he shifted his gaze to the surrounding crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, he was taken aback. Everyone was glaring at him with intense hostility, as if he owed them several million. But a flicker of confusion passed through Lin Yan's mind. What on earth is going on? To be honest, Lin Yan had quite high expectations of the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, he understood that as a newcomer, it was only natural to attract attention upon his first arrival on the Moby Dick. The issue was, what was with their expressions that seemed ready to devour him whole? This was our first meeting, right? I haven't offended any of you, have I? You must be Lin. Whitebeard rose and inquired. His voice laced with admiration as he looked upon Lin Yan. From the moment Lin Yan stepped aboard, Whitebeard had been assessing him. Initially, he had expected Lin Yan to be akin to Jozu, the muscle-bound type. However, upon encountering such a refined and amiable individual, a hint of surprise flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. That I am, Lin Yan replied. Listening to Whitebeard's inquiry, waves of emotion surged within him. Interesting. I heard that Izong once invited you to join our Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard observed the poised Lin Yan, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Lin Yan continued. So, what are your thoughts on our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard was curious to discern Lin Yan's perspective on their crew. Not much to say. It's quite good. Lin Yan offered a neutral response. Whitebeard paused momentarily, clearly disappointed as this was not the answer he had hoped for. Let us be straightforward, Lin. Are you willing to join our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard chuckled heartily before his expression turned serious. This. The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates tightened their fists, sensing the gravity of the situation. A newcomer's leap of faith, with consequences to bear. Lin Yan did not respond immediately. He cast a glance around, feeling the invisible pressure enveloping him, which made him somewhat uneasy. I would like to ask a few questions first. Am I familiar with the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates? Lin Yan gestured towards the surrounding crew members. Not familiar. It's our first meeting. Whitebeard pondered before responding. I have any grievances with your crew? None whatsoever. Then, have I encountered any of your crew members before? Shouldn't be the case. After hearing this, Whitebeard was puzzled as to why Lin Yan posed such questions. But the next moment, Lin Yan's words made him burst into laughter. Then I must ask, since there's nothing at all, why do all your crew members look at me as if they wish to skin me alive? Lin Yan was truly at a loss. I haven't provoked any of you. There's no animosity. So why this? In an instant, Lin Yan's perception of the Whitebeard Pirates plummeted. I once held high hopes for you all. Unfortunately, I am now disappointed. Lin Yan raised his head, speaking with an air of resignation. At this moment, upon hearing his words, those who had been enduring for the sake of their captain could no longer contain themselves. Anger surged among them, their tempers flaring. Are you mocking us? They exclaimed. Who were they? Members of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the leading force of the era, the foremost pirate crew of the Grand Line. The accomplishments they had achieved were not solely due to Whitebeard or the division commanders, but also through the unwavering efforts of the 1,600 members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Each individual standing aboard the Moby Dick was a formidable force, having emerged from countless battles. For heaven's sake, they had stood tall upon the seas for so long. When had they ever been ridiculed in such a manner? In an instant, Lin Yan became the public enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as he boarded the ship, the tail was already pointing skyward. If this continues, won't it soar out of the solar system? Gula la 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 la. On the other hand, in stark contrast to the furious crew members, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Lin Yan's words piqued Whitebeard's interest. Meanwhile, the crew clenched their fists, having never intended to let Lin Yan off easy. This moment, the Moby Dick erupted like a flame igniting a fuse. with curses filling the air. Ha! Quite the bravado. Kid, don't forget that the Moby Dick is no place for you to act recklessly. With just this statement today, don't even think about joining our Whitebeard Pirates. How audacious you are. I sincerely hope you possess the strength to continue bouncing around like this, so you can truly experience the harshness of society. 1,000 voices continuously hurled insults at Lin Yan. A myriad of civilized words spewing forth from their mouths. Faced with such an arrogant individual, their father may endure, but the crew would not show him any mercy. Today, they were determined to give this insolent brat a good thrashing. The Moby Dick was thrown into chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, a glint flickered in Whitebeard's eyes, and a hint of worry crept into his heart. Would Lin be able to withstand it, if he could hold on? That would be fine, but what if he couldn't? To be honest, Whitebeard did not wish to miss out on someone with Lin Yan's potential for leadership. Just as Aizu had previously thought, one must not allow the precious water to flow to others' fields. Surely, they could not let another Yonko crew take advantage of this situation. Stop the insults! Stop the insults! Lin Yan raised his hand, signaling everyone to cease their barrage. Seeing Lin Yan in this manner, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates felt a surge of joy, believing Lin Yan had softened. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates forbade private disputes, and they were merely indulging in some verbal sparring under their father's watchful gaze. They could never truly come to blows. Just as the crew reveled in their moment of glee, Lin Yan remarked, "Is this the best you Whitebeard Pirates can do in terms of insults? The culture of Zuin is hardly impressive. It lacks any real impact. Your insults lack vigor. The folks outside my door know how to curse better than you. Even a chicken can insult better than you all." Lin Yan dug into his ears, unleashing a barrage of mocking retorts. This was no trivial matter. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates, under the weight of their father's authority, had yet to unleash their pent-up fury. But with Lin Yan's words, their suppressed volcano erupted. One by one, they unleashed a torrent of foul language towards Lin Yan, as if propelled by Gatling guns. Listening to their furious tirades, Lin Yan took the opportunity to piece together the unfolding situation. It turned out that their discontent stemmed from Whitebeard personally inviting him to join their crew, leading to this unexpected uproar. Realizing this, Lin Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Goodness, are you all so thin-skinned? Is this the caliber of the Whitebeard Pirates? Why are you all so spoiled? Oh well, since you Whitebeard Pirates do not welcome me, shall I take my leave? Sighs from a certain man echoed. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Lin Yan calmly stated, "To be honest, I was quite pleased at first with your invitation to join the Whitebeard Pirates. However, since you all do not welcome me, Captain Whitebeard, I can only regretfully apologize. I refuse to join your Whitebeard Pirates." Lin Yan would not engage in further banter. He directly refused. Weren't you all eager to see me gone? Weren't you all clamoring to kick me off the ship? Well, allow me to fulfill all your fantasies. You needn't lift a finger. I will leave on my own. Upon hearing the words "I refuse," Whitebeard fell silent. Had he truly been rejected? Aizu could not help but worry. If Lin were truly driven away, he would feel somewhat guilty. Meanwhile, the crew, who had just been cursing, fell silent. The Moby Dick was enveloped in a momentary stillness. The Whitebeard Pirates' comprehensive strength spoke for itself. As they continued to grow and flourish, they had become an unshakable emblem in the hearts of the crew, in the minds of many. The Whitebeard Pirates held an exalted status. Although Lin Yan's 3 words "I refuse" were brief, yet impactful. They left the crew feeling particularly uneasy. What? You dare to refuse? What happened to that bravado you displayed earlier? Weren't you full of yourself just a moment ago? If it were anyone else, a refusal would be understandable. But it was their father who extended the invitation. Who was their father? The leader of the Yonko, a figurehead of the era, a dominant force from the old world, one of the legendary 3 pirates. Who are you to dare refuse our father's invitation? From the beginning until now, it had always been others begging to join the Whitebeard Pirates. They had seldom seen someone outright reject their father's invitation. Who wouldn't he want to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Who wouldn't he feel pride in joining the Whitebeard Pirates? The crew's arrogance and pride had gradually developed due to the current status of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a newcomer, Lin Yan's public refusal incited their wrath. Lin, do you think you have the right to refuse? Ha ha. Thinking of leaving? Not a chance. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. Previously, it had only been noise. But now, one by one, they grabbed Lin Yan, refusing to let him disembark in the minds of the Whitebeard Pirates. Only they had the right to reject others. when had it ever been that others could audaciously attempt to refuse them? Now that Lin Yan declared he had no interest in the Whitebeard Pirates, it felt like an affront to their dignity. They could not allow Lin Yan to have his way. At that moment, Lin Yan regarded the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates with the same disdainful gaze one might cast upon an elderly person engrossed in their phone on the subway. Damn it, fools. Before a certain nation's Brexit, there was a signature line that seemed to leak national essence. These people are fools. They are all fools. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates before him. Aren't they fools? To join or not to join? He was caught in a dilemma. Lin Yan, having lived a substantial portion of his life, had never encountered such psychologically twisted individuals. He felt compelled to reach into his pockets and fund a psychological evaluation for these shameless folks. To what extent does one need to be self-important to reach their level? What if I truly want to leave? Lin Yan furrowed his brow, growing increasingly displeased. Are you trying to make me feel unwelcome? Then you can just try to cross over our bodies. Upon hearing that Lin Yan seemed to be preparing to make a move, the crew instantly found amusement. Want to fight? Who in the Whitebeard Pirates has ever feared anyone? Who stands here as the weakling? Then let the battle commence. Lin Yan originally intended to depart. However, at that moment, he suddenly recalled his mission to defeat 3 bounty foes, each with a reward of 300 million. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all exceptionally skilled, and there were plenty of fools with abundant wealth. It was evident that they were the best kind of experience. With this thought, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile inwardly, although his face remained impassive. Those who dare challenge us, the Whitebeard Pirates, must be oblivious to the meaning of death. The crew scoffed. Why compare anything with the Whitebeard Pirates? To challenge them in strength was truly a path to self-destruction. Since Whitebeard had not disclosed the defeat of Izong, many believed Lin Yan to be merely an ordinary newcomer. An ordinary newcomer would be easy to teach a lesson, right? Today, they were determined to show off in front of this newcomer, making him understand why the Whitebeard Pirates were known as the world's premier pirate crew. However, the fight would not be without consequences. He would not serve as a human punching bag. Lin Yan extended a finger, a smile radiating from his face as he declared, "What do you wish to do?" The crew paused, their faces clouded with displeasure as they retorted. "What do you mean?" "Simple," Lin Yan replied, rubbing his hands together with an innocent smile. "If you wish to spar with me, it will cost 20,000 berries per round." Yet, his words stirred a tempest within the Whitebeard Pirates. So much. The crew gasped in shock upon hearing that figure. What the hell? Did I hear that right? This is the Moby Dick, the vessel of the Whitebeard Pirates, in the eyes of the crew. The Moby Dick was their sanctuary, a holy place in their hearts, a companion that had fought alongside them for years. It was as pure and sacred as Mangekyō in the minds of the Marines. Elevated like the goddess Athena, viewable yet untouchable, and now, this audacious fool dared to not only fight aboard their Moby Dick, but also demand payment. Was he possessed by some money-hungry spirit? Who could conceive such an idea? It was utterly amusing. La. Whitebeard stroked his beard, admiring Lin Yan's audacity even more as he remained unperturbed. Lin and Ace appeared to be of similar age, yet Lin Yan's crafty ideas were plentiful. It had been a long time since someone so entertaining had graced the Moby Dick. They had always been the ones to seize opportunities. Now, it was time for the Whitebeard crew to reap what they sowed. As Whitebeard admired Lin Yan, his desire to invite him to join their ranks grew stronger. Next, he would see just how formidable Lin Yan truly was if he proved to be as capable as Izong had claimed. Whitebeard was already formulating plans in his mind. At that moment, the Moby Dick erupted with chaos. Damn it, he did this on purpose. I've never encountered such brazen shamelessness. He knows I'm broke and is deliberately targeting me. Don't be ridiculous, you little brat. The group that had initially disdained Lin Yan became even more aggressive. How dare this guy treat the Whitebeard Pirates as if they were nothing? The sound of clenched fists echoed throughout the area. The sea breeze swept through, carrying an air of hostility and menace. The crew's hatred for Lin Yan reached a fever pitch. They longed to imprint their size 45 shoes onto his 38-size face. Marco, Jozu, Bista, and the other division leaders could only shake their heads in exasperation, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their helplessness. Izong couldn't help but shake his head as well, finally understanding why Lin Yan had mentioned a salary doubling and benefits before even joining the crew. It turned out he was indeed greedy. It was a misjudgment on his part. How could he have seen Lin Yan as a dragon among men? Previously, Yizong had thought Lin Yan was above wealth and status, unattached to the mundane. That was indeed a grave error. Nevertheless, they were part of the Whitebeard Pirates, where everyone possessed considerable wealth. Although the amount of berries was painful to part with, it was not beyond their means. How naive could he be? They could certainly afford it. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. At this moment, the vice-captain of the 5th Division stepped forward, raising his sword and pointing it at Lin Yan in the distance. His voice laced with barely concealed anger. That you're up against the vice-captain of the 5th Division. He is one of the strongest on our ship. With him here, victory is assured. Humph! How could this little brat hope to hold his ground against the vice-captain? This newcomer had quite the thick skin, but it remained to be seen just how strong he really was. The crew was eager for the chance to trample him underfoot. They hoped he could last 3 moves against the vice-captain. The crew immediately recognized the vice-captain's identity. It was well known that Bista, the flower sword, had traveled the farthest in swordsmanship within the Whitebeard Pirates. No one could rival his mastery in the crew. The vice-captain had followed Bista for years, rapidly advancing his own swordsmanship skills. If there were a ranking for swordsmanship within the crew, the vice-captain would undoubtedly place in the top 3. His appearance sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Go, vice-captain, want to earn some cash? Beat him so badly he won't know his own name. The crew vented their frustrations, shouting encouragement at the vice-captain. With hundreds of supporters surrounding him, the vice-captain wore a proud expression. His strength was indeed highly regarded within the Whitebeard Pirates, and it was due to his confidence that he chose to step forward first. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold watch. I don't have that much cash on hand, but this gold watch is worth 500,000 berries. 500,000 might be excessive, but today, he would use this to teach you a lesson. The vice-captain's face was adorned with a cold smirk, his words dripping with derision in his eyes. If Lin Yan sought to acquire wealth, he might as well not have a life to spend it. With that, he hurled the gold watch towards Lin Yan in a fit of rage. Lin Yan simply raised his hand to catch it. Examining it carefully, it was hefty. The sunlight reflecting off it was blinding. Real gold and silver now rested in his grasp. Facing the irate vice-captain, Lin Yan remained remarkably good-natured. A smile spread across his face. You wish to throw money at me? Go ahead. I'll catch whatever you throw. Truly, the members of the world's foremost pirate crew exhibit such extravagant prowess. Impressive, Lin Yan remarked, giving the vice-captain a thumbs up with a hint of mock gravitas. For 500,000 berries, I shall grant you a discount, allowing you 3 attempts. Simultaneously, he also opened a back door for the vice-captain, permitting him to challenge 3 times. Yet, the vice-captain's expression turned frigid. A cold smirk graced his lips. 3 attempts. Humph. I doubt you can withstand even one of my strikes. As he spoke, he drew his long sword with steady confidence. With a firm kick against the ground, he raised his blade at an acute angle and launched a fierce slash toward Lin Yan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the vice-captain of the 5th Division unleashed 3 successive slashes, each infused with his boundless fury, venting the anger that simmered within him as they hurtled toward Lin Yan. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, the speed of these attacks resembled that of a snail, slow, exceedingly slow, so slow that he merely needed to shift a step to evade them effortlessly. Yet, a flicker of inspiration crossed Lin Yan's mind. Why not seize the opportunity for an easy score of 200,000 berries? Since you are willing to part with your money, it would be remiss of me not to indulge you. Lin Yan sidestepped the first 2 slashes, bang. The 3rd slash struck him directly, sending him careening backward. What the hell? The first to rise in shock was Yizong. That he had deeply experienced Lin Yan's speed and could hardly fathom how such a seemingly lightning-fast strike could land on him. It was akin to the Buddha's hand pressing down on the Monkey King, only to have the Monkey King break free from the 5-finger mountain, landing a kick atop the Buddha's head in a stunning display. This, not only Yizong, but also Marco, Jozu, and Vista were equally bewildered. They could not comprehend the situation. Wasn't it said that Yizong was no match for Lin Yan? How could he falter at the very first attack? Before they could ponder further, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in applause. Bravo! Indeed, our vice-captain is deserving of such strength. This is the price of arrogance among the Whitebeard Pirates. What a joy this brings me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Aboard the Moby Dick, even the dragons must behave themselves. Witnessing Lin Yan's setback, the crew could hardly contain their delight. Fists clenched in exhilaration. as if they had just seen their national football team qualify for the World Cup. "Is this truly your strength?" The vice captain loomed above, and even his previously indifferent demeanor began to swell with pride. "The Whitebeard Pirates, without a doubt, are the four emperors of the New World, the leaders of this era. The world's greatest pirate crew, with the strongest man, Whitebeard, standing sentinel, gazing down from the pinnacle, invincible and scornful of the seas. There exists no one capable of rivaling you. Such formidable power is truly awe-inspiring." Lin Yan, clutching his chest, half-crouched on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though he had not earned the title of Best Actor, he vividly exhibited the prowess of one. Even the lines of flattery flowed effortlessly from his lips. Hearing Lin Yan's praises, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates felt a rush of satisfaction akin to that of an island nation's leading lady, their hearts brimming with joy. Not presume that a few flattering words will spare you." The vice-captain's inner satisfaction was nearly visible on his face, yet he still forced a serious facade, coldly addressing Lin Yan. The impending battle was about to erupt. However, it was predominantly the vice-captain who held the upper hand. The clash of blades and the relentless slashes showcased his varied abilities in a dazzling display. On the other side, Lin Yan found himself in a continual retreat, appearing to teeter on the brink of demise, as if just a single step away from being sent to his end. Yet he stubbornly clung to his last breath, refusing to fall, to retreat, or to concede defeat. "Damn it, just one final push. Quickly, eliminate this shameless fool. Curse it, how can he endure so much? Vice Captain, press on. He's like a stubborn piece of chewing gum, refusing to let go. Fall already, just fall down. I'm nearly compelled to take the stage myself." The vice captain grew anxious at his inability to vanquish Lin Yan, who remained precariously alive. Yet his urgency was nothing compared to the mounting impatience of the surrounding crew. They were desperate to step in themselves. Lin Yan had exposed so many weaknesses, yet he remained unyielding. Gulping, Whitebeard sat at the center of the Moby Dick, the corners of his mustache-curved mouth subtly lifting. Initially perplexed, he began to understand as time progressed, and Lin Yan revealed his cunning. Whitebeard smiled, choosing not to expose the ruse, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Yan. "This lad is attempting to pull a fast one again, isn't he? Not just Izong, but even Marco, Jozu, and Vista would likely fall for it." After an extensive battle, over 100 moves passed, 200 moves, 500 moves. Finally, at the 904th strike, the victor emerged. Bang! The vice-captain of the 5th Division could no longer hold on. Sweat-soaked and utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground at a stroke of luck, "I have marginally triumphed. It seems that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not all that formidable. The title of the world's greatest pirate crew appears somewhat inflated." Next. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The crew furrowed their brows. "What do you mean by somewhat inflated? You've only defeated one vice-captain. Is this reason enough for such hubris? Are you truly so brazen as to elevate yourself to such heights? Is this victory over another? I would be embarrassed to even acknowledge your triumph. It is evident to all that you have merely worn the vice-captain down to exhaustion. How dare you begin to act superior?" They had lived a good portion of their lives and had never witnessed such audacity. However, the vice-captain's defeat was an undeniable fact. The crew's frustration escalated even further. "Next, I shall face him. Step aside. I am his opponent." Previously hesitant due to the 200,000 berries, they had scorned Lin Yan as a shrewd merchant. Now, they were all clamoring to challenge him, eager to stake everything for the honor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is it not worth living for this moment? The Moby Dick erupted with noise, the shouts reverberating through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Countless millions of berries were hurled before Lin Yan, as numerous challengers surged forth. Among them were the vice-captain, elite officers, and formidable crew members, all eager to confront him. In short, anyone with a fighting spirit rushed forward, bombarding Lin Yan with cash. Some even angrily threw 1,000,000 berries in an attempt to secure their place in line for the duel. Lin Yan skillfully accepted the money and addressed them, urging, one at a time, no need to rush. Subsequently, the individual who had recklessly tossed 1,000,000 berries became the second crew member from the Whitebeard Pirates to challenge Lin Yan. Merely a bothersome nuisance, a delay at best. Watch me finish this swiftly, he proclaimed, his voice reverberating throughout the Moby Dick. The impending battle was charged with tension, ready to erupt into chaos at any moment. It must be acknowledged that the ability to muster such a sum for a challenge indicated a respectable standing within the Whitebeard crew. However, to Lin Yan, they were hardly a threat. Their speed was akin to that of a sluggish snail. "Charge!" shouted the crew, their fervor palpable. "You are the second to confront this scoundrel. You must defeat him. I cannot bear to see his arrogance continue." They were filled with indignation, having never felt as humiliated as they did today. With this impudent fool boldly challenging them, the crew's excitement was undeniable. That it was impressive that Lin Yan could topple the vice-captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, which exceeded their expectations. They had come to recognize his strength, but strength alone meant little. Did the Whitebeard Pirates lack formidable individuals? Now, the crew yearned for Lin Yan to be thoroughly beaten, begging for mercy on the ground. Unfortunately for them, disappointment awaited once more. The two sides clashed for over 1,300 rounds, battling fiercely until the world around them faded into darkness, the sky trembling with their ferocity, had it not been for the simmering resentment in their hearts. Many would have nearly dozed off, reminiscent of a match lasting 33 minutes with no casualties. Back and forth, they exchanged blows, Shakespearean in its drama. Without a doubt, the second challenger was once again exhausted by Lin Yan's relentless onslaught. "You rascal," he gasped, breathless, feeling as though his fist struck only cotton. Power wasted, a million grievances swirled within him, his face flushed with anger, yet he found himself utterly powerless, following the vice-captain of the 5th Division. The second challenger was once again laid low by Lin Yan. Rather than being defeated, he was simply overwhelmed by fatigue. What luck! On to the next. Lin Yan beckoned for another opponent. That I truly did not anticipate that this newcomer would dispatch 2 of our ranks in succession. Today, the dignity of the Whitebeard Pirates is in tatters. No, this scoundrel is merely exploiting the situation, stalling for time, never daring to face us head-on. What skill is there in dodging? Let us have a proper duel. I don't care. I'm next. I can't wait to trample him underfoot, cried another crew member. "I'm in. I've already paid my 80,000 berries." The crew members were electrified, their youthful fervor igniting. As they observed, just as they had claimed, this fool merely delayed, neither daring to strike nor contend, rendering them powerless. Yet, this very frustration drew in more challengers, all eager to measure their strength against Lin Yan. The third challenger fought for over 1,300 rounds, the fourth for over 1,500, and the fifth for over 1,800. The entire Whitebeard crew was now consumed with the singular thought: defeat this newcomer. The more they battled, the more stifled they felt. The more they felt stifled, the more they yearned to strike back. Truly, it embodied the saying, "The inexperienced are often the most eager." Wait a moment. Lin Yan suddenly raised his hand, signaling the 6th challenger to pause. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" The 6th challenger retorted, his face darkened with anger. No, I simply need 10 minutes to rest." Lin Yan requested a 10-minute respite. For him, such a lengthy battle was trivial, but feigning exhaustion was necessary to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. From that point on, after each bout, Lin Yan would demand 10 minutes of rest. As the 6th, 7th, and even 13th and 14th challengers faced off against him, the crew members began to notice the increasing frequency of Lin Yan's breaks. Look, his rest periods are growing longer. He must be running out of stamina. Hope is finally on the horizon. Now you know the consequences of underestimating your opponents. Let us see how this ends. They mocked. "Humph, you scoundrel. Today is your day of reckoning." They were eager to leave their mark on him. "Hurry up, finish him off." The crew members clenched their fists. The more Lin Yan displayed signs of fatigue, the more their excitement surged. They were determined to prove that the illustrious Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest crew in the New World, could not be bested by a mere newcomer. In their fervor, they forgot that this was a rotational battle. However, after an extended struggle, Lin Yan had successfully dispatched over 50 members of the Whitebeard Pirates. And as the crew's voices grew hoarse, someone finally had an epiphany. "Wait, stop sending more challengers. Don't you realize he has already defeated over 50 of us?" This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, awakening the crew from their fervent haze. Though the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were fueled by passion, they were not foolish. Accepting the loss of 2 or 3 was one thing. 7 or 8 was tolerable. Even 20 was not entirely unacceptable. After all, they had come to understand Lin Yan's strength through their numerous encounters. Yet, the reality was undeniable. He had vanquished over 50 of their crew without breaking a sweat. His expression untroubled, even eager for more combat. Why is this newcomer so insistent on continuing the duel? Someone pondered that I see now. This is a trap he has set for us. He intends to exploit our desire to leave our mark on him, orchestrating this spectacle all along. After prolonged engagements, the astute among them finally spoke up, awakening the rest. The onlookers, too, came to a realization as if they had been enlightened that so. This fellow is merely pretending. How cunning. They gasped. Brother, you can't be this devious. Grandson of a turtle. Damn it. All the money I had before went to tuition. 200,000 berries. 200,000 is nothing. I've already put out 1,000,000 berries. I am at 800,000. I'm at 600,000. Just cut in line. The people around them understood the situation. Lin Yan was doing this just to milk them dry. Damn. All for a mere 200,000 berries. They lost all face. After realizing Lin Yan's strength, those crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates who had previously rushed to challenge him were left dumbfounded, in an effort to save face and reclaim their pride. Some even pulled out over 1,000,000 berries just to cut in line. Now, they had risked everything to pull together such a sum, only to pay for tuition in the end, and I'm losing my mind here. Damn it. Looking at the mountain of cash piled up beside Lin Yan, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates donned masks of anguish. This was all their tuition fees they had submitted. What was the fundamental reason for this outcome? Ultimately, it was that they all collectively lost their heads, disregarding everything, just to leave a footprint on his face. And what happened? Lin Yan's face remained unblemished, while their pockets were emptied. This day marked a day of prosperity for Lin Yan. Likewise, it was a day of bitter curses for the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could such a shameless person exist? One who would go to such lengths just to swindle money. Did our funds just slip away like that? How infuriating. You dare to touch our ship's money. Wait a moment, my head is spinning. What am I going to do? The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates cursed and grumbled. Looking at Lin Yan's face, they became increasingly furious, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't fight him. So they could only vent their frustrations verbally. Having never experienced such a thorough beating, they certainly learned a harsh lesson today. For those who didn't participate in the battle, it was fine. But for those who paid their tuition to join in, the sound of broken hearts echoed everywhere. Why isn't anyone coming up? Where is everyone? Stop dawdling. Where is the bravery of the Whitebeard Pirates? Didn't you all say you would make me pay? That you would show me why the flowers are so red? One by one, you boasted about kicking me off the ship. Hurry up. I am standing right in front of you. Trample me as you wish. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss this chance, it won't come again. Seeing that no one approached for a long time, Lin Yan quickly activated his map cannon. However, upon realizing the truth, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates grew disciplined. One by one, they no longer acted rashly, sitting quietly, refusing to make a sound. That it was precisely because they had listened to this guy's taunts that they had acted recklessly before. I am not listening anymore. As you please. Observing the scene where not a single person among the crowd spoke, Lin Yan fell silent. He looked at his system. Task 2. Within 10 days. Defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. 13. Task 2 remained stagnant. Among the 20 people he had just defeated, none had a bounty reaching 300 million berries. This led to the task failing to progress, and no one else stepped forward to challenge him. Lin Yan became somewhat anxious about this. This simply wouldn't do. He directed his gaze toward the various captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ordinary crew members didn't have bounties reaching 300 million, but if the captains didn't meet that threshold, it would be hard to justify. After all, even the lowest ranked Asan had a bounty exceeding 500 million. Lin Yan addressed the captains. Captains, why don't you come up and give it a try? Upon hearing this, the previously silent Moby Dick erupted into chaos. The over 1,600 crew members were all stunned. What is going on? Is he really challenging the captains? Don't joke around. You can't seriously think that defeating us ordinary crew members qualifies you to challenge the captains. The captains are the elite forces of the Whitebeard Pirates. They are not to be compared with ordinary crew members. You are far too arrogant. Don't forget, you've already fought over 20 crew members. Now you want to challenge the captains while exhausted? Have you lost your mind? I must admit, you do have some strength, but you are leagues away from our captains. It's best to stop now. Rookie, knowing when to quit is the best way to save face. The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were initially bewildered and shocked, then moved to disbelief. Just as they had said, he had merely defeated their ordinary crew members. Now he was puffing up his chest. actually attempting to challenge the captains? The ship was filled with derisive laughter. Each face bore some degree of mockery. Truly a rookie, unaware of his own limitations. How could he possibly compare to the captains? In contrast to the mocking crew, the other members of the 16th Division who had witnessed Lin Yan battle Asan remained silent, knowing the truth. They understood that Lin Yan had yet to display his full strength. At that moment, a deep voice resonated across the deck of the Moby Dick. Jozu stood up, his rugged voice declaring, "In that case, I shall be your opponent, third captain." As Jozu stepped forward, the crowd erupted in surprise. Jozu, the user of the diamond fruit, was undoubtedly the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. If their father, Whitebeard, was the strongest man in the world, the very backbone of the Moby Dick, then Jozu and the other captains were the firm foundation of the crew. Jozu's strength was second only to Whitebeard and Marco. Now that a captain had personally stepped in, the crew's enthusiasm began to rise. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates were acutely aware that they were not Lin Yan's match. Continuing to fight would only lead to their own demise. With a captain now taking action, teaching a rookie a lesson would be a piece of cake. Wouldn't it? Come on. Upon seeing Jozu, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Jozu, not one for many words, simply nodded. Like Asan before him, Jozu had long forgotten how long it had been since he last fought due to the crew's ban on private duels. Let him see just how strong this person who had defeated Asan truly was. After saying that, Jozu unleashed his devil fruit powers. Instantly, diamond-like armor enveloped his body, leaving only half of his face exposed. As sunlight cascaded down, Jozu, adorned in diamonds, appeared exceptionally radiant. If Marco was the sharpest spear of the Whitebeard Pirates, then Jozu was undoubtedly the hardest shield. Bull. As Jozu's foot struck the deck, the Moby Dick, floating upon the vast ocean, sank slightly beneath his weight. That he lifted his fist, encased in diamonds, and hurled it towards Lin Yan with the force of a meteorite. Facing Jozu's onslaught, Lin Yan did not flinch. A layer of square-shaped armed hockey enveloped his fist. As Jozu charged forward, Lin Yan retaliated with a punch. Boom! Their fists collided in a fierce clash, a raw exchange of power that sent shockwaves rippling outward from their epicenter. The Whitebeard Pirates' flag snapped in the gust created by their impact, causing the surrounding crew members to stagger slightly. After the exchange, both combatants were evenly matched. The speed was astonishing, but it was Jozu's strength that truly astounded. Having previously experienced Lin Yan's prowess, Zhang was most qualified to comment on his speed, which was so extraordinary that it was nearly imperceptible even to his observation hockey. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yan's might remained equally formidable. It is important to recognize Jozu's identity, the staunchest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates, unmatched in strength, with few capable of challenging him, save for their captain. Yet today, Jozu had encountered an adversary who stood toe-to-toe with him in power. Impressive. Similarly, Marco, Vista, and other captains of the divisions noted this detail. Their captain, Whitebeard, nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Well played." At that moment, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, particularly upon witnessing the evenly matched exchange of blows. They recalled that Lin Yan had previously engaged over 20 of their crew members, each battle extending into the hundreds or even thousands of exchanges, thousands of rounds. Surely, even a bull would tire eventually. Yet Lin Yan appeared to possess boundless stamina, as if he were operating on some supernatural level. Of course, beyond the notion of extraordinary stamina, many speculated a second reason. Perhaps, during his encounters with those 20 crew members, he had not truly unleashed his full potential. The realization sent chills down many spines that it was a distinct possibility. If his strength far surpassed that of their average crew members, it would mean that today, all 1,600 of them had been outmaneuvered by a mere newcomer. The singular thought racing through their minds was an exclamation of dismay. From the very beginning, this newcomer had cast an immense net, waiting for them, the naive fools, to plunge headfirst into his trap. In a remarkably brief span, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates grasped the unfolding situation. However, clarity brought discomfort, akin to discovering a fly in their meal. They had only heard tales of deceit and treachery before, but now, faced with the reality, all 1,600 of them were left dumbfounded. Regrettably, no one had the luxury of dwelling on their feelings. The battle between Lin Yan and Jozu raged on. Jozu, a top-tier powerhouse of the Whitebeard Pirates, possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities granted by the glow fruit. His immense strength was complemented by a body as solid as a rock. Just the defensive prowess alone was enough to leave Lin Yan at a disadvantage, let alone Josie's extensive combat experience that in their exchanges. Lin Yan found it rare to gain an upper hand against him. After all, Josie was the vice-captain of the Whitebeard crew, a position on par with an admiral. With such standing, how could Josie be anything less than formidable? Yet Josie's brow furrowed slightly. He too felt the weight of the pressure Lin Yan exerted. While his strength may have matched Lin Yan's, he was significantly outpaced. Had it not been for the formidable defense of the glow fruit, Josie would have found himself at a disadvantage long ago. Moreover, according to Zong, Lin Yan appeared to be a devil fruit user. Having fought for such an extended period, Lin Yan had yet to reveal his devil fruit ability. It was evident that this individual likely possessed strength surpassing even Josie's. Josie's expression grew graver. I have heard you are a devil fruit user. Show me your full strength, Josie called out to Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crew members abruptly lifted their heads. Wait, what did the captain just say? A devil fruit? This guy is a devil fruit user too? Impossible. If he had such power, why hadn't he used it against the 20 of us earlier? The crew was left in a state of shock, their nerves frayed. It must be noted that a devil fruit can grant one immense abilities, yet it also bears significant drawbacks. Almost 99% of devil fruit users rely heavily on their fruit's powers. The most notable example being Admiral Kazu. Zephyr once asserted that if Kazuru did not correct his course, he would inevitably face dire consequences due to his reliance on the light fruit. But Lin Yan, a clear devil fruit user, had never employed his powers against their 50 or 60 crew members. What did this imply? It suggested that this newcomer had likely not even unleashed 30% of his true strength. No, it was even less than that. Merely less than 30% of his power was sufficient to dominate all the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. While the crew members may not rival the division captains, they were nonetheless formidable in their own right. Not without reason for being hailed as the strongest pirate crew, the crew members were left in stunned silence. Just how formidable was this newcomer? Watching the crew squirm in discomfort, Whitebeard nodded in approval. This was the very scenario he desired. At the same time, Whitebeard regarded Lin Yan with newfound respect. This fellow possessed strength, capability, and a knack for deception that left no room for escape. If only I had possessed half of his cunning in my youth, perhaps I would have avoided many unnecessary detours. In Lin Yan, Whitebeard glimpsed a rare reflection of his own youthful vigor. As for Lin Yan, upon hearing Josie's words, he merely smiled faintly. Captain Josie, your strength is indeed formidable, and your defensive capabilities are unparalleled. Yet beneath that impenetrable shield lies a fatal weakness. Have you recognized it? Xiaozi squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yan from head to toe. What weaknesses? It was not only Xiaozi. Marco, Izong, and even Whitebeard fixed their gazes upon Lin Yan, eagerly awaiting his response. That you'll find out soon enough. Lin Yan maintained his composure, teasing them with a hint of mystery, without elaborating further. Bang! Unfazed, Xiaozi's mindset remained intact as the battle resumed. Onlookers initially believed that Lin Yan's claims of discovering flaws were mere bluster. However, the ensuing scene left everyone utterly astonished. Just as Xiaozi and Lin Yan were evenly matched, a sudden flash of crimson light erupted from Lin Yan's eyes, revealing a mysterious Tomo symbol within his pupils. It was the Sharingan. Indeed, Lin Yan had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon unlocking the Sharingan, Lin Yan refrained from employing any grand technique. Instead, he simply uttered two words: illusion. Xiaozi's strength lay in his formidable defense. Yet therein also lay his vulnerability, his overwhelming defensive capabilities. Throughout the war, Xiaozi had faced formidable opponents. He had withstood the attacks of Hawkeye, clashed with Akainu, collided with Aokiji, and endured the might of Kizuru. It could be said that he had battled nearly every strong fighter imaginable. But when it came to Doflamingo, he was swiftly taught a lesson. Just a few threads ensnared Xiaozi, rendering him powerless. This time, as the vice-captain, Xiaozi nearly lost his reputation. Consider the expression on Doflamingo's face when confronting the drought-stricken Jack. Cold sweat pouring down, unease brewing within. And what about when facing Aokiji? Aokiji demanded respect, and Doflamingo dared not deny him. Yet when it came to Xiaozi, he was directly subjected to a lesson in humility. The level of humiliation was profound. his strength a double-edged sword that led to both triumph and defeat. This was Xiaozi's most fatal flaw. Of course, Lin Yan's illusion was quite elementary, easily dispatching ordinary foes. However, against a powerful adversary, it might not yield extraordinary results. Nevertheless, catching someone off guard proved to be effortless, with the Mangekyō Sharingan activated. The illusion took effect as expected. How could Xiaozi withstand Lin Yan's sudden onslaught? He was struck head-on, his pupils momentarily glazing over, his body stiffening in place. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone aboard the Moby Dick, a resounding thud echoed as the highly anticipated Xiaozi collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Xiaozi's fall, the Whitebeard Pirates fell into a brief silence, lingering for what felt like an eternity before a wave of uproar erupted. He lost? Captain Xiaozi actually lost? How is that possible? He was their 3rd division captain. Previously, when crew members fell to Lin Yan, they accepted it as a learning experience. But Xiaozi was different. He was the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a pinnacle of strength. Now, even the captain had succumbed to this newcomer. The crew felt as if the world had tilted, utterly bewildered, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Aside from the crew, Marco, Bista, and others also stood up, unable to maintain their composure as they gazed at the fallen Xiaozi. Just moments ago, what power had Lin Yan wielded? All they had seen was a flash of red light in Lin Yan's eyes, followed by Xiaozi's collapse. Why? How could such a situation arise? I knew this fellow had secrets. Yizong slammed his hand down, inhaling deeply. There were far too many aspects of Lin Yan he did not comprehend. The most critical factor remained. This individual possessed an outrageous level of strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task has been updated. Task 2. Within 10 days, defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. Defeated Yizong, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 16th Division with a bounty of 510 million, and Xiaozi, captain of the 3rd Division with a bounty of 1,400 million. Current task progress, 23. Completing the task rewards, 20 bait. At that moment, following Xiaozi's fall, Lin Yan's task refreshed. Clearly, he was merely one step away from completing his mission. Is Captain Xiaozi alright? The medical team rushed out, examining Xiaozi but finding no clues. They could only turn to Lin Yan, the instigator. He'll be fine. Just let him sleep it off. Lin Yan waved his hand, responding calmly. Who else wishes to step up and give it a try? He began to beckon for his next opponent. At this moment, there were no more doubts aboard the Moby Dick. I'll give it a shot. After Xiaozi was carried away, Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, stood up. He stroked his handlebar mustache with one hand while resting the other on his saber. Bista, a top swordsman of the Whitebeard Pirates, was regarded as the most likely candidate to challenge the title of the world's greatest swordsman, currently held by Hawkeye Mihawk. Facing Bista, Lin Yan turned to Whitebeard and asked, Captain Whitebeard, may I borrow a sword? Borrow a sword? Whitebeard responded, his eyes flickering with surprise. Could it be? Soon. His speculation was confirmed as Lin Yan intended to employ swordsmanship in a duel with Bista. Beyond his physical prowess and strength, Lin Yan's swordsmanship also ranked at an elite level. Skills: swordsmanship 7100, physical arts 7100, marine 6 styles 7100. Before long, a sword was presented to Lin Yan. The clash between him and Bista was imminent. Swordsmanship, beyond the mastery of technique, hinged on speed. Of course, while Lin Yan's swordsmanship was exceptional, he still fell short compared to the years of experience Bista had honed in the sword arts. However, in terms of speed, Lin Yan held the advantage. They exchanged blows, neither able to establish dominance at that moment. Yet, from the perspective of the Whitebeard Pirates crew, the scene unfolded differently. Engaging in a clash of strength with Xiaozi and now contesting swordsmanship with Bista, Lin Yan was effortlessly sweeping through the Whitebeard Pirates with less than 30% of his power. How long must one train relentlessly to reach such heights? More importantly, how old did Lin Yan appear? Just over 20 in terms of age, he was comparable to their 2nd Division captain, Ace. Young as he was, his strength surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates was utterly flabbergasted. A genius, a prodigy. No, this was an unparalleled monster. Even their father in his youth might not have been this formidable. Henceforth, even if further shocking and unexpected events occurred, they would no longer be astonished. Ultimately, in the clash with Lin Yan, Bista faced defeat. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Bista did not concede. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task has been completed. Task 2. Within 10 days, defeat 3 enemies with a bounty of 300 million. Current progress. Defeated the 16th Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izo, with a bounty of 510 million. Defeated the 3rd Division Captain, Jozu, with a bounty of 1,400 million. And defeated Bista, the 5th Division Captain, with a bounty of 780 million. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have obtained 20 bait. Following Bista, Lin Yan's task was also accomplished. The 20 bait had been secured. Yet at this moment, the other division captains were eager to challenge him. The captains of the 7th, 8th, and 15th divisions all stepped forward to issue their invitations. In response, Lin Yan outright declined. His task had been fulfilled, and there was little significance in continuing to fight. Moreover, the pile of money had already grown to the height of a small mountain. Greed would only lead to ruin. It was time to call it a day. Hearing Lin Yan's refusal, the faces of the division captains revealed a look of disappointment. Meanwhile, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates watched as Lin Yan expertly gathered his riches, their hearts bleeding. All this money had been offered by them. Yet now, any protest would be futile. They could only swallow their bitter defeat in silence. After this battle, Lin Yan's strength had earned the recognition of everyone aboard the ship. The status of Jozu and Bista within the Whitebeard Pirates was well known. They were comparable to the 7 warlords and admirals. Lin Yan had taken down both division captains in one go, placing him at least at the level of an admiral. Even if he could not rival a true admiral, he had certainly brushed against the threshold. Contemplating this, the crew felt increasingly conflicted. Indeed, it was not just the old man as personal recruitment, but the attendance of all division captains that underscored the significance of their actions. Who else could command such a display from the Whitebeard Pirates if not a powerhouse at the admiral level? Reflecting on their earlier foolish behavior, the crew felt an impulse to slap themselves. What had they been thinking? Upon learning that an admiral-level powerhouse was willing to join another crew, any other pirate faction would welcome them with open arms. Yet here, among the Whitebeard Pirates, they had wished to kick someone overboard instead. Was this truly the behavior of a respectable crew? Many crew members felt uneasy about their impulsive actions. Just as they were steeped in shame, Whitebeard rose to his feet, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire Moby Dick. "Are we finished?" His voice boomed, reverberating across the deck of the Moby Dick. The crew slowly lifted their heads, a wave of confusion washing over them as they wondered why the old man had chosen this moment to speak. But soon, Whitebeard's solemn voice weighed heavily upon their hearts. "Lin, your strength is formidable, powerful enough that Izo, Jozu, and Bista are no match for you. Frankly, I was quite astonished by your performance today. Your prowess reveals to me boundless potential. But do you know why I orchestrated this confrontation?" Confrontation? Lin Yan paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. This duel had been planned by Whitebeard. Whitebeard observed Lin Yan's astonishment and continued calmly. "What kind of atmosphere do you think exists within the Whitebeard Pirates? I believe, after spending some time here, you should have noticed. Look around. Who among you is not arrogant, just because I personally welcomed a newcomer? A couple of you couldn't handle it. If this continues, we will inevitably suffer grave consequences. To be honest, today I intended to use your hand to correct this unhealthy trend." Lin Yan remained silent. It seemed Whitebeard had indeed taken note of the situation. Whitebeard's gaze scanned the over 1,600 individuals present, and with a stern voice, he declared, "Haven't you always considered yourselves above others? Why, then, is your dignity trampled to dust here before Lin? Have you been atop your pedestal for too long, untouched by hardship, that you've developed a distorted sense of superiority? The world's greatest pirate crew, the foremost of the 4 emperors of the New World, has become so inflated by external praise that you've lost sight of yourselves, becoming arrogant and short-sighted. Do you believe you are worthy of the title of a member of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Listening to Whitebeard's admonition, the crew knew all too well the distasteful arrogance in their hearts. They lowered their heads in despair. Lin, prior to this, they had never heard of him. Now, a stranger had appeared, wreaking havoc on the Moby Dick, leaving them utterly powerless to retaliate. In the face of such circumstances, what right did they have to be arrogant? I hope you remember today's defeat and do not allow arrogance to fester as it once did. Under Whitebeard's reprimand, the Moby Dick fell into a profound silence, akin to chastised children bowing their heads in shame. Whitebeard maintained a stern expression, and once the atmosphere had sufficiently simmered, He turned to Lin Yan with gravity and inquired, "Lin, tell them how long you have been training." In his mind, Lin Yan's extraordinary strength, coupled with his youth, indicated he had undoubtedly devoted himself to relentless training day in and day out. Now, it was Lin Yan's turn to be at a loss for words. Well, does a year of training count? Of course, he would never say that. Lin Yan, much like a timid rabbit before a domineering landlord, hesitantly raised 3 fingers. 3 years. In truth, he had intended to say 2.5 years. But upon reflection, he decided against it, knowing he would only face scolding and be sent a green corpse letter. The line must not be crossed. What? 3 years of training. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard coughed, nearly choking. 3 years to achieve such strength. Is that for real? Yet Whitebeard immediately added, just take a good look. Someone who has trained for only 3 years has made you all look utterly lost. How can you sleep at night? What right do you have to be complacent? Whitebeard's voice echoed powerfully, igniting the spirits of the crew. Indeed, the old man was right. In recent years, since Roger's surrender and the imprisonment of the Golden Lion, the old era's 3 great pirates had dwindled to just the Whitebeard Pirates, dominating the seas. They had gradually succumbed to the allure of leisure. If this continued, they would eventually be surpassed by newcomers. They needed to work hard. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a crew member stepped forward and directly apologized to Lin Yan. Whether it stemmed from Lin Yan's formidable prowess or their prior arrogance, the root of the matter lay solely with them. I am sorry. Please forgive our earlier rudeness. The beginning of everything is fraught with difficulty. With one individual taking the initiative, the crowd of over 1,600 people below began to apologize to Lin Yan in unison. Observing the crew members shedding their previous airs of pride and arrogance, a smile gradually spread across Whitebeard's composed visage. This was the true essence of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he certainly did not wish for the grand organization he had nurtured for 4 to 5 decades to crumble into disarray due to hubris and vanity. Indeed, the swift resolution of the matter today was entirely due to Lin Yan's formidable strength. Whitebeard recognized the boundless potential within Lin Yan. To overlook such a neutral yet powerful ally would be a grave error on his part. With a single wave of his hand, he addressed Lin Yan. Lin, I am grateful for your assistance. I would like to extend the invitation once more. Would you be willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates? This marked Whitebeard's second invitation to Lin Yan. Listening to Whitebeard's words, it was impossible for Lin Yan to claim that his heart was untouched by the situation. After all, as a fan of the sea, who would not harbor an interest in the Whitebeard Pirates? However, Lin Yan pondered deeply that he recalled the precarious future that awaited the Whitebeard Pirates, from the pinnacle of glory to a tragic decline, from the heights of achievement to the depths of despair. Recently, he heard of the assassination of the 4th Division captain by Teach, while the 2nd Division captain, Ace, was already in pursuit of him. What did this signify? In the near future, an unprecedented war from the world of pirates was on the verge of erupting. The Marineford War, a monumental event in the annals of pirate history, marked the greatest battle since the dawn of the Age of Pirates and was the turning point for the Whitebeard Pirates from prosperity to ruin. The eventual outcome led to the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace, resulting in the disintegration of the Whitebeard Pirates, which had thrived for decades, into a mere shadow of its former self, stripped of its imperial status upon the seas. Lin Yan realized he could easily remain an outsider, avoiding this tumultuous affair. After a moment's contemplation, he declined. I must respectfully refuse. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, and the division commanders were left speechless. The entire crew was astonished. Truthfully, to let such a talent slip away would be a source of regret, even for Whitebeard. However, with Lin Yan already having declined twice, further invitations seemed rather inappropriate. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Izang approached from behind. Lin, you are already aboard our ship, and given how far things have developed, why not accept old Dad's invitation? He continued, even if you harbor some grievances against our crew, they have all apologized. Hearing Izang's words, the crew chimed in. Indeed, we acknowledge our past mistakes. If you are still displeased, feel free to take it out on us. As long as you are appeased, we will comply with your wishes. Take it out on you. Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. Observing Lin Yan's hesitance, Izang recognized an opportunity. As the saying goes, one must cater to one's expertise. Ordinary methods might not entice Lin Yan. Izang was aware that mere flattery would have little effect. Genuine sincerity was essential. By sheer coincidence, Izang knew exactly what Lin Yan desired. With a sly smile, he pressed on, "Lin, if you stay with us, I will petition old dad for a fourfold salary." Fourfold. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's ears perked up, capturing the pivotal information. Well, observing Lin Yan's reaction, Izang realized this was more than a mere chance. It was Cupid's arrow striking true. "Let us do it this way. I will request a tenfold salary increase." While all other benefits remain unchanged, Izang raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing expression. He was now offering a substantial incentive. Continuing, Izang declared, "Lin, not only is there the salary, but our crew also boasts exceptionally generous benefits. Should you choose to join us, you will find an abundance of perks beyond your imagination. 10 times the salary is laid before you. Who could refuse?" Lin Yan turned to Izang, sharing a knowing smile. A mutual understanding blossoming between them. "Deal. Haha, Lin, welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates." Lin Yan's acceptance brought immense joy to the entire crew. The more powerful individuals aboard the Moby Dick, the stronger their foundation became. Of course, Lin Yan did make one stipulation. He would not refer to Whitebeard as dad. Listening to Lin Yan's request, Whitebeard waved his hand dismissively. It was only natural for Lin Yan, having just joined their family, to feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Whitebeard was accustomed to such situations and was determined to win Lin Yan over with his actions and his love. "Let us celebrate the arrival of our new crewmate with a grand feast." Whitebeard bellowed to the assembled crew. A vibrant banquet was held aboard the Moby Dick, with everyone raising toasts to Lin Yan as comrades of the bottle. They shared laughter and camaraderie, and with a few drinks, the earlier misunderstandings dissipated like mist. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and Lin Yan found himself moved by the lively ambience, gradually integrating into the festivities. Meanwhile, as the Whitebeard Pirates reveled in their newfound unity, another piece of news regarding them was transmitted back to the Marine headquarters via Den Mushai as one of the current Yonko. The actions of the Whitebeard Pirates were under meticulous scrutiny by the Marines, with several undercover agents strategically positioned in the waters surrounding the crew's territory. At this moment, a colonel rushed into the office of the Marine Fleet Admiral, clutching a Den Mushi. "Report, Admiral," the colonel announced. "We have received news from Whitebeard's side." He promptly handed the Den Mushi to the Admiral. Within the Marine office, 3 figures sat upright. One of them, draped in a long robe adorned with numerous honors, was crunching on sunbae, each bite producing a crisp sound reminiscent of chips being chewed. With graying hair and a weathered face that still exuded vigor, he was none other than the legendary Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. His formidable fists once drove the pirate king, Gold. Roger, to the brink of despair, earning him a near-mythical status within the Navy. Behind Garp lounged a figure with an eye patch, partially reclined in his chair, legs crossed, eyes closed in a state of half-dreaming. He was one of the current 3 admirals, Kazan, also known as Energy, the center of the office, under the prominent banner emblazoned with the symbol of justice, sat the current fleet admiral of Marineford, the supreme commander of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha. A strategist and a king of the old era, he was often mentioned in the same breath as Garp and Tsuru, forming the legendary Iron Triangle of the Marines. His unparalleled strategic prowess had once made him a nemesis of the likes of Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger, instilling fear in the hearts of the old generation of pirates. As the commotion from the Whitebeard Pirates reached their ears, Garp paused his consumption of senbei, while Akiji lifted the edge of his eye patch. Sengoku spoke calmly. "Bring it forth." Soon, news of the Whitebeard Pirates recruiting a new crew member spread, becoming well known to Sengoku, Garp, and Akiji. Logically, the recruitment of new crew members by the Whitebeard Pirates is quite a commonplace occurrence, much like the Navy's annual enlistment drives. However, therein lies the problem. Upon learning that this newcomer had just boarded the Moby Dick and had swiftly defeated the entire Whitebeard crew, even overcoming formidable commanders such as Jozu, Vista, and Izo, a peculiar glimmer of intrigue sparkled in the eyes of the 3 Do. It seems Whitebeard has managed to recruit an extraordinary individual. Akiji straightened up, sitting upright as he remarked. Eliminating several commanders in succession indicates that this individual possesses at least top-tier strength. Garp nodded slightly in agreement. Lin, as Sengoku gazed upon this name, he pondered. He had never encountered such an individual before. Who is this person? "Admiral, prior to your arrival, our personnel conducted investigations. This individual does not appear on the Navy's bounty list. The colonel had prepared thoroughly. Listening to the colonel's words, it became evident that this person was neither a member of the Navy nor a pirate, but rather a neutral entity. The fact that he had defeated several commanders was significant, particularly given the prowess of these commanders. Not to mention Izo and Vista, Jozu was one of the few within the Whitebeard Pirates whose bounty exceeded 1 billion. A preliminary assessment suggested that this newcomer's strength must begin at a minimum of 1 billion. What does a starting point of 1 billion represent? Moreover, and crucially, merely capturing a handful from the ocean led to such a fortunate find. How fortunate is Whitebeard? Why can't the Navy recruit such talent? This detestable Whitebeard, having recently suffered the loss of the 4th Division captain, Ace, now has another individual, Lin, who surpasses the other commanders. Such luck is truly unmatched. Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly, a look of concern crossing his typically stoic visage. He rubbed his temples. In recent years, since Roger announced the existence of the One Piece and ushered in the age of exploration, the Navy's dominance over the seas has waned significantly, especially with the increasing number of pirates. The strong are countless, and the Navy's governance has become increasingly arduous. Across the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, in the New World, the number of pirates has reached an astonishing figure, creating immense trouble for the Navy. Consequently, Sengoku realized that as the fleet admiral, it was time for him to take action and devise a plan. In the vast expanse of the seas, in terms of strength and influence, the Whitebeard Pirates are undeniably unparalleled. Hence, after deliberation, the Navy decided to launch a series of operations against the Whitebeard Pirates. The spark of the era's leader must be extinguished. Whitebeard has become Sengoku's primary target for eradication. But how should the Navy proceed against one of the 4 emperors, a dominant force in the New World? This requires careful long-term planning. Not long ago, due to the influence of a certain fruit, the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division captain, Ace, had fallen. This was monumental news for the Navy that a division captain holds significant sway within the Whitebeard Pirates. And now with the loss of one, their power is diminished. The intention was to exploit this weakness for strategic advantage. Little did they expect that so soon, the Whitebeard Pirates would gain another captain-level powerhouse. This was yet another source of exasperation for Sengoku. The position of Fleet Admiral is indeed no easy task. Long hours of strategizing have caused Sengoku's white hair to increase over time. Sigh, leaning back in his chair, Sengoku mused how beneficial it would have been if someone like Lin, a neutral figure, had been discovered first by the Navy. Garp, issue orders to closely monitor the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates. Until we engage with them, we must avoid any unforeseen complications. Sengoku is not one to dwell on regrets. While it is indeed unfortunate, he merely resolves to act. He immediately instructed Garp to proceed. As it was not prudent to hastily issue a bounty based on initial reports, they must observe and plan for future endeavors. Understood. Garp readily agreed. Meeting adjourned, Sengoku signaled for everyone to disperse. However, at the very moment the meeting concluded, the tranquility of the Grand Line was far from settled. The burgeoning reputation of Lin had only just begun. Although Lin Yan had yet to gain much notoriety, the fame of the Whitebeard Pirates was undeniably soaring, even eclipsing that of the Navy. Throughout these seas, who would dare to be unfamiliar with the Whitebeard Pirates? As the foremost of the 4 emperors in the New World, they attracted countless observers, particularly from the media. Upon learning of Lin Yan's exploits, they immediately returned to publish sensational news, detailing the recruitment of a new crew member by the Whitebeard Pirates. If it were merely a typical recruitment, it would suffice. However, upon learning that this newcomer had forcefully boarded the Moby Dick and swept through the formidable ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates, a great commotion erupted across the Grand Line. Many shared a common thought. What status does the Whitebeard Pirates hold in these waters? How powerful are the individuals aboard? In the Grand Line, merely encountering a passerby could yield answers. Now, the illustrious Whitebeard Pirates had been overwhelmed by a newcomer. Incredible, particularly upon seeing detailed reports of how the newcomer had bested those commanders. Many couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, but on one hand, they marveled at Lin's extraordinary prowess. On the other, they were astonished that the Whitebeard Pirates had struck gold with such a powerful addition to their ranks. Their overall strength would ascend to new heights. In the New World, among the red-haired pirates, the query arose. Lin? Who is this individual? Under the radiant sun and clear skies, Shanks, after delivering a bounty to a seagull, opened the day's headlines. What met his gaze was news of the happenings within the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon learning that this newcomer had decisively defeated Jozu, Vista, and Izo, even Shanks displayed a look of astonishment. This Lin is no ordinary individual. Ben Beckman, the first mate, also directed his attention to the newspaper, within a castle, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the world's foremost swordsman. Dracul Mihawk reclined with his leg crossed. His hawk-like eyes scanned the newspaper with sharp intensity. One hand supported his head, while his brow furrowed deeply. The other hand gripped the paper. Lin, in terms of swordsmanship, is not inferior to Vista. If one were to speak of devotion to the sword, I would be second to none. Even Shanks, the red-haired, would have to step aside. Vista is among the few who could threaten his title as the world's greatest swordsman. If even Vista has fallen to Lin Yan, to what heights has Lin's swordsmanship ascended? Curiosity gradually welled up within Mihawk's heart as he contemplated the Navy headquarters. How astonishing it was that they had managed to defeat so many formidable foes of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru had just returned to Marineford, yet he was immediately met with news regarding the Whitebeard crew. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, a sly smile crept across his somewhat disheveled face. How truly terrifying, he mused. Bah, merely a jester. Should he dare to present himself before me, I would rend him asunder without hesitation. Behind Kizaru, Akainu, having perused the newspaper, ignited his fist with flames. The paper disintegrated into ashes under the searing heat of his magma. The flickering flames cast a cold light upon Akainu's impassive visage. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom exclaimed, My, Whitebeard has held the title of the strongest of the 4 emperors for many years. Hasn't he? It seems you are only regressing with AG. It is high time to relinquish that title. After reading the newspaper, she shook her head in disbelief. Who would have thought that the Whitebeard Pirates, whom she had not encountered for so many years, had become so utterly feeble? A mere newcomer had swept through their vast crew with ease. In Wano country. On Onigashima, Kaido raised his chin, gazing at the newspaper while taking a swig of alcohol. His eyes brimmed with arrogance. He had long coveted the position of the strongest among the 4 emperors. It seemed that, before long, the Emperor of the Sea would be compelled to abdicate. With this thought, a sinister glimmer flickered in Kaido's gaze. In the first half of the Grand Line, on Banero Island, Blackbeard trudged wearily from the ruins, dragging his fatigued form step by step. Beads of cold sweat dripped onto the ground, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, despite his own predicament, Blackbeard erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Second Captain, did you ever imagine you would meet such an end? Beside him lay a man, bloodied and battered, covered in dark substances. The iconic tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates adorned his back. He was none other than the current 2nd Division commander, Portgas D. Ace. Why was Ace, blood-soaked, in a state of unconsciousness here? It turned out that earlier that day, as Lin Yan swept through the Whitebeard Pirates, a fierce confrontation had erupted on Banero Island. On one side stood Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, while on the other was Marshal D. Teach, who had recently betrayed the crew after acquiring the Darkness Fruit. Their long-standing animosity flared as they exchanged few words before clashing violently. The collision of Ace's Flame Fruit and Teach's Darkness Fruit ignited a battle that darkened the skies above Banero Island, leveling the very ground beneath them. Though Blackbeard bore wounds aplenty, the exhilaration in his eyes was unmistakable. He had bested the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha ha ha! Second Captain, I thank you for this splendid gift. In return, I shall express my gratitude by obliterating the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard's eyes sparkled with madness. His motives for joining the Whitebeard Pirates had always been clear: to bide his time and await the perfect moment to soar to greatness. Now, with the arrival of the Darkness Fruit, his ambitions were ignited. His aspirations had never been to simply succeed as a division commander or to become a warlord of the sea. From the very beginning, Blackbeard's singular goal was to usurp the Whitebeard Pirates and establish himself as the emperor of the new era. As he pondered his meticulously crafted plans and the future within his grasp, Blackbeard could hardly contain his excitement. Everything would commence with Ace, with the Whitebeard Pirates. Just then, his subordinate, Bash, delivered a newspaper. Captain, there's news about the Whitebeard Pirates. In the headlines, Blackbeard noted that the Whitebeard Pirates had recruited a newcomer. Lin, despite his exhaustion, he dismissed the significance of Lin Yan. What tempest could a mere newcomer stir? He merely anticipated the moment when the Whitebeard Pirates would meet their demise, and whether this newcomer would regret having joined them. Van Augur, contact the Navy and inform them we have a lucrative deal for them. Without lingering, Blackbeard immediately began reaching out to the Navy after capturing Ace. The undercurrents of the Grand Line began to brew from this moment onward. Meanwhile, after settling Lin Yan, Aizu proceeded to introduce him to the various amenities of the Whitebeard Pirates and the current situation aboard the Moby Dick. After about 3 to 5 hours, Lin Yan had gathered a substantial understanding. At this juncture, Aizu turned to Lin Yan with an awkward smile and inquired, "May I ask you for a favor?" "A favor?" Lin Yan paused. After all, Aizu had already requested a tenfold salary increase. So this mere favor hardly seemed a daunting task. "Speak freely. Shall we engage in another bout?" Aizu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yan, taken aback, responded, "Did we not already spar before?" "Lin, I shan't beat around the bush. Since our previous encounter, I have felt a lack in many aspects, be it strength or capability. Moreover, the defeat I suffered at your hands has inadvertently honed my overall skills, so how about we have another match?" Aizu proposed eagerly. Hearing Aizu's words, Lin Yan chuckled, having expected something far more serious. Very well. Upon agreeing, both parties made their way to an open area, a region governed by the Whitebeard Pirates, where they would not be disturbed. The duel was about to commence. Given that this was a spar, the intensity was not lethal but rather a demonstration of skill. However, the commotion generated by their clash was tremendous. The very ground beneath them trembled. Catching the attention of the Whitebeard Pirates crew nearby, is the ground shaking? One crew member wondered. Could it be an invasion by another pirate crew? Quick, let us investigate. Many on duty abandoned their posts, hurrying towards the source of the disturbance. They soon found themselves drawn to Lin Yan, and in that moment, many pairs of eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Lin Yan gripped the thunderous power of the Thunder Fruit, unleashing a tempest of lightning that surged forth to subdue the formidable Izong. The heavens were set ablaze with bolts of lightning, obliterating everything in their path, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Previously, aboard the Moby Dick, the crew had only known that Lin Yan was a wielder of a devil fruit. Yet they had never witnessed the nature of his abilities. Now, as they beheld the cataclysmic display of electricity in Lin Yan's hands, the crew was left in sheer astonishment, their jaws agape. Could this truly be the manifestation of his devil fruit? The sheer ferocity of the storm was utterly terrifying. Why was Lin engaged in a duel with Captain Izong? Were they merely exchanging blows? This was an opportunity for us to observe and perhaps glean insights beneficial for our future training. As more and more spectators gathered, a considerable crowd began to form to witness the spectacle. Regrettably, their observation was short-lived, as the battle was nearing its conclusion. In truth, Lin Yan had no intention of utilizing the Thunder Fruit. However, at Izong's insistence, he revealed his formidable powers. Consequently, Izong could barely endure for even 20 minutes. Under the relentless barrage of lightning, he was struck with full force, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. He lay there, utterly battered. "Lin, you are incredibly strong." Izong felt once more the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and Lin Yan. As long as you are willing to exert effort, it is merely a matter of time before you catch up. Lin Yan replied candidly. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Izong felt his previous fatigue dissipate. "If the opportunity arises, we shall engage again. I am always at your service," Lin Yan responded with a cordial demeanor. For Izong, this was merely a method of augmenting one's strength, while for Lin Yan, it was a gesture of gratitude for Izong's efforts in securing a tenfold increase in his salary. However, what was unexpected was that within the span of a single night, the news of the duel between Izong and Lin Yan began to spread throughout the Whitebeard Pirates. It is worth noting that prior to this, aside from Jaws and Vista, the other captains had regrettably not had the opportunity to spar with Lin Yan. This had left them quite frustrated. Upon learning of this event, the captains were in unanimous agreement. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Lin Yan's doorstep was besieged by nearly all the captains, from the 3rd Division Captain Jaws to the 16th Division Captain Izong. Their intentions were clear. They simply wished to challenge the newcomer. What malice could there be in that? Hatch. This was his first day aboard the Whitebeard Pirates. Expecting a tranquil morning, Lin Yan was startled to find a row of burly men blocking his entrance. His sleepy eyes widened in surprise. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yan exclaimed, astonished by the crowd at his doorstep. Are you all here to take me hostage? Surely this can't be right. Subsequently, the captains clarified their purpose. They merely desired to engage in a friendly contest with Lin Yan. Upon hearing their intentions, Lin Yan began to piece together the situation. Nevertheless, a slight frown creased his brow. To be honest, if only one or two had come to challenge him, he would have been amenable. But what did it mean for over 10 of them to arrive together? Did they consider him a mere punching bag? Absolutely not. Lin Yan understood that he must refuse their request. Otherwise, this would surely lead to future occurrences. Adopting a serious demeanor, he firmly declined. Is there a misunderstanding? Do you think I, Lin, have no dignity? What kind of decorum is this? Engaging in violence at such an early hour? Is there no moral compass among you? Disperse at once. Upon hearing Lin Yan's stern words, the captains exchanged glances, and within their eyes, they found amusement after yesterday's events. They had already discerned Lin Yan's character. Lin, it is indeed a bit excessive for so many of us to challenge you. Let us do this. We shall adhere to the rules you previously established. However, being division captains, we must insist on a different treatment. They sought to negotiate the terms of their engagement. For instance, the standard crew rate is 200,000 berries per match. Surely, for us captains, it must start at 300,000 berries. Considering your feelings and the extended time accompanying us in battle, this should reasonably reach 500,000, at the very least. And with this bout alone, we anticipate several matches, totaling at least 7 or 8 hours. Witnessing us for that long must weigh heavily on your mind. Adding in a bit for emotional distress, we calculate a starting fee of 1 million berries. How about this? The 13 of us will take turns sparring with you, and with Marco absent, we propose a total of 20 million berries. This shouldn't be too much to ask, should it? The captains pressed Lin Yan with fervor. Upon hearing their proposal, Lin Yan stood momentarily stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? However, upon realizing that they were offering 20 million berries simply for a sparring session, Lin Yan's earlier stance of not caring about dignity began to shift. After all, who would turn down money? Gentlemen, please come in, Lin Yan exclaimed with a broad smile. Today, I shall accommodate all of you. The captains burst into laughter, immediately preparing for their forthcoming contests against Lin Yan. To them, this might seem like an ordinary sparring session, but Lin Yan perceived it differently, with 20 million berries at stake. They were explicitly requesting him to serve as their sparring partner. If he failed to demonstrate sincerity, would their money not be wasted? Now that they had entered the arena, he felt compelled to ensure they received their worth. Otherwise, he would feel guilty about accepting their money. Ultimately, he could not allow them to feel it was unworthy and later seek refunds. Lin Yan was determined to take this seriously, and the cost of his earnestness would manifest as a day that would be etched into the memories of the captains as one of utter despair. In order to ensure they did not feel cheated, Lin Yan held nothing back, showcasing his vast array of powers, the devil fruit, martial arts, swordsmanship, the Navy's 6 styles, illusions, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan, among others. This comprehensive display of abilities left even the notoriously tough Jaws reeling, as he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Yan's prowess, emerging with a battered visage. The other captains fared no better. What was initially expected to take 7 or 8 hours to extract the 20 million berries was condensed to less than 2 hours under Lin Yan's focused efforts. In a mere 2 hours, the captains found themselves utterly defeated, as if the life had been drained from them, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Marco, the ship's doctor, was caught in the ensuing chaos when he witnessed the battered figures of the captains. From Jaws to Izong, limping into the infirmary, his expression was one of utter disbelief. What on earth happened to you all? Marco inquired, eager to understand the events that transpired. After Jaws recounted the tale, Marco erupted into laughter. You all banded together to challenge Lin, only to be taught a lesson instead. The captains, filled with shame, hung their heads. To pay for a beating was an unprecedented absurdity. They felt utterly embarrassed, each one retreating into themselves, having been thoroughly humbled by Lin Yan. After all the captains of the divisions had entered the infirmary, this matter swiftly began to ferment aboard the Moby Dick. It was previously thought that Lin Yan's recent actions were already astonishing enough, yet they were unprepared for what was to come next. It was only the second day. A single individual had taken on over a dozen captains. And more crucially, he single-handedly pounded them into Marco's infirmary. This was simply extraordinary. As the crew members stood in shock, they suddenly realized that this newcomer's strength had surpassed that of their captains. Meanwhile, news also reached Whitebeard. Ever since Lin Yan had swept through the Whitebeard Pirates, the discipline within the crew had noticeably improved by leaps and bounds, all thanks to Lin Yan, with numerous captains consecutively defeated by him. It was evident that his prowess was exceptional. Good heavens, so many captains have fallen to Lin. This fellow truly knows how to stir up trouble. Whitebeard praised Lin Yan profusely. However, mere praise was insufficient. Such a person, if not given an appropriate position, would surely draw the ire of outsiders, and even the captains and crew would not stand for it. Moreover, if word got out, how would outsiders perceive the Whitebeard Pirates? Favoring kin over merit, lacking in discernment? Contemplating this, he made a decision that it was time to establish a new division. 3 days later, Whitebeard convened an internal meeting for the captains, and Lin Yan was included. During the meeting, Whitebeard announced before all, "From this moment forth, we establish the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." Captain Lin, upon hearing this news, the attending captains appeared unsurprised, as if they had anticipated it. Only Lin Yan displayed astonishment. What was happening? Why had he become a captain? He had only just joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Hadn't it been a day or two? To become a captain in such a short span was quite remarkable. Lin Yan looked up, meeting Whitebeard's gaze. Surely, this was no jest. The shock in Lin Yan's eyes was unmistakable. Of course not. Whitebeard replied with a smile. "Lin, go forth and embrace this responsibility. It is well deserved." He was eager to see how far Lin Yan, having emerged from the ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates, would venture upon the seas. Congratulations. The other captains beamed with joy. Lin's strength was undeniable. They had all felt the sting of defeat at his hands. It would have been unreasonable for him not to be appointed as a captain. Soon, the room was filled with a chorus of congratulatory voices. The news swiftly spread throughout the Moby Dick. Remarkably, not only did the captains refrain from opposition, but the entire crew of over 1,600 men likewise expressed unanimous support. In the pirate world, strength commanded respect. If one possessed power, all actions were justified. They raised their hands in fervent agreement to establish a new division for Lin Yan. Some even timidly inquired whether they could transfer to the 17th Division, given its recent formation and personnel shortages. "How about we host a banquet to celebrate the establishment of the 17th Division?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Old man, enough." Upon hearing Whitebeard's intention to indulge again, Marco turned his head and admonished him. Thus, the matter of the 17th Division was settled. Concurrently, news of the Whitebeard Pirates spread rapidly across the seas. The newspapers conveyed a straightforward message. A new division had been established within the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Lin Yan, who had only recently joined. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the Navy was currently engaged in negotiations with Marshal D. Teach. The two parties seemed to be plotting something, though the specifics remained undisclosed. Learning of the new division in the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku mused, "So, this fellow has indeed become the new captain of a division." "Sir, reports from our sources indicate that prior to becoming the captain of the 17th Division, Lin single-handedly defeated 13 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, showcasing astonishing strength." A colonel reported to Sengoku. The news of Lin Yan's remarkable feats had reached them as well. "Lin is likely to become a formidable adversary for our navy," Fu, the advisor, remarked as she removed her gloves and sipped her tea with calm composure. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were not to be trifled with, and now nearly the entire fleet had fallen to Lin Yan. His strength was not to be underestimated. There's no need for excessive concern. No matter how strong he is, he remains merely a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even the current Whitebeard would struggle to sway the entire ocean. In his prime, perhaps he could have managed it. Garp chewed on a rice cracker, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yan's rise. Indeed, Garp held a position of authority within the Navy and was one of the few capable of disregarding the captains. "Sir, there's another matter that warrants your attention. Reports from Sabeti Archipelago indicate that Kidd, Trafalgar Law, Jewelry Bonnie, and a host of other supernovas have landed," the colonel suddenly mentioned, referring to Sabeti Archipelago. Though the 4 emperors of the New World were formidable, they adhered to their established ways and faced scrutiny from the other 3 emperors, preventing any major upheaval. However, these supernovas were different, fearless and unrestrained. If they did not court trouble, how could they have earned the title of supernova? "Oh, are the supernovas converging on Sabeti Archipelago?" What of Luffy? Has he and his crew arrived at Sabaody? Upon hearing about the supernovas, Garp hastily set his rice cracker aside, despite Luffy's rebellious nature and penchant for drawing trouble. To Garp, he remained merely his grandson. Moreover, the reason Luffy could create such chaos on the seas while repeatedly evading the Navy was largely due to Garp's covert interventions. Yet, as the saying goes, a grandparent's affection knows no bounds. According to our scouts, the Straw Hat crew has not yet landed at Sabaody. The colonel scratched his head, answering awkwardly. Not yet? Then there's still time. Garp nodded. Garp, don't tell me you're planning to pull some strings again to ensure the Straw Hat crew passes through Sabaody Archipelago and reaches the New World unscathed. As soon as the words left his lips, Garp sensed the ominous gaze of Sengoku upon him. Sengoku had reprimanded Garp countless times for his behavior, yet this fellow remained obstinately unchanged. While Sengoku could comprehend the protective instincts of a parent, having once shielded his own child, he felt that Garp's actions were excessively brazen. No, absolutely not. Garp, feeling somewhat guilty, turned his head away and began to whistle. Meanwhile, news of the establishment of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates had crossed the ocean to reach the red-haired pirates. It was astonishing that Whitebeard had expanded his crew to include this newcomer, and it seemed that Lin possessed considerable talent. I think if the opportunity arises, we should board the Moby Dick and recruit Lin. Shanks took a sip of his drink and let out a hearty laugh. Boss, you're being a bit too ruthless, aren't you? Said the rotund Raki, a member of the red-haired crew, as he bit into a chicken leg. First, you wanted to poach Marco and Jozu, and now Lin. If you manage to steal him away, won't Whitebeard come after you? Jesus Burgess, the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, found Shanks' words amusing. A bunch of old rascals. The first mate, Ben Beckman, shot them a disapproving glance from the corner. Shanks took a keen interest in the affairs of the Whitebeard Pirates, back in the day, when he was an intern in the Roger Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates were their long-standing rivals, a remnant of the old era. They deserved Shanks' respect and consideration. Following the red-haired pirates, numerous factions received news of the establishment of the 17th Division, Big Mom's crew. The Beast Pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, and even the supernovas, along with the ordinary pirate crews traversing the Grand Line. If Lin Yan's initial joining of the Whitebeard Pirates was merely a prelude. Now, as he swept through the Whitebeard Pirates, overpowering other division leaders and forcefully establishing himself as the head of the 17th Division, his reputation skyrocketed, resonating across the seas. Newspapers and news reports inundated the world, dominating the headlines for an extended period, the fervor refusing to dissipate. In that moment, the name Lin was etched into the memories of people worldwide. Yet, regardless of the external clamor, the reports, and the remembrance of his name, what did it have to do with Lin Yan? Absolutely nothing. Presently, a colossal dilemma loomed before Lin Yan. Am I merely filming a martial artist? After the establishment of the new division, Whitebeard designated a plot of land for Lin Yan on the archipelago, serving as a temporary base for the 17th Division. However, upon Lin Yan's arrival, he realized the true meaning of a temporary base. The entire scene was desolate, devoid of any signs of life, a place so neglected that not even flies would deign to visit. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting rays upon the table, chairs, and cabinets, all coated in a thick layer of dust, accompanying Lin Yan in his solitude. Lin Yan's lips twitched. Judging by this appearance, it seemed he was destined to start from scratch. He couldn't help but reflect that being a division leader didn't seem so glamorous after all. Subsequently, he dedicated the entire morning to cleaning the premises. For someone possessing the thunder fruit, tidying up was a breeze. Swish, swish, swish. With lightning speed, in less than 10 minutes, the place was rendered spotless. If outsiders were to discover this scene, they would surely be left flabbergasted. Using the thunder fruit to clean. Goodness, is this something a person could conceive? This was no different from using the ice fruit to chill cola or the quake fruit to pop open beer. Once he had finished his tasks, Lin Yan chuckled to himself that a division with just a few members posed no significant troubles. Coincidentally, Lin had acquired 20 baits. It was time to go fishing. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan hurried to the nearby mountains of the archipelago. A long fishing rod appeared in his hands as he cast the bait into the ocean and skillfully began fishing. On the first day, ding, congratulations, host, you've caught a premium blind box while fishing. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding, congratulations, host, you've opened a premium blind box and gained a month of observation hockey training experience. Observation hockey training experience? Not bad. Lin Yan nodded and continued his focused fishing. On the second day, ding. Congratulations, host. You've caught a premium blind box while fishing. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've opened a premium blind box and gained a month of armament hockey training experience. After starting to fish, Lin Yan found himself unable to stop. On the third day, fourth day, ninth day, and 10th day, ding. Congratulations, host. You've opened a premium blind box and gained a month of devil fruit training experience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've opened a premium blind box and gained a month of martial arts training experience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've opened a premium blind box and gained a month of armament hockey training experience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've opened a premium blind box and obtained a golden pineapple, medium. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had slipped by. Lin Yan stretched his back. With his enhanced strength, his physique was beyond that of an ordinary person. Even after 10 consecutive days of fishing, he merely felt a hint of fatigue. Other than that, he experienced a touch of hunger, while everything else felt quite pleasant. However, at that moment, Lin Yan's gaze swiftly shifted toward the premium blind box. Oh, little Mei Mei has arrived again. Lin had secretly finished reading the previous volume of Golden Pineapple. He had been lamenting the lack of entertainment, and now the new volume was in his hands. Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. The system truly understands me. He promptly opened the book and began to scrutinize the lines of text with a critical eye, humming a little tune, leisurely immersing himself in the thrilling and tantalizing narrative. The more he read, the more enthralled he became, unable to put it down. Goodness! Is this the allure of the four great oddities? It had left him feeling emotionally drained, just as Lin Yan was fishing in the mountains. Whitebeard personally arrived at the 17th Division. It had been 10 days to half a month since the establishment of the 17th Division. It was time for him to see how Lin was faring. However, upon arriving at Lin Yan's residence, Whitebeard displayed a hint of confusion. Where is everyone? At the base of the 17th Division, Whitebeard found no one in sight. Old man, it seems the captain of the 17th Division is by the seaside. One of Whitebeard's subordinates informed him, by the seaside? What is Lin doing there? Whitebeard pressed for more information. I went to take a look. It seems the captain is fishing. The subordinate hesitated for a moment. Feeling nervous, after considerable deliberation, he decided to speak the truth. Gurara, it's just fishing, a personal hobby. Why are you so tense? As if he's doing something shameful. Whitebeard paid little mind to it. Having a hobby was a perfectly natural thing. Wasn't it? Since the establishment of the 17th Division, the old man had been stationed there without moving, and he had yet to return. His subordinate, steeling himself, added, "Father is standing before him. He wouldn't dare to lie." As expected, upon hearing this, the smile on Whitebeard's face quickly froze. Are you saying that since the establishment of the 17th Division, he has never managed its internal affairs, nor has he recruited crew members? The subordinate scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "That's correct," but Whitebeard's expression darkened. How could Lin be so lethargic? Did he think that being the sole member of the division exempted him from managing its internal matters? You enjoy fishing. Fine. That's your personal hobby, and Whitebeard wouldn't interfere. However, sitting in the back mountain for a solid 10 days without showing his face? Isn't there a limit to cultivating one's temperament? Whitebeard felt a surge of frustration well up inside him, nearly causing an explosion. But soon, he took a deep breath and composed himself. He had to remain calm. He was determined to reach Lin through compassion. Surely, the immense pressure of becoming the new division commander had driven him to seek release in this manner. However, after another 10 days had passed, when Whitebeard arrived at the 17th Division, he had expected to find Lin had made some progress. Instead, it was once again desolate. After 20 days, the dust on the tables and chairs had accumulated into mountains. Where is Lin? With his previously slightly darkened complexion, now even grimmer, Whitebeard inquired. The old man, the captain of the 17th Division, is still in the back mountain. His subordinate replied nervously, He isn't come down at all. Whitebeard suppressed his rising anger. Not at all. The subordinate felt as if he might faint. Captain, you should really stop fishing. The old man has already come down twice. If you don't come down soon, he'll be furious. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard said little more. He felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. If Lin were busy training and struggling to break through, it would be one thing. But the key issue was that he wasn't training at all. Fishing? Can fishing serve as a meal? Can it solidify your abilities? Can it enhance your strength? Clearly not. This was absurd. You all, go inform him that I'm waiting for him on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. It's time to have a serious talk with Lin. Thinking of Lin's potential and talent, it was almost effortless for him to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Grand Line. At such a young age, how could he neglect his body like this? Whitebeard would absolutely not allow Lin to stray further down this path of decline through fishing. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard occupied the main seat in the conference room. On either side stood Marco, Jozu, and Izo, who were also aware of the situation. The corners of Marco's mouth twitched, spending 20 days fishing, and the worst part was that the old man had found out. In their eyes, Lin would likely face dire consequences. Soon, in the back mountain, Lin learned of the situation just as he had run out of bait. He hurried towards the Moby Dick. However, upon his arrival before Whitebeard and the others, the conference room erupted in astonished voices. Everyone was dumbfounded at Lin's appearance, eyes fixated on him. They were shocked by his disheveled state, resembling a homeless vagabond, with a spider web adorning his head. Was this the same Lin who had single-handedly swept through the entire Whitebeard Pirates? Lin, what on earth are you wearing? Marco exclaimed in disbelief. Have you been begging on the streets? You look utterly miserable. Izo stood up as well. I heard you called for me, and I thought something significant had occurred that I didn't have time to tidy up. Lin replied honestly, scratching his head and removing the spider web from his hair. You mean to say you haven't moved at all in over 20 days? Marco couldn't help but press. Pretty much, Lin admitted without denial. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, how insane. Like a monk sitting in meditation, you haven't moved a muscle for over 20 days? They were left speechless. The anger that had nearly erupted from Whitebeard began to dissipate as he observed Lin's condition. Lin, I must say something to you. While fishing is your hobby, I cannot overly interfere. However, there must be a limit. Just look at your current state. How many days have you gone without food or drink? Speaking of food, Lin's stomach growled in response. Spending over 20 days without eating, drinking, or sleeping while fishing did indeed sound alarming. With your talents and enviable abilities, don't let them go to waste. Vista chimed in. Listening to their earnest advice, Lin dug into his ear. Training? What does that even mean? Does training compare to the allure of fishing? Does it enhance my skills faster than fishing? Of course. These were Lin's inner thoughts. Yet, he still feigned humility and replied, I understand. Observing Lin's sudden moment of enlightenment, Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. Aside from his fondness for fishing, Lin had no other major faults. Whitebeard decided against further anger. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them is a virtue. All right, you may go and clean yourself up. Also, after fishing for such a long time, take a couple of days to rest. Moreover, hurry and establish the 17th Division. If you need startup funds, feel free to come to me for approval. Whitebeard urged Lin to rest and recover from such strenuous fishing. Understood, Lin replied. He then departed. After spending 20 days in the back mountain, his hair had grown considerably, and his clothes were tattered and filthy. He truly looked a mess. Upon returning to the base of the 17th Division, Lin tidied himself up and grabbed a bite to eat. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding, esteemed host, new tasks have been issued. Task 3. Defeat a top-tier powerhouse from the Grand Line. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Task 4. Invite a top-tier powerhouse to join the 17th Division. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Task 5. Increase the 17th Division's membership to 100. Completing this task will reward you with 30 bait. Total, 90 bait. According to Reason, upon hearing the system announce tasks, Lin Yan was predominantly filled with excitement and exhilaration. However, upon witnessing 3 tasks being thrust upon him in one fell swoop, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Why? Why were there so many tasks this time? A greater number of tasks signifies an increase in rewards. Fortunately, there were no time constraints attached to these tasks. In other words, he could complete them at his leisure. Nonetheless, whether it was defeating an elite powerhouse, inviting such a powerhouse to join, or ensuring that the 17th Division's membership reached 100, these were not tasks that one could accomplish with ease. It seemed he was destined to tackle all 3 tasks in one go. In this vast ocean, what did it mean to be an elite powerhouse? At the very least, one must possess the prowess of a vice-admiral. And beyond the vice-admiral, there are the division commanders, the admirals, the three calamities, the emperor's vice, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the admirals themselves. Above them are the 4 emperors and the pirate king. Not to mention elite powerhouses. Even first-rate powerhouses are a rarity on the Grand Line, let alone defeating them or inviting them. The mere chance of finding them is another matter entirely. Lin Yan rubbed his temples, realizing that this task was indeed quite challenging. Immediately, he sought a request from Whitebeard, hoping to venture onto the sea and test his luck. Upon learning that Lin Yan was beginning to consider the 17th Division, Whitebeard not only approved but also generously allocated 500 million as startup capital for the 17th Division. Go ahead. Lin Yan stared at the 500 million in his hands. Astonished by Whitebeard's extravagant generosity, feel free to use this money without hesitation. If it's insufficient, come back for more. Whitebeard declared with great enthusiasm. With just one phrase, 500 million was firmly in his grasp. Lin Yan suddenly found Whitebeard increasingly agreeable. Thus, Lin Yan set sail. He began his search upon the ocean. Due to his limited supply of alcohol, he nearly depleted his stock on the first day. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to savor tea slowly. Surprisingly, although he initially found tea unpalatable, as the fragrant aroma wafted towards him, he gradually began to appreciate its allure. Day 1. Tea. Day 2. Tea. Day 3. Lin Yan, how could you be so languid? Have you forgotten your mission? Do you not wish to establish the 17th Division? Do you not aspire to make a name for yourself? Day 4. Tea. Thus, meandering aimlessly for 4 days at sea, he regrettably encountered not a single soul. Lin Yan ceased his aimless indulgence and began to ponder. When would this fruitless search come to an end? Just then, a group of islands emerged before his eyes. What lies ahead? Lin Yan inquired of the boatman, pointing towards a distant island. Captain, that is the Sabaody archipelago, the boatman replied after consulting a map. Sabaody? I've unexpectedly arrived here. Lin Yan mused, stroking his chin. The Sabaody archipelago, also known as the Bubble Island, is situated at the center of the Grand Line. It serves as the epicenter of the world's economic hub and is a crucial passage to the New World. This is a unique island composed of 79 enormous redwoods, with its bubble culture being the most prominent feature. Due to the strategic importance of the Sabaody Passage, the island is heavily guarded by the Navy, making it one of the safest places in the first half of the Grand Line. To think that after 4 days at sea, he had found himself here. After a moment of contemplation, a slight smile graced his lips. Recently, he had heard that 11 supernovas were about to converge on Sabaody. This batch of supernovas, totaling 11, was referred to as the era of extreme evil. If this era is to be called extreme evil, it would hardly hold that title if no trouble were stirred. Although Lin Yan had largely forgotten the intricacies of the pirate world's narrative, he would not forget the iconic scenes featuring each supernova. His interest in the Sabaody archipelago, the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, was thus piqued. Under the sun's rays, the colorful bubbles began to rise into the sky from atop a redwood. Lin Yan surveyed the wondrous sight of the entire Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, several supernovas should have already landed on the archipelago. He vaguely recalled that the Straw Hat Pirates were the last to arrive, and it was their arrival that incited chaos in Sabaody. Lin Yan held little interest in the Straw Hat Pirates. His immediate priority was to complete his tasks. Coincidentally, Lin Yan knew the whereabouts of an elite powerhouse right here on the Sabaody archipelago. In the 13th Redwood District, he could see from a distance a small hill topped with a brightly lit tavern. Approaching the tavern, he looked up to see Shaki's Ripoff Tavern. A gentle smile crossed his face as he extended his hand to slowly push the door open. Ding ding ding. As the tavern door swung open, a series of wind chimes chimed melodiously. Welcome, the tavern's proprietress, who was polishing a wine glass, greeted with a smile. For most tavern owners, every customer entering their establishment is akin to a deity. However, for Shaki, each of these newcomers appeared to be a little lamb ready for shearing. Oh my, a handsome young man has come today. Noticing Lin Yan's appealing appearance, Shaki felt a surge of delight and thought to herself, I'll be kind and spare you a little. With her gaze fixed on Lin Yan, she casually inquired, What would you like to drink? Just whip up your signature drink. Lin Yan replied without concern. In the past, he would have meticulously examined the menu and deliberated before selecting a relatively inexpensive drink, but times had changed. With 500 million berries in hand, and having previously swindled the Whitebeard Pirates out of nearly 10 million berries, he was now feeling the joy of wealth. May I ask, with so many taverns around here, why did you choose ours? Shaki arched an eyebrow while mixing drinks, glancing at Lin Yan. That I came here specifically for you, Lin Yan said, sitting at the bar and gazing closely at Shaki. How cheeky. Shaki blushed, her face flushing a deep crimson. Despite her years of experience, she managed to maintain her composure, waving her hand shyly. I'm being serious, Lin Yan replied earnestly. However, I must remind you, as the tavern's proprietress, I am rather costly, Shaki subtly hinted. No worries. I recently acquired a substantial sum of money that I believe I can afford you. Lin Yan rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly responding that, oh, you do have some confidence, Shaki remarked with a playful tone. No problem at all. Although the two were engaged in casual conversation, Xiaqi's hands remained busy. Before long, a glass of her exquisite creation was presented before Lin Yan. You seem to be quite the connoisseur as well. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. What is it that you wish to know in my bar? Lin Yan regarded the expertly crafted drink and took a leisurely sip. It was fiery, more potent than the usual spirits. Yet, beneath that spiciness lay a sweetness that flowed down his throat. Indeed, the proprietress possesses commendable skills. Lin Yan acknowledged. Thank you for the compliment. It is the fruit of my years of experience. Xiaqi opened her cigarette case, expertly lit one, and held it delicately between her fingers. She crossed her long legs and, while exhaling clouds of smoke, awaited Lin Yan's next words. Once he had savored the drink sufficiently, he said, Proprietress, I would like to inquire about any formidable individuals in the vicinity. Lin Yan flashed a smile. Setting down his glass to tea that moment, his demeanor subtly shifted, a wild aura emanating from him. Characteristic of someone in a position of power. This individual is rather extraordinary, Xiaqi noted, her eyelids flickering. One of the few remaining members of the Bygone Rocks Pirates. She had weathered countless storms. With a mere glance, she could ascertain the formidable strength of the youth before her. Yet, as she gazed upon Lin Yan's familiar, yet unfamiliar visage, a frown creased her brow. She felt an unsettling familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before, but the specifics eluded her grasp. In the New World, there are plenty of powerful figures, especially with the presence of the four emperors. If you seek them, you may easily find them. Xiaqi pointed out a clear path to Lin Yan. To be honest, I have just come from the New World that I wandered around but found nothing. So I thought I might try my luck at Sabeti Archipelago. Lin Yan casually adjusted his ear and replied, seeking fortune here? How fortuitous. Not far from Sabeti Archipelago, there is an island called Mangekyō. It is home to admirals, vice-admirals, and many formidable figures from the bygone era. What do you think of that place? Xiaqi smiled, taking a drag from her cigarette. Mangekyō, you say? I believe I shall pay a visit there soon. It sounds promising. Do you have any other recommendations? Lin Yan recalled the imminent eruption of the Marineford War. After the chaos at Sabeti Archipelago subsides, the next immediate conflict would be the most grandiose battle of the Great Pirate Era. I have suggested many places, yet you seem unsatisfied. Recently, several intriguing powerful figures have landed on Sabeti Archipelago, including 11 supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. Are they not worth your attention? Xiaqi directed her focus towards the supernovas. These youngsters are far too weak. Lin Yan shook his head, dismissing the notion outright. Youngsters? Xiaqi's lips twitched as she scrutinized Lin Yan from head to toe. You hardly seem much older. So, dear proprietress, would you care to test just how old I am? Lin Yan popped a cherry tomato from the plate into his mouth. Xiaqi was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, I shan't beat around the bush any longer. I wish to know if there are any hidden powerhouses near your tavern. Just a heads up, preferably someone of extraordinary caliber, a legendary figure from the bygone era, the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Oh, by the way, his surname is Silvers. Lin Yan locked eyes with Xiaqi, observing her in silence as expected. Upon hearing the name Silvers, a flicker of panic crossed her gaze. Rayleigh, full name Silvers Rayleigh. Who exactly is this person? What could be the purpose of specifically seeking out old Ray? After pondering for a moment, Xiaqi feigned ignorance, saying, I know not what you speak of. Yet Lin Yan remained unfazed, calmly replying, it seems I have indeed come to the right place. Realizing the matter could not be concealed any longer, Xiaoqi scrutinized Lin Yan for some time, yet she maintained her silence. However, the vigilance in her eyes remained unyielding. Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, was one of the three great pirates of the bygone era and the right hand of Pirate King Roger. The Roger Pirates held a prestigious position across these seas, and even after their disbandment, for many years, their influence lingered. Even the Whitebeard Pirates had to yield in their presence. The reason Rayleigh had lived peacefully on Sabeti Archipelago all these years was primarily due to the fact that he posed no threat to the Marines. Coupled with his formidable strength, to engage him recklessly would be unwise, so they turned a blind eye, allowing him to remain in seclusion. Now, with Lin Yan's arrival, Xiaoqi sensed a crisis, and no matter what, she could not divulge a shred of Rayleigh's identity. Your identity is... Xiaoqi sought to ascertain Lin Yan's background. Lin Yan, he assured her, you are the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing those words, Xiaoqi instantly recognized his identity. Recently, the establishment of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates had sent shockwaves throughout the Grand Line. The name Lin Yan was well known. Xiaoqi realized why he seemed somewhat familiar. She had indeed seen him in the papers. In recent days, numerous fools had impersonated vice captains of the Whitebeard Pirates to swindle and feast. However, under the astute gaze of Xiaoqi, each of them had been thoroughly drained of their wealth and cast aside as vagrants. Yet this time, it was entirely different. Gazing at the seemingly refined youth before her, Xiaoqi understood that she had likely encountered the genuine article. She could hardly fathom that the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates would grace her tavern. What was even more astonishing was how remarkably young he was. Xiaoqi slightly lowered her head. Had he been an ordinary vice captain, she might not have been as astonished. However, the commotion Lin Yan had stirred within the Whitebeard Pirates was anything but ordinary. Though he had no bounty, preliminary estimates suggested that his strength was at least at the admiral level. Admirals, after all, were the pinnacle of strength upon these seas. How many could one count throughout the vast ocean? This was precisely the reason many harbored jealousy towards the Whitebeard Pirates. To simply turn over a card and stumble upon such a formidable individual was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thank you for the compliment. Now, may I inquire about Rayleigh's whereabouts? Lin Yan responded with a smile. You mentioned you were seeking extraordinary powerhouses. Xiaoqi suddenly posed a question, shifting the conversation. Lin Yan's aim was none other than Rayleigh. Although she was unaware of his intentions regarding Rayleigh, it was unlikely that he sought to reminisce about the past. If it was not for a nostalgic reunion, then the outcome could hardly be deemed favorable. Indeed, Rayleigh possessed formidable strength. However, that was in times gone by. In his prime, Xiaoqi had no cause for concern. But what of the Rayleigh of today? As the sun sets, he finds himself waning, his strength diminished. It was imperative that the old man and Lin Yan never crossed paths. Xiaoqi resolved this with unyielding conviction. "Do?" inquired the charming proprietress, her curiosity piqued by Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan was eager to hear Xiaoqi's response. "If you are on the hunt for an ultra-elite powerhouse, I suspect old Rayleigh need not personally intervene. I happen to know someone who may pique your interest." A knowing smile suddenly graced Xiaoqi's face. Observing Xiaoqi's fervent attempts to redirect attention away from Rayleigh, it seemed this old man had quite the connection with the proprietress, protecting him so fervently. Could he be her husband? Lin Yan teased with a playful grin. At this, Xiaoqi felt her heart skip a beat. A rush of warmth crept to her cheeks, reminiscent of a girl whose secret has been exposed. Please, do not speak nonsense. What connection could I possibly have with him? Her gaze darted, and her words lost their earlier fluidity. "Ha! Very well. If you insist, I am indeed curious to know who this other person is," Lin Yan declared, addressing Xiaoqi. Humph! Suddenly realizing the implications, Xiaoqi cast a sideways glance at the laughing Lin Yan, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Today, she found herself being playfully teased by someone significantly younger. Infuriating as it was, she composed herself and stated, "Zifa, the Black Arm, I trust you have heard of this name?" "Zifa?" Lin Yan responded, her head snapping up at the mention. The Black Arm Zifa, once a top-ranking admiral in the world government's navy, he had emerged alongside figures like Garp and Sengoku, carving a formidable reputation on the seas that struck fear into the hearts of pirates. Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru were among those who had once been his students. It could be said that Zifa laid the foundational stones for the Navy's current dominance on the seas. In terms of honor, his legacy could rival that of heroes Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Known for his formidable armament hockey, he earned the moniker Black Arm throughout his career. He had vanquished countless pirates without ever taking a life, earning him the epithet of the non-lethal former admiral. Zifa's life had been fraught with adversity. In his earlier years, he lost his wife and child, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for pirates. In his later years, he devoted everything to the Navy, only to be betrayed by the very institution he had served. Disheartened, he renounced his position as admiral, just when it seemed that his story had reached its conclusion. He returned with the Neo Navy, seeking to upend the world. Of course, that was a tale for 2 years hence. At present, the Black Arm Zifa had only recently departed from the Navy. Lin Yan was taken aback to learn that Xia Qi was aware of Zifa's whereabouts. It appears you might have some interest. Xia Qi observed Lin Yan's expression, exhaling a sigh of relief. I might be inclined to share information about his location. Gazing at Xia Qi's resolute demeanor, Lin Yan surmised that Xia Qi would rather not disclose Rayleigh's whereabouts. Instead of clinging to the proverbial tree of Rayleigh, it would be wiser to seek alternative paths. Furthermore, Zifa's status and capabilities were not inferior to Rayleigh's. In fact, they may well surpass him. Without hesitation, Xia Qi divulged everything she knew about Zifa to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded repeatedly as she absorbed the information regarding Zifa's whereabouts. It seemed that Zifa had only recently resigned. This line of thought led her to realize that Zifa was now a free agent. A free agent? Did that not imply an opportunity to extend an invitation to him? Lin Yan's mission entailed 3 objectives: to defeat an ultra-elite powerhouse, to invite an ultra-elite powerhouse, and to assemble a crew of 100 for the 17th Division. While the third task could be set aside for now, the first 2 could easily align with Zifa. With this realization, Lin Yan felt as though clouds had parted, her eyes sparkling with renewed fervor. Zifa, you are indeed a coveted prize. If Zifa were to discover that Lin Yan and Xia Qi, 2 cunning individuals, were plotting against him at this very moment, he would likely erupt in fury. Have I just left the Navy for someone to set their sights on me? Do I not deserve a moment of peace to wallow in solitude? Then it is settled. Proprietress, this information is quite valuable. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Name your price, Lin Yan urged. Captain, as this is our first encounter, consider this information a token of our introduction. How does that sound? Xia Qi waved her hand, indicating that Lin Yan need not pay. No charge. Lin Yan regarded Xia Qi with suspicion. This was wholly uncharacteristic of her usual dealings. It seems the sun has risen in the west. Mr. Lin, please do not linger. You should depart swiftly. Xia Qi was eager for Lin Yan to leave, fearing that if old Rayleigh returned, it would create an awkward situation. To avoid any complications, it was best for this esteemed figure to make his exit post-haste. Very well, I shall consider it a favor in return. Lin Yan discerned Xia Qi's intentions and chuckled as he shook his head. Relinquishing the urge to tease her further, he promptly exited the tavern. Setting off towards Zifa's current hideout, the bar, Xia Qi watched Lin Yan depart, and after a long moment, she exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow. A wave of dizziness washed over her, leaving her utterly drained. At last, he was gone. Old Ray, I have steered clear of a significant trouble for you. Surely, you owe me some form of compensation. With this thought, a smile returned to Xia Qi's face. I seek nothing but your presence as repayment. Meanwhile, Lin Yan arrived at the designated location after some time. Is this the place? Lin Yan raised his head and cast his gaze toward a distant thatched cottage. Ever since he resigned from the Navy, Zephyr had departed from Marineford and sought refuge in the Sabati archipelago. During this time, Zephyr endured daily torment. He felt hatred and resentment, never imagining that the life he dedicated to the Navy would culminate in such treatment. Following the revelation of Crocodile's involvement in the Desert Nation incident and the defeat of the Straw Hat crew at the hands of the terrifying Moria, the 5 elders increasingly believed that it was time to reshuffle the warlords of the sea. The warlords were initially established by the Navy to counterbalance the 4 emperors. Regardless of their effectiveness, the warlords were recognized as legitimate pirates on the Grand Line, so much so that even if they committed heinous acts, the Navy could not easily move against them. This led to widespread ridicule from outsiders, branding them as government lackeys and Navy scum. Edward Weevil, also known as the son of Whitebeard, was listed by the 5 elders as a candidate for the next warlord of the sea. Upon hearing this news, Zephyr felt as if he had been struck by lightning, paralyzed and shocked. He had previously faced Edward Weevil in battle, during which Weevil had slaughtered all of Zephyr's crew and severed one of his arms. The thought of his students' desperate faces deepened Zephyr's hatred for Weevil. How could he not be furious at the realization that this man could become the next warlord? His disappointment reached a breaking point, and in a fit of rage, he resigned from his naval commission. Thus, the once-renowned Black-Armed Zephyr, a former admiral, severed all ties with Marineford. Gazing at the designated thatched cottage, it was indeed the secluded spot that Shaki had informed him about. It was hard to fathom that a former admiral had fallen to such depths. Lin Yan had some recollection of Zephyr. Regarding his experiences, one could only conclude that when you no longer serve a purpose, these people will not hesitate to cast you aside. Of course, his former friends, such as Garp and Sengoku, would never wish for Zephyr to leave so abruptly. Unfortunately, even Sengoku, the highest commander of the Navy, lacked the authority to intervene in such matters. Ultimately, the Navy serves the Celestial Dragons, the Five Elders, and the interests of Mangekyō. The Five Elders and the Celestial Dragons. Lin Yan tapped his head thoughtfully, and then a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Once his strength had grown sufficiently, he would surely pay a visit to the halls of the Five Elders and, while there, ascertain the true identity of this so-called imp. However, before that, enhancing his power was paramount. Who goes there? At that moment, a sharp voice rang in Lin Yan's ears. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a flowing blue gown leapt down from the branch of a bubble tree and landed before him. She had cascading sky-blue wavy hair and was adorned in a light blue ensemble. Her long skirt billowed elegantly, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, with her long legs standing tall and a cold, vigilant expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Yan, her brows furrowed in icy disdain. "Who are you?" she inquired, raising her pale, delicate arm to point at him. Lin Yan was captivated by her striking appearance, with features that could be likened to a masterpiece. She exuded an ethereal beauty that would easily score at least a 95 out of 100. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about others' names? Lin Yan assessed her for a moment before responding. "This area is off limits. I advise you to leave immediately." Ayn replied coldly. "You are quite the beauty, yet your words are so barbaric. This is the Sabaody archipelago, not your backyard. Have you purchased this land?" Lin Yan chuckled, retorting, "I will say this once more. Leave this place." Ayn's expression began to sour. "And what if I refuse to leave?" Lin Yan smirked, unfazed by her growing anger. "Humph, it seems I must force you to depart." Ayn's face darkened as she spoke. With that, the unreasonable woman made her move that a pink flame ignited in her hand, and she struck at Lin Yan. With a resounding bang, Ayn's palm collided with Lin Yan's body. "This is your own doing," Ayn remarked coldly. Indeed, she was a devil fruit user, possessing the power of the retrospective fruit. Once hit by her ability, a person would regress in age by 12 years. Upon reaching 0, they would cease to exist in this world. Looking at Lin Yan, who had just endured her slap, Ayn's eyes displayed no sign of disturbance. Yet the next moment, a languid voice interrupted her thoughts. "Excuse me. Miss, why are you battling a tree?" It was Lin Yan, reclining casually on a rock with a charmingly foolish grin. "What?" Ayn stared in shock as she observed Lin Yan sitting there, legs crossed. She had distinctly applied her retrospective fruit's power on him. Yet there was no effect whatsoever. As she regained her focus, she realized that her hand had struck a tree, which had now regressed by 12 years. The hint of panic flickered in Ayn's beautiful eyes as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Lin Yan, however, simply shook his head with a bemused smile. Ever since he learned to wield illusion techniques, his interest in them had only intensified. Indeed, from the very beginning, Ayn had fallen victim to Lin Yan's illusion. If this were the world of Naruto, perhaps an enemy would know how to dispel illusions. But where were they? In the pirate world, illusions were practically a game-breaking skill, not to mention when deployed through the Sharingan. They could be excruciatingly torturous. Try again. Ayn, refusing to concede, ignited the pink flames once more and attacked Lin Yan again. Alas, the outcome remained unchanged in less than 10 minutes. This beautiful young woman had succumbed to Lin Yan's prowess. "Now, can we converse calmly?" Lin Yan approached Ayn, towering over her. Her expression darkened, exhausted from the relentless torment within the illusion. "What exactly are you capable of? How can you be so formidable?" she gasped, bewildered. "Who are you?" Upon the presence of Lin Yan, Ayn was enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. "Do not inquire about my identity just yet." Answer my question. Is the former Marine Admiral Black-Armed Zephyr in the vicinity? Lin Yan softly inquired. What do you seek from my teacher? Ayn felt a shiver down her spine. Zephyr had only recently resigned from the Navy, and now someone was seeking him out. A foreboding sensation loomed over her. So Zephyr is your teacher. Then, lead me to him. At these words, Lin Yan displayed a look of understanding. Ayn wished to resist, but alas, she was already ensnared by Lin Yan and could offer no resistance. Before long, under Ayn's guidance, Lin Yan found herself before Black-Armed Zephyr. He was a robust man, with purple hair finely groomed, brimming with vitality despite nearing his 80s. However, the former admiral's commanding presence was notably absent. He appeared to be mired in despair, his countenance heavy with disappointment. Zephyr, sensing movement at the entrance, lifted his gaze. Yet, the moment he beheld the injured Ayn entering, accompanied by a stranger, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. His eyes locking onto Lin Yan with intensity. Who are you? Zephyr's brow furrowed, suspicion evident in his gaze. Does my identity truly matter? I am Lin Yan, the former Marine Admiral Black-Armed Zephyr, she replied. Maintaining her composure, Zephyr scrutinized her. She reciprocated the examination. Ayn hastily stepped behind Zephyr, her voice weak from her injuries. Teacher, this individual just barged in. Zephyr nodded, noting the wounds on his pupil. A mentor. He was fiercely protective. Did you inflict these injuries upon Ayn? He questioned. It was merely a minor conflict, and I must clarify, the wounds on this young lady were not inflicted by me, Lin Yan asserted. Shaking her head in denial, Ayn fell victim to an illusion, exhausting herself in the process. She cannot be blamed for this, most. I am a secondary offender. What is your purpose for being here? Zephyr's tone was sharp and decisive, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. The once dignified aura of a former admiral resurfacing. That I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my crew. My team has just been established and is currently recruiting members. Lin Yan stated candidly, revealing her intentions. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even the injured Ayn lifted her beautiful face in surprise. Your teacher has only just resigned from the Navy. And you have sought him out already? How swift of you! Zephyr's tone darkened before he continued. Better early than late. Wouldn't you agree, Admiral? Lin Yan replied with unruffled grace. So you are a pirate? Zephyr suddenly inquired, suspicion lacing his words. It is known that in these waters, pirates and the Navy are sworn adversaries. Having just resigned, the only individuals who might seek him out would be from the pirate factions. Lin Yan neither confirmed nor denied, yet her silence spoke volumes. Upon realizing Lin Yan's reticence, Zephyr's demeanor shifted. His anger began to swell, his fists tightening, veins bulging. Do you not understand who I am? Zephyr's gaze turned frigid. What do you mean? Lin Yan questioned, perplexed by his words. Although she had a semblance of familiarity with Zephyr, the intricate details of his past eluded her. After all, why would she expect a pirate to comprehend her? Zephyr's laughter was sudden, tinged with bitterness. Inquire what he loathed most in life would yield one answer. The detestable pirates who stir the seas. His wife, his children, everything he held dear had been shattered by their hands. His hatred for pirates ran deeper than any other. Upon discovering Lin Yan's identity, he roared, "Die!" With a resounding crash, he raised his mechanical arm, launching a punch towards her. Lin Yan's expression tightened. After all, Zephyr was a former Marine admiral. When he struck, he did so with devastating force. In the blink of an eye, he was before her, his strength rivaling that of any captain she had previously encountered, if not exceeding it. With a thunderous boom, the ground quaked as his mechanical arm smashed down, creating a massive crater. In an instant, chaos erupted, debris scattering as the very structure trembled and shattered. Amidst the swirling dust, Zephyr swept his hand, dispersing the haze around him. Your speed is commendable. I must concede, you possess some measure of strength, but that is where it ends. Zephyr regarded Lin Yan nonchalantly. I have no desire to engage in combat, but if possible, might you grant me the opportunity for a verbal spar? Lin Yan expressed, indicating her reluctance to clash with Zephyr. You may wish to refrain, but I do not, Zephyr declared, his patience wearing thin. He raised his mechanical arm once more, a layer of dark hockey enveloping it. Having assessed Lin Yan's strength, he deemed her at least his equal. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, one must approach with utmost seriousness, especially considering Lin Yan's pirate affiliation. he unleashed his full power. And Lin Yan quickly realized that verbal persuasion would not suffice. Truth be told, engaging in verbal duels was not her forte, and she hesitated, uncertain if such tactics could quell Zephyr's prejudice and wrath towards pirates. However, Zephyr offered her no chance for dialogue, forcing her into a physical confrontation, fortuitously the arena in which Lin Yan excelled. Realizing this, she resolved to let her fists do the talking. Why must you compel me to fight? Admiral, let us wager. Lin Yan deftly evaded Zephyr's strike, maintaining her composure. What wager? Zephyr inquired, launching a sweeping kick aimed at her face, their exchange of blows punctuated by their ongoing conversation. Simply, let us wager on whether I can defeat you. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Arrogant. Zephyr scoffed, a hint of amusement in his tone, but do not rush. Allow me to finish. 1 round. Grant me 1 round of opportunity if I do not defeat you within that round. I will submit to your will. I swear. Lin Yan extended a finger and calmly declared, 1 round. Even Zephyr, who had previously been unyielding in his demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he erupted with fury. An overwhelming anger radiating from him. Madman. Zephyr slammed his hand on the table. How confident are you in your own abilities to dare speak so brazenly? Beside them, Ian was equally astonished by Lin Yan's words. Who was her teacher? The former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Admirals are among the most elite individuals of these waters. And who is Zephyr? He is a king forged in the fires of the old era. The old era and the new era are starkly different. Who represents the new era? Kid, Law, Ace, and a host of other supernovas. These are the names that come to mind. As for Luffy, let us not even mention him. Who were the titans of the old era? Roger, Garp, Sengoku, and the Red Count were merely the appetizers, not to mention the legendary king of the world, Rox, who dominated an entire age. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, and others were mere subordinates in Rock's grand scheme. Any top-tier powerhouse from the old era could effortlessly sweep across the Grand Line. That it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a dimensional strike. The man before him, an individual previously unheard of, arrogantly proclaimed he could defeat his teacher in a single round. Defeat Zephyr, who carved a bloody path from the old era. Surely, he did not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the thickness of the earth. How utterly arrogant of him, Ian remarked darkly. Both Zephyr and Ian were incensed. Yet Lin Yan remained unfazed, casually stating, let us begin. Zephyr cast a cold glance at Lin Yan, then clenched his fists. Even Roger, even Whitebeard, and even the once mighty Rocks would not dare assert they could defeat a Marine Admiral in a single round. Zephyr could not fathom Lin Yan's audacity to speak so defiantly. Youth may possess pride, but arrogance can lead to dire consequences. Crushing tornado. Zephyr's mechanical arm whirred to life, its components spinning at high speed. With the surge of kinetic energy, Zephyr's power escalated to a new zenith. He launched a devastating blow towards Lin Yan. Unperturbed, Lin Yan raised a hand to deflect the strike with remarkable ease. Crushing destruction ray. Zephyr unleashed his strength once more, his mechanical arm radiating brilliance. Yet no matter how he unleashed his might, it was all in vain, as Lin Yan thwarted every attempt. Observing Lin Yan's successive interceptions, Zephyr furrowed his brow. The pressure Lin Yan exerted upon him was immense. Who exactly was this fellow? Before he could ponder further, Lin Yan activated the power of the rumble fruit. It's my turn. In an instant, the air crackled with thunder and arcs of lightning. Akin to silver serpents, danced around Lin Yan. The torrential lightning tore through the sky, striking upwards, a dazzling display of power. Thunder Dragon. With the overwhelming force of the lightning, a thunderous dragon materialized, coiling around Lin Yan, rendering him akin to a deity of thunder. His stature seemed to grow grander. Then, Lin Yan pointed a finger at Zephyr. The fierce thunder dragon roared, emitting a resounding dragon's roar, waves of sound enveloping the area. As boundless lightning surged towards Zephyr in that moment, the entire world lost its color. Time felt as if it had frozen. Such formidable power. As Zephyr sensed the terrifying lightning, his expression shifted slightly. He quickly activated his most potent defense, striving to withstand Lin Yan's impending assault. Just then, a mysterious tomo appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, shimmering with brilliant red light. Illusion, he directly embedded the Genjutsu within Zephyr's gaze. Although the illusion was somewhat overpowered, particularly effective against individuals like Ian, Zephyr was nonetheless a marine admiral, a man hardened by the trials of the sea. His strength and willpower were beyond ordinary comparison. Even Lin Yan's illusion could only dull his senses for a second or two. That a second or two may seem brief, but for a powerhouse, especially one of Lin Yan's caliber, it was ample time to reverse the tide of battle. In that brief moment of vulnerability, the Thunder Dragon struck Zephyr, who was completely unprepared. Puff! A piercing sound echoed as the intense lightning impacted Zephyr. Even he could not withstand the onslaught of the Thunder Dragon. The dragon tore through Zephyr's body, continuing its path, obliterating several mountains behind him, creating a monumental pathway. The spectacle was so grand that the entire Sabeti archipelago shook violently. Witnessing this scene, Ian, who had previously doubted Lin Yan's ability to defeat her teacher in one round, was left in shock. Her teacher, Black Arm Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, once the backbone of the Navy. Although now retired and nearing his 80s, his strength diminished. His reputation still loomed large. Ultimately, he was once an admiral. A dead camel is larger than a horse, who could confidently assert they could settle matters with her teacher in a single round. Even if Whitebeard were present, he would only be left speechless. Ian's mouth fell open in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the man standing amidst the lightning. That he did it, he truly did it. The power is decent. Lin Yan waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding lightning like a receding tide. In terms of his own strength, even when facing a true Emperor-level adversary, he felt no trepidation, let alone against Zephyr, whose strength had clearly waned. Though Zephyr had been defeated, he was still barely clinging to life. As the one directly involved, he was most acutely aware of Lin Yan's prowess. How old could Lin Yan be? He appeared to be merely in his early 20s. That T.O. possessed the might of an emperor at such a young age. Even for Zephyr, even for Garp, Roger, and other contemporary titans, they were all in their 30s or 40s before they barely entered this echelon. Though Zephyr was weakened, he still spoke with incredulity. How did you achieve such a feat at just over 20? Listening to Zephyr's words, Lin Yan placed his hands behind his back, speaking with a resonant voice. It is solely through diligence and effort. For Lin Yan, the notion of hard work yielding rewards was a fundamental truth. The reason he attained his current strength and status was intrinsically linked to his diligence and sweat. His terrifying comprehension and astonishing talent made him a top-tier existence across the Grand Line. Unreservedly speaking, Lin Yan's ascent to his current heights was fueled by his unwavering will, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the new world. Thus, without further ado, I shall take my leave to go fishing. Diligence, effort? Put in a little more effort, and with determination, can one truly ascend to the ranks of Yonko in their early 20s? If such a statement were made regarding others, perhaps they would take it to heart. Who is Zephyr? He is a man who has nurtured numerous figures of admiral caliber, providing the Navy with a continuous influx of fresh talent, solidifying the very foundation of the Navy. He is acutely aware of the arduous journey toward achieving such a feat. Can you really still spout such nonsense? Even Ace, who bears the bloodline of Roger, is merely in his early 20s, barely reaching the strength of a vice admiral. He is still a far cry from the status of a Yonko. The combat power in Wano has already crumbled, and excluding Luffy, I find your claims utterly unbelievable. You little rascal are quite the mischievous one. Who exactly are you? Observing Lin Yan's incessant chatter, Zephyr ceased to dwell on the specifics of his strength. He was more curious about Lin Yan's identity. Lin Yan, captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan replied calmly. Upon learning that Lin Yan hailed from the Whitebeard Pirates, Zephyr suddenly recalled the captain who had recently dominated the headlines. So it is you. The 17th Division had only just been established, and the team was in need of personnel, hence the desire to recruit new talent. So, what do you say, former admiral? Shall we have a conversation? Lin Yan said with a smile. Following this encounter, the two had forged an unexpected camaraderie. Lin Yan held Zephyr in high regard. Just then, the system chimed in with congratulations. Lin Yan had completed a task. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task 3 has been accomplished. Task 3. Defeat a top-tier powerhouse from the Grand Line. Current progress. Defeated former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Watching the completion of a task brought Lin Yan immense joy, and his invitation to Zephyr grew increasingly fervent. Admiral, the Navy may not want you, but I do. The Navy has wronged you in the past. I shall not repeat their mistakes. Join my 17th Division. Upon realizing Lin Yan's affiliation with the Whitebeard Pirates and his status as a recently renowned captain, Zephyr's eyes flickered with intrigue. However, his deep-seated disdain for pirates made the idea of joining their ranks utterly inconceivable. "Do not bother persuading me further. Your strength is formidable, and I can see that I am not your match in that regard. Yet, this does not provide me with a reason to ally myself with pirates. Give it up. I will never join your crew." Zephyr firmly rejected. Having already been injured, his complexion had grown notably pale. Did he refuse so vehemently? Lin Yan felt a tinge of regret. Of course, there remains a possibility. Zephyr cast a glance at Lin Yan. "Oh, what possibility?" Lin Yan inquired curiously. "Kill me," Zephyr stated resolutely. Lin Yan was momentarily speechless. Observing Zephyr's unwavering refusal, he stood up and declared, All right. I do not take pleasure in coercing others, since you are unwilling." Hearing Lin Yan's words, Ein interjected, "Are you leaving then?" Lin Yan looked at Ein with a smile. "I'll come back tomorrow." As he spoke, Lin Yan indeed departed from the premises. Watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, Ein facepalmed, pondering why he had spoken out of turn. The following day, Admiral, after a day of contemplation. "Have you come to a decision?" As expected, Lin Yan arrived as promised, eagerly pressing for an answer. Zephyr, now bandaged extensively, once again rejected him. But on the third day, Lin Yan paid another visit. The fourth day brought yet another refusal. And the fifth day yielded the same outcome. When the sixth day arrived, Ein finally lost his temper. "Enough already. My master despises pirates. Why do you keep lingering around him? When will it end?" Lin Yan disregarded Ein's perspective. "Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." "Children?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Ein was both amused and enraged. "You seem to be younger than I am." Lin Yan paused for a second, his gaze settling on Ein before lowering it. Upon noticing the ominous sign, he gestured with one hand while stroking his chin, stating, "To be fair, I indeed am not older than you." Ein's face flushed with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth. "You rogue." Ultimately, through relentless effort, Lin Yan uncovered the heartache that plagued Zephyr. The name Edward Weevil echoed in Lin Yan's ears. Upon hearing the title son of Whitebeard, long-buried memories began to resurface. He recalled that Zephyr's arm had indeed been severed by Edward Weevil. Furthermore, nearly all the students aboard that ship had been dispatched by Weevil. The most critical aspect was that Edward Weevil had been nominated as a potential successor for the position of Warlord of the Sea. This reality was simply unbearable for Zephyr, leading him to leave the Navy in a fit of rage. "How about this, Zephyr? Let us strike a deal. I will help you eliminate Edward Weevil. And in return, you will join my crew," Lin Yan proposed suddenly. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zephyr slowly raised his head. "Do you comprehend how powerful Edward Weevil is?" Recalling Weevil conjured nightmarish scenes from Zephyr's memory, flooding his mind like a tidal wave at that time. He was advanced in age and his strength had waned. While he was no longer at the level of an admiral, it was still as previously mentioned. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Zephyr's foundation as an admiral remained intact. Yet, despite that, he had still lost an arm to Edward Weevil. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate Weevil's potential to become a warlord of the sea. "How strong he is not my concern. I have but one objective." As Lin Yan gazed at Zephyr, he continued, "I merely wish to extend a sincere invitation for you to join my ship." Lin Yan's words held genuine warmth and fervor. The passionate declaration struck a chord within Zephyr's icy heart. Unbeknownst to him, the once steadfast refusal of Lin Yan had begun to waver. Zephyr could not help but cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yan. "May I ask you a question?" "Speak." Lin Yan gestured for Zephyr to continue. "Why are you so insistent on inviting me to join your 17th division?" Zephyr inquired with curiosity. "Does it require justification, if I must provide an answer?" "I find you agreeable. Your former status as an admiral counts for something. The 17th Division has just been established and is in need of talent." Lin Yan answered candidly, without any pretense. Zephyr fell silent. He suddenly realized that his so-called hatred for pirates was merely one-sided. Zephyr despised those pirates who were utterly ruthless. However, he bore no strong animosity toward the likes of the Roger Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates. These were merely adventurers cloaked in the guise of pirates. They understood nothing of the true nature of piracy. Zephyr, in his current state, finds himself incapable of avenging the initial group of trainees. The might of Whitebeard too is formidable to the extent that even he feels powerless against it. However, the words spoken by Lin Yan have illuminated a glimmer of hope for Zifa. Furthermore, he perceives the sincerity in Lin Yan's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If you can deal with Whitebeard too, I might consider your request," with the unlocking of his mental block. Zifa spoke thoughtfully. "I have been awaiting this very statement," Lin Yan exclaimed with delight, and without further ado, he departed from the premises. Meanwhile, at the Knockover Tavern, Summer Chi greeted him with exuberance. "Welcome back. What brings you here?" Upon entering the tavern, Summer Chi let out a shrill scream upon spotting Lin Yan, her reaction akin to a startled creature. "What on earth is he doing here again?" she thought. "Cease your cries. One might mistakenly assume I am accosting you. For the record, I have no interest in an older woman." Lin Yan, aware of Summer Chi's reputation for intelligence, sought her assistance in tracing Whitebeard too's whereabouts. "You little imp, whom are you calling an older woman?" Summer Chi retorted, her forehead twitching with suppressed anger. "I am here to inquire about someone." Ignoring her ominous expression, Lin Yan pressed on with his inquiry. "Anyone but old Ray will suffice." Summer Chi, however, was adamant about not revealing Rayleigh's location. "You must know of Whitebeard too," Lin Yan inquired. "What business do you have with Whitebeard too?" Summer Chi questioned. Puzzled by Lin Yan's apparent search for the former Marine Admiral, Black Arms F.A.S. an information broker, "You seem rather inadequate," Lin Yan remarked leisurely. "Very well, I shall refrain from prying further." After a brief moment, Summer Chi compiled the information regarding Whitebeard too's whereabouts. "He is in Mangekyō." Upon hearing the name Mangekyō, Lin Yan paused momentarily before lowering his gaze. "This will be a challenging endeavor." Mangekyō serves as the Marine headquarters, a bastion of military might with admirals, generals, and numerous vice-admirals, representing the pinnacle of naval power. As the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin Yan was acutely aware that an uninvited intrusion into Mangekyō could unleash unforeseen turmoil. Yet, he relished the prospect of such daunting challenges. "How much for the information, Madam Proprietress?" Lin Yan inquired. "Discussing money can strain our rapport. We previously offered a complimentary service, so why not indulge once more?" Summer Chi responded. "You are quite generous, Madam Proprietress. I shall frequent your establishment henceforth." With that, Lin Yan exited the Knockover Tavern, leaving Summer Chi to contemplate. "Perhaps it would be best if you did not return." On the other hand, at Mangekyō, the fortified Marine headquarters boasted an array of sentry towers at each post, ensuring strict vigilance. Any sign of unrest would swiftly alert all ranks, plunging the Marines into a state of readiness. Lin Yan surveyed the area and nodded in acknowledgement of the rigorous defenses surrounding this crucial military installation. Nevertheless, he was undeterred and soon made his way into Mangekyō, though it appeared to be a vital outpost of the Marines. The archipelago comprised both Marine forces and civilian towns, representing a hybrid of military base and residential area, a reflection of the current state of Mangekyō. As Lin Yan navigated through the civilian quarters, he made discreet inquiries. Under normal circumstances, locating Whitebeard too would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, it was worth noting that, as a recent candidate for the warlords of the sea, Whitebeard too had established close ties with the Marines and had even taken up residence in Mangekyō. This connection facilitated Lin Yan's search, allowing him to swiftly uncover Whitebeard too's temporary abode. Many claimed that Whitebeard too was the biological son of the original Whitebeard, with the name Edward serving as a prefix to both their surnames. To verify this assertion, Lin Yan contacted Whitebeard via a transponder snail, probing for the truth. However, the response he received was unequivocal. Whitebeard had no biological offspring. Armed with this revelation, Lin Yan knew how to proceed. Meanwhile, after a lengthy wait, Mangekyō finalized the designation of the new warlords of the sea, with Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil, being appointed due to his formidable abilities. The next step involved the Marines issuing a public announcement to declare the new warlords, among whom was Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil. However, just as everything seemed to unfold as planned, a grim announcement reverberated through Mangekyō. Whitebeard too had perished that fateful night. Under the cover of darkness, while Whitebeard too reveled in the joy of his new title, he remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. The streets were desolate, and the tolling of the bell echoed through the night, heralding the arrival of midnight. "You must be Edward Weevil." Lin Yan approached the figure of Whitebeard too, who appeared as a corpulent man. Drooling and with vacant eyes, resembling a child with cognitive impairments. Aside from his distinctly curled mustache, he bore no resemblance to the legendary Whitebeard. "Yes, and who might you be?" Edward Weevil queried, confusion etched across his face. "That is precisely correct." At that moment, Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intensity as he activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The genjutsu took effect, rendering Edward Weevil motionless. In the next instant, a crackling blade formed in Lin Yan's hand. Crafted from the lightning of the rumble fruit, with a decisive motion, he struck at a sudden spray of crimson illuminated the night sky. Although Edward Weevil's prowess was not insignificant, the abruptness of Lin Yan's appearance, coupled with the nearly insurmountable power of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, proved too much for the warlord of the sea, Edward Weevil, who met his demise at Lin Yan's hands. The following day, when Edward Weevil's lifeless body was discovered on the streets, the blood had already congealed. The news sent shockwaves throughout Mangekyō. Bang! In a fit of rage, Admiral Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table and rose abruptly. "What on earth is happening here? We are as blindsided as you." "Admiral," within the confines of the conference room, Lieutenant, drenched in cold sweat, expressed, "Just yesterday, Edward Weevil was announced as the next warlord of the sea. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he has perished. The most alarming aspect is that he died here in Marineford, a place renowned for its formidable naval defenses and considered the safest location along the Grand Line. If this news were to escape, what would outsiders think of Marineford? Undoubtedly, our Navy's reputation would be reduced to a laughingstock." "Can this news be suppressed?" Sengoku inquired, his deep voice tinged with concern that it can no longer be contained. The lieutenant shook his head. The very moment of Edward Weevil's demise, media outlets already gathered in Marineford rushed in, snapping photographs and collecting information. Those who were slow are likely already printing newspapers, while the swifter ones have probably disseminated the news across various locations along the Grand Line. "Investigate. We must uncover the truth," Sengoku commanded decisively. The death of a warlord of the sea is not a significant blow to the Navy. There are countless powerful individuals upon the seas from whom a new warlord can be easily selected. However, the crux of the matter is that Edward Weevil died within our naval headquarters. An explanation must be provided to Mangekyō. I will take action immediately. The lieutenant hurriedly departed on that very day. Marineford was sealed off. A multitude of warships began patrolling the waters under Marineford's jurisdiction. Radar systems were activated, leaving no room for even a single fly to escape. Investigate the incident surrounding Edward Weevil's death. The Navy mobilized 2 or 3 divisions, numbering over 10,000 personnel. Regrettably, despite their efforts, the ultimate outcome was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. As the news of this incident gradually spread, it stirred the entire SEAT. It is worth noting that Mangekyō had just announced Whitebeard II as a warlord of the sea. Yet, before the throne had even warmed, Edward Weevil met his untimely end. Although his death was shrouded in mystery, the focus of attention did not rest on that point. One must acknowledge that Edward Weevil had held the title for less than a day. In other words, he was a warlord of the sea for merely a day before he met his end. The swiftness of his demise marks him as perhaps the most unfortunate warlord in history. Of course, after several days of investigation, although the Navy did not uncover the mastermind behind this incident, they did stumble upon a few clues. The day before Edward Weevil's death, individuals from the Whitebeard Pirates were spotted in Marineford. The Whitebeard Pirates? Upon hearing this, even Sengoku furrowed his brow deeply. Were it anyone else, he would certainly pursue the matter relentlessly. However, once it involved the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku realized that he must draw a line. He ordered that the investigation cease immediately. While this lead could potentially unveil the puppeteer behind the scenes, pursuing it would inevitably implicate the Whitebeard Pirates, a situation Sengoku was keen to avoid. Not long ago, Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, had been secretly transported to Marineford by the Blackbeard Pirates. Sengoku, in his quest to restore the Navy to its former glory as the dominant force of the Grand Line, had already been plotting against Whitebeard. The fortuitous capture of the 2nd Division captain presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike a blow against the Whitebeard Pirates. To put it bluntly, the entire Marineford was currently preparing for the impending war on the summit. The more critical the moment, the less room there was for unexpected complications. This was also the reason Sengoku was unwilling to continue the investigation. What if they inadvertently alerted the snakes in the grass? Marshal, why is this? The lieutenant, perplexed, questioned. This matter is not for you to know, Sengoku replied curtly. Furthermore, regarding the title of Warlord of the Sea, let it be conferred upon Blackbeard and his crew seamlessly. Sengoku did not elaborate further, permitting the lieutenant to act according to his instructions that I understand. With that, the lieutenant departed, leaving the conference room in silence. Sengoku, standing tall, made his way to the balcony. The sea breeze swept through, rustling the fabric of his robe emblazoned with the word justice. Gazing out at the vast ocean, Sengoku's expression was complex, laden with the weight of history. At last, the reckoning of the old era is about to commence. In the Sabaody archipelago, the news of Whitebeard II's death in Marineford had already reverberated throughout the world. Naturally, Zephyr had seen the headlines in the newspapers. Without doubt, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Yan. He had truly succeeded. Zephyr reclined in his chair, his emotions a tumultuous blend as he quietly observed the blinds. At that moment, upon hearing of Whitebeard II's demise, it felt as though a colossal burden had been lifted from his heart, allowing him to exhale with relief. Perhaps, resigning from the Navy was indeed a wise decision. At the very least, it had led him to encounter you in the Sabaody archipelago. Leaning against the wall, Zephyr gradually lifted his head. Just a short time ago, he had been utterly disillusioned with the Navy, departing from Marineford. Yet, in such a brief span of time, an upheaval of monumental proportions had transpired, leaving Zephyr momentarily lost in thought. Creak. At that moment, their door swung open as the sunlight flooded in. It illuminated Lin Yan, rendering him strikingly radiant. I have arrived, Lin Yan announced as he entered. Please, have a seat. Zephyr, unlike before, did not hastily dismiss Lin Yan, but instead invited him to sit. Ayn, standing nearby, dutifully presented a chair to Lin Yan. She regarded him with a gentle gaze, softly saying, "Thank you." Regarding Zephyr's severed arm, Ayn was among the few survivors who understood his feelings of grief and regret. Likewise, she harbored immense gratitude towards Lin Yan. Oh, whatever happened to that fierce little tigress from before? Lin Yan jested. Surprisingly, this time, Ayn did not retort. She continued in a soft voice. The events of that time have always been a knot in both my and my mentor's hearts. Thank you for helping us. Listening to Ayn's heavy words, Lin Yan replied. It's nothing that he chose not to pursue the jest any further, nodding slightly. Lin Yan, you killed Edward Weevil, the warlord of the sea they designated. Aren't you afraid of retribution from the Navy? Zephyr inquired, setting aside his book to question Lin Yan. Fear their resentment? Lin Yan replied, I would rather say that the Navy simply lacks discernment. Who is Black Arm Zephyr? He was the one who laid a solid foundation for the Navy. Yet they abandoned this great general simply because of a certain Whitebeard II. In this regard, the Navy's vision leaves much to be desired. Lin Yan thought. Concerning Whitebeard II, he vaguely recalled a wealth of memories. After the battle on the top, Whitebeard fell, Ace perished, and the losses amounted to 70%. The Whitebeard Pirates never recovered from this blow. However, an even greater danger loomed ahead. Besides the oppression from the Navy and the Blackbeard Pirates, Whitebeard II was also the root cause of the Whitebeard Pirates' downfall. Lin Yan's decisive action was motivated firstly by a sense of duty towards Zephyr, and secondly, to safeguard the future of the Whitebeard Pirates from any threats. Upon hearing this, Zephyr gradually lowered his head. Indeed, a lifetime of dedication could not measure up to a mere few days of Whitebeard II's influence. How tragic this was, although the Navy's vision was lacking. In your presence stood someone who yearned for your inclusion in his crew at all times. So, have you made your decision now? Join my pirate crew. Lin Yan once again extended an invitation to Zephyr. A rare smile graced Zephyr's weathered face, his wrinkles easing somewhat. In truth, the moment Lin Yan proposed to assist him in dealing with Whitebeard II, Zephyr had already made his decision. Under Lin Yan's expectant gaze, Zephyr's response was a single word. All right, teacher. Ayn's eyes brimmed with tears. Having set down his burdens, Zephyr addressed Ayn. Ayn, please inform everyone that the idea of establishing the Enyo Navy is temporarily shelved. The Enyo Navy is a perilous concept that will inevitably face encirclement and condemnation from all sides. It is not a noble endeavor. Furthermore, if you wish to leave, I will not stand in your way. Ayn resolutely shook her head. No, I will always follow you, teacher. Thus, With Zephyr's consent, this matter was splendidly resolved by Lin Yan. From this moment on, the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr became a member of Lin Yan's 17th Division. However, Zephyr also put forth several requests. Before I join, I must establish a few ground rules. I have some conditions that you must agree to. Since you say so, allow me to add a remark. Lin Yan shook his head, signaling Zephyr not to propose conditions, and stated, "My addition is that I will approve all your requests." "You are being rather hasty." Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. "Huh?" Lin Yan laughed heartily. This was the happiest day since the establishment of the 17th Division. By the way, how many members does your 17th Division have? I glanced sideways, curious about this aspect. You have certainly asked the right person. Before Zephyr joined, I was the sole member of the 17th Division, Lin Yan declared with pride. Just one. I was momentarily speechless. What kind of pride was that? A division with only one member, and you are proud of it. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. Now, with Zephyr and you joining, there are 3 of us, Lin Yan remarked. When Zephyr departed from the Navy headquarters, several hundred individuals followed him in leaving the Navy. They were all Zephyr's students, who, like Ein, regarded him with the utmost respect. Now, upon learning that their teacher had abandoned the plan to establish the Neo Navy, this group sought Zephyr for clarification. Upon discovering that Zephyr had joined the 17th Division, many students were initially puzzled. Was their teacher not vehemently opposed to pirates? Why? Soon, when they learned that the recent headline news about Whitebeard 2's demise was orchestrated by Lin Yan, especially occurring right under the Navy headquarters' nose, the students were overwhelmed with waves of astonishment. All gazes shifted to Lin Yan. Before the Navy, he had eliminated a warlord of the sea. How could they not understand their teacher's inner turmoil? Yet, the formidable strength of Whitebeard 2 loomed large in their minds, rendering them helpless. However, everything was different for Lin Yan. In his pursuit of inviting their teacher aboard, he had decisively eliminated Whitebeard 2 without hesitation. How terrifying! Was this the strength of the 17th Division leader of the Whitebeard Pirates? The way the crowd looked at Lin Yan transformed into one of reverence. Furthermore, since they had originally followed Zephyr in leaving the Navy, intending to establish the Neo Navy, what reason did they have to disperse now that Zephyr had joined the 17th Division? There were over 200 individuals present, all following Zephyr and joining the 17th Division. From this day forth, you shall be our division leader. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task has been completed. Task 4. Invite a top-tier powerhouse to join the 17th Division. Current progress. Former Admiral Zephyr has joined. Reward. 30 bait. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your task has been completed. Task 5. Increase the 17th Division's membership to 100. Current progress. 17th Division membership stands at 213. Reward. 30 bait. Lin Yan vowed that his intent in approaching Zephyr was solely to invite him to join his pirate crew. Yet, what was the outcome? Task 3 was completed, Task 4 was fulfilled, and now all these students had joined the 17th Division. Even Task 5 had reached a successful conclusion. Truly, it is said that when fortune arrives, it cannot be obstructed. While setting sail, Lin Yan was utterly alone, yet upon returning, he was laden with companions. Lin Yan initiated the return journey. Was he to meet Whitebeard? Zephyr stood on the deck, the sea breeze tousling his purple hair as he murmured softly, "I in the bygone era." Zephyr and Whitebeard were indeed adversaries, each serving their own master, and had even come to blows in the pursuit of honor. Yet, this mortal enemy now found themselves entwined once more under the wheels of history. How extraordinary! Likewise, Zephyr increasingly anticipated the astonished gaze that Whitebeard would direct at him upon their meeting. How delightfully wicked of me! Zephyr chuckled, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. Just then, clang, their ship seemed to collide with something, causing a violent tremor to ripple through the vessel. What was happening? Why was the deck shaking so violently? Could it be a grounding? Let us go see what's going on. The students, originally en route back to the Whitebeard Pirates, rushed to the deck, eager to uncover the cause. Soon enough, they discovered the source of the commotion. A very small boat had collided with their vessel. Clearly, this was a maritime traffic incident. The lone figure on the small boat smiled apologetically. "I'm terribly sorry. I dozed off for a moment and did not expect to crash into your ship." "No worries." Zephyr regarded the situation with indifference, dismissing it as merely the trivial bumps and scrapes of a maritime accident. Nothing of great consequence. Suddenly, however, The students surrounding Zifa sensed that something was amiss. It is essential to recognize where they were. The New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Even the first half of the Grand Line is notorious for its perilous waters. Yet, the New World is even more treacherous. Without a skilled navigator, traversing the vast expanse of the New World is akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, here stands a man, poised upon a tiny boat, leaning on a cane, seated with an air of dignified composure, absurdly appearing on the ocean of the New World. How small is this solitary vessel, measuring merely 4 to 5 meters in length and barely wide enough for 2 people. A single wave could easily capsize it. What audacity this demands! Do you not realize that a moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin? You dare to venture out on such a fragile craft? One student inquired, "Is there a problem?" The man, leaning on his cane, rose to his feet, closing his eyes as he cast a glance in the direction of Lin Yan's fleet. "This sea is perilous. Where are you headed? Might we accompany you part of the way?" The students, acting out of goodwill, suggested to the cane-wielding man. The solitary boat had sustained some damage from the accident, with seawater seeping in. Undoubtedly, it was no longer fit for continued use. Is that possible? The man with the cane asked. "Of course, but first, we must consult the squad leader." The student replied. In Lin Yan's quarters, he reclined in his chair, engrossed in the captivating tale of Jean Pingmei. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of footsteps at the door. His keen senses immediately detected the approach of another. Lin Yan hastily tucked away his reading material and straightened his posture. Ein entered the room, only to find Lin Yan deep in meditation. Such diligence! Ein mused. He is already so formidable. With a tinge of admiration, Ein reflected on the commitment of others to their training. Despite their already impressive strength, is there something afoot? Lin Yan inquired, slightly opening his eyes to regard Ein. "Captain, it is as follows." Ein succinctly recounted the events. "It is merely a matter of taking one person aboard. It is not a significant issue. Let him come aboard," Lin Yan responded. "Understood." Ein, not wishing to further disturb Lin Yan's training, quickly excused himself. Meanwhile, the man with the cane had boarded the 17th Division's vessel. As he stepped aboard, every member of the crew, including Ein, was left in a state of shock. You are blind?" Many crew members gaped in astonishment, pointing at the cane-wielding man. What on earth is happening in this world? A blind man, navigating a tiny boat across the vast ocean. What audacity! Even Zifa cast a sidelong glance, his brow furrowed in slight bewilderment. "How embarrassing," the blind man said, approaching Zifa and the students with humility and grace. "Fortunately, I have encountered kind-hearted individuals, have I not?" The students could not help but marvel at the wonders of the world, astonished that a blind man would dare to set sail. "Where is your captain?" the blind man inquired. "Our captain is currently engaged in training." Ein recalled Lin Yan's earlier meditation. "Training? Is he? How diligent indeed." The blind man responded appreciatively. "In that case, I shall not disturb your captain. I am truly grateful for your willingness to give me passage." As night fell, Lin Yan finally concluded his reading of Jean Pingmei after a full day of immersion. "This is simply incredible," he exclaimed. "Captain, while training is important, one must also balance work and rest for one's health. I saved dinner for you. Let me fetch it." Just stepping outside, Lin Yan encountered Ein, who had thoughtfully set aside a meal for him. Before long, dinner was delivered to Lin Yan's quarters, warm and inviting. It was evident that Ein had taken great care in this regard. Previously, Lin Yan had rushed through meals, but since Ein's arrival, his life had become much more comfortable. He had begun to appreciate the significance of having a woman by his side. "By the way, someone boarded the ship earlier, correct?" Lin Yan asked while replenishing his energy. "Captain, you may find this hard to believe, but it was a blind man." Ein recalled her initial shock as she answered Lin Yan. "A blind man?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Yan paused. He then raised his head slightly, realizing the absurdity of a blind man setting sail in the New World. "Captain, let me recount the crew's reaction at that moment." Ein began to describe the scene. As Ein recounted the events, Lin Yan lowered his head slightly, his keen intuition sensing something amiss. That a blind man daring to venture out to sea in such a manner could only mean two things. Either he was seeking death, or he was far from ordinary. Grasping the key words from Ein's narrative, Lin Yan's mind inadvertently conjured a familiar figure. "Where is he?" Lin Yan, momentarily forgetting his meal, pressed for information. Under Ein's guidance, Lin Yan arrived at a guest room designated for the blind man's temporary stay. Upon entering, he beheld a robust figure, clad in the attire of a Ronin swordsman, eyes closed, with a cane resting beside him. The scars on his face crossed over his eyes. If there had been mere speculation before, it was now confirmed. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. The blind man before him was none other than the future Marine Admiral, Fujitora. During the 2-year period of the Marineford War, Akainu and Akiji had engaged in a fierce battle for the position of Admiral, resulting in Akainu ascending to the rank of Fleet Admiral. Akiji, dissatisfied with being subordinate to Akainu, reluctantly departed from Marine headquarters. Consequently, 2 admiral positions became vacant within the Marine ranks. To replenish the losses from the Marineford War, the Navy initiated a worldwide recruitment campaign. Fujitora and Green Bull were fortuitously discovered during this recruitment, and due to their extraordinary prowess, they were exceptionally promoted to the rank of Marine Admiral. A smile graces his face. The user of the gravity fruit. He possesses a gentle disposition, yet harbors terrifying strength. His swordsmanship is honed to perfection. Rather than pursuing pirates, he prioritizes the safety of the populace, detesting acts of injustice, and stands as one of the few who oppose the warlords of the sea system. During the Dressrosa arc, he witnesses the suffering of the nation. Despite his esteemed rank as an admiral, he publicly apologizes to the king of Dressrosa, wishing for their forgiveness towards the Navy and hoping they can regain trust in the Navy that failed to protect them. It can be said that he is a general with a heart of righteousness. In terms of renown, he ranks among the top in the Admiralty. However, currently, he is without the prefix Fujitora. The Navy is yet to initiate a world conscription, and he is not a sailor, but merely a wandering Ronin on the Grand Line. Are you indeed a smile? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lin Yan extends his hand, speaking with great enthusiasm. Within the room, a smile visibly pauses upon hearing his name called by Lin Yan. He cannot help but inquire, "How do you know my name?" Beside him, An also appears momentarily stunned. "Captain, do you know this blind person?" It is worth noting that even her mentor, Zephyr, is unaware of the blind man's background. And no, I recently heard tales of a wandering Ronin on these seas, and now I have the fortune to encounter him. What a coincidence! Lin Yan continues with a beaming smile. This, observing Lin Yan's fervor. A smile hesitates. He senses that the other may be laying a trap for him. He had only set sail a couple of days ago. Where did you hear about me? Of course, the so-called admiration and coincidence are sentiments Lin Yan himself scarcely believes, let alone others. Out of basic politeness, Lin Yan introduces himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yan, captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." It turns out he is the renowned captain of the 17th Division. A smile had already learned of this news from others upon boarding the ship. "I do not deserve such a claim. There are many powerful individuals in this world yet to be discovered. Their notoriety may not match mine, but their strength could very well surpass it." Lin Yan shakes his head. "Young friend, you are indeed an intriguing individual. What brings you to seek me out?" A smile inquires. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan falls silent. In truth, his intention is quite simple. He wishes to invite a smile aboard his ship. It is no jest. This is a future admiral of the Navy. The key factor is that he currently holds the status of a free man. Had he not encountered him, it would have been one thing, but now that they have met, how could Lin Yan let such an opportunity slip away? If a smile were to join the Navy and subsequently become his adversary, it would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. The bounty of opportunities must not be squandered on outsiders. Moreover, within the 17th Division, it seems that only Zephyr and he possess considerable combat prowess. Although the others are not weak, they ultimately fall short of the elite level. Should Lin Yan successfully invite a smile to join, their 17th Division would boast 2 admiral-level figures aside from himself. How could Lin Yan not feel exhilarated? However, the challenge lies not in the invitation itself, but in the fact that he has only just met a smile. It is evident that a smile would likely decline such an overture. This matter requires careful consideration. Coincidentally, Lin Yan and his comrades would need some time to return to the Whitebeard Pirates, providing him with the opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with a smile. A smile gradually emerges on Lin Yan's face. "No worries. I merely came to see you, as it is customary to show respect to the elderly and the young. Please, take care and rest well." With that, Lin Yan departs with Ein. Just the day before, he had invited Zephyr aboard, and today, he encounters a smile that he recalls a certain well-known scene wherein a figure makes a fist with one hand. I want them all. Indeed, the former Admiral Zephyr and the future Admiral A smile. He desires them both. Captain, do you know this person? Ein inquires with childlike curiosity as they walk away. I do not know him. Lin Yan could hardly claim familiarity with a smile. Then why did you just exhibit such a wicked grin? Ein hesitates before asking. After taking only a few steps, Lin Yan halts at a wicked grin. Was my smile truly so blatant? Lin Yan ponders, stroking his chin. Indeed, it was. Ein replies with a tilt of her head. Lin Yan reflects, feeling somewhat embarrassed that his expression had betrayed his thoughts upon unexpectedly encountering a future admiral. In the ensuing days, Lin Yan warmly hosts a smile, treating him as an esteemed guest. In truth, a smile as strength and future standing merits such treatment from Lin Yan. Observing Lin Yan's hospitality, a smile is subtly moved. His regard for Lin Yan steadily rises. Truly, he is a captain, markedly different from ordinary pirates. Are you planning to invite him aboard? Zephyr inquires, observing Lin Yan's behavior over the past few days. Did you notice? Lin Yan counters. Did you not just use this tactic on me? Zephyr replies, taking a sip of tea while seated. Indeed, while inviting Zephyr aboard, Lin Yan had indeed been quite attentive to him. Reflecting on Zephyr's words, it seems there is merit in his observation. After my observations over the past few days, it is clear that a smile stands apart from the rest. In terms of demeanor and ability, he conceals himself remarkably well. It appears he has a greater affinity for the Navy. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Zephyr rationally analyzes a smile, having observed him closely. However, he laments that even he cannot fully discern the blind man's intentions. How can one know without trying? Lin Yan asserts. Ultimately, it is necessary to give it a shot. Finally, when the opportune moment seems ripe, Lin Yan approaches a smile. Shall we have a chat? Certainly. After several days of interaction, a smile has naturally surmised Lin Yan's intentions. In truth, a smile is also quite puzzled, as he is unaware of how Lin Yan has come to know about him. It is worth noting that prior to this, a smile believed he had concealed his identity thoroughly, maintaining the guise of a blind man, appearing as ordinary as could be, indistinguishable from any other person. Yet, here they are. Lin Yan's presence speaks volumes. All of a smile's disguises have been laid bare before him. I hear you wish to join the Navy? Lin Yan has learned that a smile's journey is indeed aimed at enlisting in the Navy. Calculating the time, it seems a smile is approaching the moment he would enter the Navy's purview. You intend to invite me to join the 17th Division, correct? A smile replies with a question. In truth, he has long been prepared for Lin Yan to seek him out. Indeed, Lin Yan did not conceal anything. Before we proceed, may I pose a question? Yi Xiao, filled with curiosity, sought an explanation from Lin Yan. Feel free to ask, Lin Yan replied. How did you come to know about my past that prompted you to invite me aboard? I find it quite intriguing. Yi Xiao maintained that someone as renowned as Lin Yan would not casually extend an invitation to an ordinary person. More importantly, he himself was blind, at the very least. The invited individual must possess exceptional abilities, be it outstanding navigational skills or remarkable shipbuilding expertise. Yi Xiao believed he had a modicum of competence, yet he had never exhibited it openly. This seemed rather incongruous. That question strikes at the heart of the matter. Do you think having a mutual liking qualifies as a reason? Lin Yan was well aware of Yi Xiao's current sentiments. However, he could hardly say, I'm sorry. Having watched One Piece, I can do as I please. Could he? A mutual liking? Yi Xiao's smile faltered. He had been pondering this question for the past couple of days, yet he had found no clarity. But here, with Lin Yan, it was merely about having a mutual liking. Why? It felt akin to the bewilderment Song had upon hearing 5 insurances and 1 fund. What kind of reasoning was this? Was it truly that simple? Yi Xiao incredulously inquired. Indeed, it is that simple, Lin Yan affirmed with a smile. Within the room, a profound silence enveloped both parties. Yi Xiao remained quiet, while Lin Yan poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it intermittently. After a long pause, Lin Yan broke the silence, saying, Yi Xiao, your aspiration is to join the Navy and safeguard peace, but what rank do you believe you must achieve to realize the answers you seek? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. What do you think? Admiral. Lin Yan slowly raised his head. Wield influence within the Navy. Only an admiral can accomplish that. The rank of admiral is the pinnacle position within the Navy, second only to the fleet admiral, representing the apex of naval strength. Amongst millions of formidable naval personnel, 3 individuals have been selected for their unparalleled prowess. They are revered and idolized by countless admirers, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors of the New World. You think, in 5 years, you could become an extraordinary admiral? Lin Yan extended 5 fingers in inquiry. Well, Yishao hesitated. He felt confident in making a mark within the Navy, but the prospect of becoming an admiral seemed daunting. There were only 3 admiral positions, and currently, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were all in their prime. At the peak of their powers, becoming an admiral in 5 years was far-fetched, let alone in 10. Concurrently, Yishao's purpose for joining the Navy was clear, having witnessed the brutal realities of the pirate world. His desire to abolish the Shichibukai system had only intensified. Yet, how easy was it to dismantle the Shichibukai? As you can see, the path within the Navy is fraught with difficulties. To become an admiral, one must invest at least 5, if not 10, years. How many decades does one truly have in life? Do you believe you can afford to waste your time now? Lin Yan spoke earnestly, observing Yi Zhao's growing uncertainty. He recognized that his objective had been achieved. Since he had chosen to intercept, he would do so decisively, illustrating just how arduous this path was. In truth, gold will always shine. Once Yi Zhao joined the Navy, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the world in less than a year, possibly even within 3 months. He was not merely gold. Yi Zhao was akin to a diamond, capable of dazzling with even a hint of sunlight. What amused Lin Yan was that Yi Zhao was unaware of the future trends. He did not know that he could become an admiral in mere months after joining the Navy. Who could have foreseen that following the Marineford War, Fleet Admiral Sengoku would retire, leading to the vacancies of 2 admiral positions due to the conflict between Akainu and Akiji? Normally, one must wait for the current admiral to step down before the next candidate could seize the opportunity. Yishao, I believe you've realized that I wish to invite you aboard. Join my 17th division, and I will help you fulfill all your dreams, including abolishing the Shichibukai system. I guarantee this as the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lin Yan boldly asserted, invoking his position as the captain of the newly established 17th Division, despite its lack of credibility. Yet he spoke with unwavering confidence. You know how I lost my sight. Yishao's tone suddenly deepened, his face etched with the weight of experience. Lin Yan scratched his head, pondering the question posed. Those who blind themselves in dramas usually share a similar tale. Don't they? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan ventured a guess. Perhaps you chose to blind yourself after witnessing the filth of this world? As expected, Yishao paused briefly before expressing his surprise. You are correct. This is also my reason for rejecting pirates. However, Lin Yan gravely replied, I sympathize with you, but one cannot generalize about pirates. Let us discuss specifics. What kind of pirate do you think I am? Young friend, you are unlike any other pirate I have encountered. You are the most amiable and kind-hearted among them. Nevertheless, I must decline your invitation to join your crew. It was evident that in Yi Zhao's mind, Lin Yan was a pirate worthy of admiration. Though I did not expect such high praise from you. Lin Yan responded, what you may not know is that the last person I invited said the same thing, and he is now my crew member. Lin Yan recalled Zifa, speaking with a calm demeanor. Oh, who is that? Yishao inquired. The former Marine Admiral, Black Wrist Zifa. Can one boast about inviting a former Marine Admiral for a year? Apologies, but after successfully extending the invitation, one certainly could. Indeed, upon hearing the name Black Wrist Zifa, a wave of astonishment surged within Yishao. The former Marine Admiral had joined his division. Yishao was familiar with Zifa's reputation, known for his intense hatred of pirates. But, at this moment, Lin Yan continued, Yishao, you are currently wandering the seas aimlessly. The Navy is a realm that values background. Joining recklessly, I can assure you, will yield no achievements in the short term. Are you truly willing to let your talents fade away in obscurity? Yishao fell silent. Perhaps he felt at a loss for how to counter. Indeed, the situation within the Navy was as Lin Yan described. He listened intently. Now, an opportunity lies before you. Join my 17th Division. That I cannot promise you the best, but I can offer you a space to spread your wings and showcase your abilities in this world. The opportunity is yours to seize or relinquish, and the choice is entirely yours. Lin Yan's words resonated with an earnest sincerity, each syllable reverberating powerfully in Yi Zhao's ears, directly reaching the depths of his heart. As he listened to Lin Yan's impassioned and uplifting speech, if Yi Zhao's heart remained unmoved, it would be nothing short of a fade. Observing this, Lin Yan stoked the flames of motivation within him, declaring, "Yishao, I am utterly serious. This world needs you, and our 17th division requires your strength." For many years, despite being a Ronin, he had never ceased to strive towards his own aspirations. Yet, the result? He faced repeated setbacks and failures. Now, Lin Yan had ignited a spark of hope within him. "I have heard that you single-handedly swept through the entire Whitebeard Pirates," Yishao inquired with a deep, resonant voice. "What is it?" Lin Yan, since the opportunity had arrived. "I wish to engage you in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, not only will I join your 17th division, but I shall also present you with a grand gift," Yishao stated with composure. Lin Yan, who had previously worn a smile, gradually lifted his gaze upon hearing Yishao's words, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is this truly the case?" "Ein, scout for nearby islands," Lin Yan instructed Ein. The islands of the Grand Line were plentiful, and shortly thereafter, the fleet of the 17th Division docked on an uninhabited island in the heart of the solitary island, mountains and valleys intertwined, stretching endlessly. As far as the eye could see, there lay an expanse of lush, primordial forest. Amidst the wilderness, the calls of birds and beasts echoed incessantly. Lin Yan and Yishao positioned themselves, each claiming their ground. Yishao, eyes closed, slowly drew the sword from his cane. The flow of observation haki surged forth, creating ripples in the air. Lin Yan stood quietly opposite Yishao, neither speaking nor making any movement. As the tension in the atmosphere reached a critical point, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air. The first to strike was Yishao. Slash! With an unparalleled force. His sword descended upon Lin Yan. Dragon Claw. Lin Yan's palm was enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity as he prepared to meet Yishao's strike with a single-handed grasp. Clang! The electrified Dragon Claw seized Yishao's long blade. As the two forces collided, the sound of violent electricity and the clash of steel filled the air, creating a chaotic symphony. The energy released by both combatants reverberated across the landscape. Crimson bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. Crashing into the ground, the rocks, and the forest, the winds roared, and the earth trembled. The surrounding mountains and trees were swept away by the shockwaves of their confrontation. This was merely the first strike of their duel. The residual energy alone was terrifying. The onlookers, Zephyr's students, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle, when they learned that their division leader was about to engage in combat with this blind man. They were elated. Naturally, they had heard tales of their captain's exploits, yet they had never witnessed him in action. Now, the opportunity presented itself, and they were eager to observe the clash of titans in the new world. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary ferocity of their initial exchange, they collectively inhaled sharply. They marveled at the prowess of their captain, whose strength was indeed formidable. Even more astonishing was the realization that Yishao, in their first encounter, was on par with their captain. This blind man was no ordinary fighter. Before they could ponder further, the battle between Lin Yan and Yishao raged on. After their initial clash, the two exchanged blows, each side pressing forward for a full 100 rounds. There were no extravagant techniques, no flashy maneuvers. This was a pure contest of raw power. After 100 exchanges, Yishao was forced back. With each collision, he felt his grip on the sword tremble, his arms quaking from the strain. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Lin Yan's strength was indeed astonishing, but on the other side, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Yishao was not only equal in strength to Zhou's, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, but he also possessed swordsmanship that rivaled Bista. In the realm of swordsmanship, Yishao had traversed a remarkable distance. His strength surpassed even Zephyr's. "Come again," Yishao declared, brandishing his sword once more. His swordplay emphasized intricacy, and in an instant, thousands of slashes enveloped Lin Yan. The blinding flashes of blades were relentless. Yishao's strikes even produced brief distortions in space, impenetrable and devoid of any openings. With a precision akin to cutting through water, his attacks were razor-sharp, as if everything before him would be reduced to mere dust. They exchanged dozens of strikes. Yet neither yielded an inch. Gravity field, gravitational compression, 10,000-fold gravity. Suddenly, Yishao clenched his fist, unleashing the powers of the gravity fruit. With this release, he summoned the capabilities of 3 hidden trump cards. The gravity fruit could generate gravitational waves and manipulate the intensity and direction of gravity at will, encompassing attraction, repulsion, pressure, and more. Its terrifying gravitational waves, once inflicted upon an opponent, could ensnare them in muck or crush them to oblivion. Yishao imposed this gravity upon Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt as though two mountains bore down upon his shoulders. His steps sinking heavily. It was as if he had been subjected to a force capable of moving mountains, leaving his body sluggish. Closing his eyes, he sensed the weight upon him and mused. Is this the ability of the gravity fruit? Gravitational blade slash. Yishao crouched low, shouting slash. As he swung his blade with all his might, a sweeping crescent arc emerged, hurtling toward Lin Yan like a meteor. The speed was staggering, rendering it nearly unstoppable. Good heavens, he doesn't hold back, unleashing such potent abilities to suppress me. You truly regard me highly, although weighed down by the metaphorical mountains and feeling sluggish. Lin Yan swiftly evaded the roaring slash while simultaneously employing his verbal prowess against Yishao. Yishao remained silent, yet his movements grew even more rapid. The pace of their combat was extraordinarily swift. Coupled with their prior clashes of pure strength, each encounter resonated like the beating of a drum, echoing through the skies. For the stronger individuals, like Zephyr and Ein, it was manageable. However, the other students fared poorly. In no time, some were left clutching their ears, while others suffered ruptured eardrums, blood spilling profusely. It is vital to note that most of these individuals were students trained by Zephyr, with a significant portion hailing from the elite ranks of the Navy. Each individual stands as 10. However, even so, when witnessing the terrifying clash between Lin Yan and Yishao, and succumbing to the overwhelming aftermath generated by their mere exchange, they could not help but widen their eyes in sheer astonishment. Is this truly the full-force confrontation of two first-rate powerhouses from the New World? They found themselves unworthy of even observing. Lin Yan was somewhat acceptable, for he was universally acknowledged as the captain of the squad. Having even bested the likes of teacher Zfa in battle, the crowd held immense admiration for Lin Yan's prowess. The question lingered. Who, then, was this blind man? Yishao. His name was unfamiliar to them. Merely a passerby who had fortuitously arrived at their 17th squad not long ago. Yet, who could have anticipated that this chance encounter would reveal such a staggering level of strength? People had often spoken of how first-rate powerhouses were commonplace in the New World. And while they had once been skeptical, they now believed T.O. casually plucked someone from the ocean, only to match their squad captain in combat. Was that not utterly terrifying? Though they were unaware of the exact level their own captain had attained. He was at least of the caliber of a general. Yet this blind man was engaged in an evenly matched struggle against their captain, indicating that he too likely stood at the threshold of general-level strength. My heavens, when did it become so devalued for a powerhouse of general caliber to exist? The shock was overwhelming. The many trainees began to awaken to the reality before them. In no wonder he dared to challenge the squad captain. His strength surpassed that of everyone present. As the prolonged skirmish continued, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Yishao's forehead. Despite appearing to be evenly matched with Lin Yan, in truth, every move Yishao made was deftly countered by Lin Yan. As if the latter had anticipated the trajectory of his attacks, and no matter how hard Yishao exerted himself, he could never land a blow on Lin Yan. That Yishao found himself perplexed. Sensing as if Lin Yan had seen through him entirely, To understand why Yishao felt this way is simple. From the very outset, Lin Yan had unleashed both his observation haki and Sharingan in tandem. Both honed to perfection. His observation haki predicted Yishao's swordplay, while the Sharingan pierced through all of Yishao's offensive flaws. This resulted in Yishao perpetually striking at nothingness, his strength rendered ineffective. As Yishao became increasingly drenched in sweat and his stamina waned, Lin Yan remained as calm as a tranquil pond, unaffected in the slightest. That a stark contrast emerged between the two. Gravity blade. Qilin. Once more, Yishao unleashed his full power, simultaneously exerting a terrifying gravitational force upon Lin Yan. A magnificent Qilin emerged from the blade's light, locking its sights on Lin Yan and charging forth. Perceiving Yishao's renewed vigor, Lin Yan recognized that the latter's strength was nearly depleted. That should suffice. With his hands crackling with lightning, he unleashed the full might of the sound thunder fruit. The gravity fruit was indeed a top-tier devil fruit of the grand line, yet the sound thunder fruit was no less formidable. 10 billion volts of divine thunder, If the Fire Fruit's ultimate move was Flame Emperor, and the Dark Fruit's was Dark Emperor, then the Sound Thunder Fruit's ultimate move was undoubtedly Thunder God. In an instant, a barrage of 10 billion volts erupted forth, darkening the sky as steady rain began to fall. Storm clouds gathered ominously, rolling in thickly. Gigantic bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, sweeping away everything in their path. At this moment, bolstered by the resounding thunder, time seemed to freeze, the void began to dissolve. And space fractured. All matter ceased to exist amidst the raging thunder. The lightning had become so brilliant it was almost blinding. The terrifying force crushed any residual energy Yishao had previously unleashed. Such formidable power! Yishao's expression shifted drastically. He sought to evade, yet it was too late. Boom! In that instant, the entire island succumbed to Lin Yan's thunder god. Everything was engulfed by lightning. Mist shrouded the air. Dust swirled, the island turned charred, and the ocean roiled. All things ceased to exist. In the massive crater, utterly spent, Yishao lay on the ground that he knew he had lost, to Lin Yan standing before him. In this clash of pinnacle forces, he stood no chance against Lin Yan. The moment Yishao fell, Lin Yan had already retracted all residual energy from the Sound Thunder Fruit. He descended gracefully before Yishao. "Are you all right?" Hearing Lin Yan's words, Yishao cast a bitter glance at him before sitting up and saying, "You held back. That terrifying lightning, had it truly struck him, would have reduced him to ash in an instant, unless one were an insulator. Just how immense was 10 billion volts of power to hold back? Could it be that I could truly have killed you?" Lin Yan chuckled. "Kill Yishao? I could never bring myself to do that." Yishao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Following his defeat, he too became a member of Lin Yan's 17th squad, joining ZFA, thus marking the birth of the third general-level powerhouse within the squad. Witnessing Yishao's defeat, the onlookers fell silent. Initially there to spectate, they were now left in a state of shock. They could hardly fathom that this blind man's strength was so formidable. Who was his opponent? His opponent was none other than their own squad captain. To lose against the captain, though defeated, he retained honor. Instantly, the trainees began to regard Yishao with newfound admiration and respect. ZFA also scrutinized Yishao earnestly. Prior to this, ZFA had believed Yishao's strength barely reached the level of vice admiral. However, when the outcome was revealed, Yishao had soared to unprecedented heights, leaving ZFA to question if he himself could even match Yishao. ZFA was taken aback. Soon, under Lin Yan's introduction, Yishao and ZFA exchanged greetings. ZFA regarded Yishao with utmost respect. When Yishao learned that the man before him was none other than the former Marine Admiral Black Arm ZFA, a wave of emotion surged within him. At this juncture, Yishao spoke. "Captain, your 17th squad is newly established. I presume you are in need of crew members. Do you have any recommendations?" Lin Yan instantly discerned the underlying intent in Yishao's words. "Do you recall when I mentioned I would present you with a grand gift?" Yishao smiled and replied, "Of course I remember." Lin Yan awaited Yishao's next words in silence. "Captain, during my first visit to your ship, I have nothing grand to offer. However, since you are short on crew, I happen to have a candidate in mind. If we could invite him aboard, it would undoubtedly be a boon for our 17th squad. His strength even surpasses mine." Yishao continued. "Surpass yours? How is that even possible?" Lin Yan was utterly unconvinced at Yishao. "Don't belittle yourself like that. It is already a stroke of luck for me to have you. How could anyone possibly surpass you?" At this moment, ZFA also slightly lifted his head. Yishao's prowess was undeniable. He had witnessed it firsthand and knew that Yishao could stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. Even if this person possessed immense strength, Yishao was being excessively modest. "This is someone I encountered on the high seas in the past, and I have sparred with him, and I am well aware of his abilities. He is indeed on par with me, a worthy candidate to invite aboard. Recently, I heard he seems inclined to join the Navy. Captain, if you wish to extend an invitation, it would be best to act swiftly." Yishao explained the identity of this person to Lin Yan. However, upon hearing that this individual was truly a match for Yishao, Lin Yan stood up abruptly. After all, Yishao was no ordinary person. He was destined to become a future Marine Admiral. That in terms of strength, he was no weaker than Akainu, Akiji, or any current admiral. Now, to think that this person could engage in a fair contest with Yishao, it suggested that he, too, was of admiral caliber. If Lin Yan could recruit him, it would be a simple matter for the 17th Division to ascend to the pinnacle of power overnight. Initially, Lin Yan thought Yi Xiao was merely being humble. But he soon realized that Yi Xiao was speaking the truth. "Who is this person you recommend?" Lin Yan pressed on. Green Bull. The name had not yet been publicly revealed, so Yi Xiao temporarily used this code name. He could sense Lin Yan's eagerness for talent. Green Bull had a chance. It's him. The moment Yi Xiao mentioned that this person's strength was on par with his own, Lin Yan had an inkling. Having just taken on a future Marine Admiral like Yi Xiao, now he was presented with the prospect of Green Bull as well. How could Lin Yan not be thrilled? How could he not feel elated? To him, intercepting a future Marine Admiral was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet, now with ZFA and Yi Xiao also having leads on Green Bull, this was no mere interception. It was akin to breaching the very walls of the Navy. Just imagine, after a significant event, with Aokiji departing and Akainu becoming Fleet Admiral, only Kizaru would be left to command the admirals. What kind of experience would that be? Furthermore, should a war break out at Marineford next, Lin Yan could directly lead these three into battle. As Sengoku watched his three admirals and the newly formed 17th Division engage in fierce combat, he would surely fall into deep contemplation. ZFA, Yi Xiao, and Green Bull. This was a lineup poised to astonish all and dominate the war at Marineford. "Captain, do you know Green Bull?" Yi Xiao asked, astonished. It was one thing for Lin Yan to know his identity. But could it be that he had even heard of Green Bull? His intelligence network was indeed formidable. "I haven't heard of him." Lin Yan shook his head. Subsequently, Yi Xiao explained the intelligence regarding Green Bull. Currently, Green Bull was located in the Wano country region, and it would require Yi Xiao to lead the way. Without delay, Lin Yan instructed the helmsman to turn the ship towards the seas governed by the Beast Pirates, heading directly for Wano. Approximately a week later, the 17th Division arrived in the surrounding waters of Wano. Before them stood a magnificent waterfall. Atop the waterfall, a few koi could be seen leaping towards the Dragon Gate. As long as they could ascend this waterfall, they would enter Wano's territory. The issue was how to land. Lin Yan stroked his chin, unable to recall how to access Wano. However, this posed no significant problem for the 17th Division. With a single motion, Yi Xiao activated his gravity fruit, causing their ship to rise slowly into the air like an aerial mother ship. The sudden spectacle left the surrounding crew members astonished. Was this the power of Yi Xiao's devil fruit? As they soared higher, the sensation of flying through the sky was nothing short of magical. Soon, they reached their destination. Lin Yan instructed the crew to remain on board temporarily while he, Yi Xiao, and ZFA ventured into the vast, primordial forest. Yi Xiao, carrying a jar of wine, led the way. These jars had been hastily purchased by Lin Yan at the market, tailored to their preferences. Yi Xiao enjoyed ramen, while Green Bull had a particular fondness for alcohol. Yet, as Lin Yan observed Yi Xiao ahead of him, curiosity got the better of him. "But Yi Xiao, how are you able to navigate so expertly?" Only Yi Xiao knew the whereabouts of Green Bull. Watching him skillfully maneuver through the forest, avoiding thorns and vines, Lin Yan was genuinely intrigued. "Can you see, or can you not? If you can see, why blind yourself? Practice makes perfect," was Yi Xiao's only response. Finally, after traversing a dense forest, they arrived at a grass hut. "We've arrived," Yi Xiao announced. Hearing this, Lin Yan and ZFA looked up to find the grass hut standing amidst the ancient trees, surrounded by the sounds of birds and insects. A truly idyllic sanctuary. Without a doubt, Green Bull was inside the hut. Lin Yan and ZFA exchanged glances and approached the hut, but as they drew near, a tremendous snoring erupted from within. The snoring was loud and resonant, piercing the air. Just from the sound, one could discern that the person inside was certainly no ordinary individual. Yet, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. How deeply must he be sleeping? ZFA, however, was unfazed. Green Bull has three passions: sleeping, beautiful women, and drinking. Yi Xiao was well aware of Green Bull's preferences. "How do we wake him?" Lin Yan inquired, nodding that it's quite simple. Yi Xiao set the jar of wine on a stone table and gently opened the lid. Instantly, the fragrant aroma wafted throughout the grass hut. Within mere seconds, the snoring ceased. Clang, the front door swung open, and sunlight streamed in, revealing a disheveled man with tousled green hair and a casual appearance, as if he had just awoken. A toothpick dangled from his mouth, and he bore a wild, unruly expression. "What smells so good?" still groggy from sleep. Green Bull was initially oblivious to the situation. However, upon spotting Yi Xiao, the remnants of his drowsiness vanished instantly. Yi Xiao? Green Bull exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to grab Yi Xiao by the collar. You rascal, what brings you here today? Be honest. Are you hiding from debts? Debts? Lin Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, surprised that the seemingly honest Yi Xiao was actually like this. Zifa cast a fleeting smile. He held a high regard for Yi Xiao, noting his humility and courtesy, coupled with a steadfast sense of justice. However, it was surprising that even such a person bore an indelible blemish. Zifa stifled his urge to laugh. Ahem, someone is watching. Yi Xiao listened as El Nayu openly revealed his past that he grew agitated. You scoundrel, don't bring up those old stories. Am I, Yi Xiao, not deserving of dignity? El Nayu also noticed Lin Yan and Zifa standing nearby. Soon, he learned that they were guests brought by Yi Xiao and felt relieved. Come, let's sit inside. El Nayu beckoned the others to enter. Yet, upon stepping inside, both Zifa and Lin Yan were left speechless. The room was engulfed in dust. A mere breath sent clouds of it swirling. Even the footprints they left behind were starkly visible in the dust. Lin Yan and Zifa exchanged glances with El Nayu, but I seem to have forgotten how long I've slept. Perhaps 3 months. Or maybe half a year. Noticing the uninhabitable state of the room, El Nayu sheepishly scratched his head. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Half a year of slumber? Previously, Yi Xiao mentioned that sleeping was one of his hobbies. A sentiment Lin Yan had found puzzling. However, witnessing El Nayu's current state, even he was slightly astonished he truly had a profound love for sleep. That's not a concern. Yi Xiao waved a hand, and several large stones rose from the ground. Under the pressure of the gravity fruit, they were shaped into a stone table and chairs, providing a temporary haven for the group in the old forest courtyard. Once seated, El Nayu grasped a jar and indulged in a hearty drink. The clear liquor flowed down his throat, and the pleasure of tasting fine wine upon awakening was indescribable for El Nayu. Subsequently, as they drank and conversed, upon learning that Lin Yan's group sought to invite him to join their pirate crew, El Nayu realized, I was puzzled as to why Yi Xiao brought people to find me. It turns out you wish to invite me to join your pirate crew. El Nayu understood their purpose. We have shared hardships together. There is no need for concealment between us. Whether I decline or accept, I will respect your decision. Yi Xiao spoke calmly. Hey. Listening to Yi Xiao's words, El Nayu's gaze shifted to Lin Yan. Impressive. You managed to persuade Yi Xiao to join your pirate crew. Due to his half-year slumber, El Nayu did not know who Lin Yan was, but he was well aware of Yi Xiao's determination to join the Navy. Now, seeing Yi Xiao swayed by Lin Yan to join the 17th Division, it was evident that Lin Yan possessed considerable skill. Flattery aside, what is your opinion? Lin Yan asked El Nayu expectantly, since Yi Xiao personally came here. If I were to show him any disrespect, would that not jeopardize his standing in the 17th Division? I agree. I shall join your pirate crew. El Nayu replied without a moment's hesitation. Unlike Yi Xiao, he bore no obsessions and was rather straightforward. Tio put it bluntly, as long as something piqued his interest, he would entertain any invitation from any faction. However, Lin Yan was astonished by El Nayu's nonchalance. So simple? Just a few exchanged words, and the future Marine Admiral El Nayu agreed to join. Of course, it wouldn't be so straightforward. To become my captain, there is but one condition. You must be stronger than me. Can you achieve that? El Nayu's eyes glinted with intensity. Clearly, inviting El Nayu aboard would not be an easy feat. So it seems. Another fight is on the horizon. Lin Yan was at a loss for words. Why must it always resort to violence? Isn't it exhausting? First Zifa, then Yi Xiao, and now El Nayu. Aren't we all civilized individuals? Can't we handle matters with a bit more decorum? Of course, despite voicing such sentiments. Lin Yan's body was quite honest. The prospect of inviting El Nayu aboard ignited a spark in his eyes. As you wish, he could not afford to let El Nayu slip away. He was eager to witness the prowess of El Nayu, whom he had managed to lure away from Yi Xiao and Zephid in the event of an impending war at the summit, with the Navy's strength diminished. Who would step in to fill the 2 vacant admiral positions? With this thought, Lin Yan's smile broadened. This sparring session would be brief. Yi Xiao took on the role of referee, crafting a space for the 2 amidst the deep mountains. Be cautious, fists and feet can be unpredictable, El Nayu said, hands tucked in his pockets, chewing on a toothpick. Come on. Lin Yan beckoned as their words faded. A palpable energy began to radiate from both parties. The collision of their auras unleashed a tempest, swirling dust and debris as a furious whirlwind swept through the forest, causing trees to sway, grasses to tremble, mountains to crumble, and boulders to shatter. Everything descended into a chaotic tumult. Reminiscent of a terrifying storm about to descend. Watch out, El Nayu warned for the second time. Immediately after, the ground beneath Lin Yan trembled violently. Suddenly, a green plant erupted from the earth like a spear, lunging directly at Lin Yan with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Thud. The green spear punctured Lin Yan's form. However, contrary to expectations, there was no scene of bloodshed. El Nayu furrowed his brow. A mere illusion? Indeed, the spear struck Lin Yan's afterimage. Nearby, Lin Yan perched himself atop a tree trunk. Coolly observing the green spear that had burst forth from the earth, he calmly inquired, "Is this your devil fruit ability?" El Nayu, still with his hands in his pockets and utterly unmoved, replied, "Soon, you shall find out." Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Yan from all directions. Thousands of plants transformed into spears, relentlessly thrusting toward him. Activating his observation haki, Lin Yan deftly evaded the onslaught of vines. Just then, he was astonished to discover that these vines possessed the ability to drain the nutrients from plants. The flora ensnared by the vines rapidly withered, transforming from vibrant life to desolate decay. It was easy to envision that being ensnared by these vines would result in being drained of vitality, becoming mere sustenance for El Nayu. Earlier, Lin Yan had pondered why El Nayu could slumber for half a year without food or water. How could he endure such deprivation? Clearly, the ability to siphon nutrients through his devil fruit was the key to El Nayu's sustenance. Be cautious of the surrounding plants. Within this forest, El Nayu's combat power will soar. I trust you have noticed, Yixiao advised from the sidelines. Hey, Yixiao, I am your good brother. Why are you turning against me? El Nayu retorted, visibly displeased. Fine. With a crack of thunder, Lin Yan unleashed the power of the thunder fruit, electric arcs swirling around his hand. He ignited flames with the lightning, and wherever the electricity coursed, violent shockwaves radiated outward. In an instant, flames erupted, scorching the surrounding vegetation into oblivion. Witnessing the inferno consuming everything before him, Lin Yan couldn't help but muse. The burn fruit. Not even a dog would touch it. Yet here I am, conjuring fire-based techniques. As he beheld the devastation, Green Bull remained unfazed, exclaiming, my offensive strategies have been reduced to ashes by your flames. He withdrew his hand from his pocket, realizing that with the foliage cleared, he had no choice but to resort to his most primal combat methods. Crouching low, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He raised his fist and struck at Lin Yan with tremendous force. In the face of Green Bull's assault, Lin Yan quickly discerned the intention to overpower him with brute strength, seeking to gain the upper hand through collision. However, when it came to pure power, whom did he fear? Rather than retreat, Lin Yan met the challenge head-on. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that spread outward from their point of contact. The air surged with tumult, stirring up the ground beneath them. With a single blow, the mountain they stood upon erupted, debris flying and dust swirling into the air. Lin Yan shielded himself with a smile, dissipating the residual shockwaves. After the tumult subsided, Zfa observed the ongoing battle between Lin Yan and Green Bull, exclaiming, "The youth are indeed formidable." Bang, bang, bang. The two continued to exchange blows, more than 20 punches thrown in rapid succession. Yet, in that moment, Green Bull was taken aback to discover that Lin Yan's strength surpassed his own. Each clash of raw power left him at a disadvantage. Clearly, this was Lin Yan's forte, and he couldn't afford to linger in this domain. Thus, Green Bull leaped back, his hand clenched. Earth spike. In a flash, the ground erupted, roots from the plants below shooting forth, forming spears that lunged at Lin Yan. With a swift movement, Lin Yan barely evaded the attack. But I burned all the plants, didn't I? Lin Yan thought, perplexed. How could there still be traps beneath the surface? Though the visible foliage had been incinerated, one must not forget that the unseen roots housed the essence of those plants. A gentle breeze ruffled Green Bull's forgiving green hair as he stood tall to grow into a towering tree. Some roots could extend hundreds of meters downward. And surely, he didn't believe that merely setting the plants ablaze would leave him helpless. Rising to his full height, Green Bull spread his arms wide and struck the ground with force, reminiscent of a certain ninja technique. Swish, swish, swish. The previously charred plants began to regrow at an astonishing rate, transforming the scorched forest back into a lush paradise in mere moments. Green Bull grasped a vine, which stiffened into a spear, and he lunged at Lin Yan with precision. Lin Yan, clad in a layer of armament haki, blocked the strike barehanded. However, Green Bull smirked. "You've fallen for my trap." Before Lin Yan could react, the vine that had once been a spear swiftly wrapped around his arm. Even with the protective layer of armament haki, the vine began to siphon away Lin Yan's strength. What? Lin Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise, an emotion he rarely exhibited. Was this the power of Green Bull's devil fruit? Did armament haki prove futile? Indeed, after years of training, even the defensive capabilities of armament haki could be eroded by Green Bull's abilities. This was his advantage, one of the crucial cards that could propel him to the rank of admiral. Once ensnared by his vines, escaping was nearly impossible. Victory was assured. "Young man, you have lost." Green Bull declared confidently. "That I lost?" Lin Yan responded, his expression unchanged, betraying no sign of distress. After their earlier skirmish, Green Bull had proven his strength. And in terms of overall capability, he was not inferior to either Lin Yan or Yi Xiao. The only reason for his potential defeat lay in his unfamiliarity with Green Bull's powers. "Yield now, or you shall be drained dry." Green Bull paused, then calmly retorted, "Unless you possess a defensive capability surpassing armament haki, to forcibly break free from my vines. However, I doubt you can find anything in these seas more formidable than armament haki. A defense stronger than armament haki." Upon hearing Green Bull's words, Lin Yan slightly raised his head. For others, this might indeed seem insurmountable. Yet, as it happened, Lin Yan had just such a power. In that instant, a crimson glimmer sparked in his eyes. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Lin Yan gazed at Green Bull, stating, "I have long hesitated to employ this technique, but Green Bull, you shall be the first." Hearing Lin Yan's declaration and witnessing his posture of impending retaliation, Green Bull's devil fruit was specifically designed to counter users of armament haki. Yet now, having been ensnared by his own powers, he still sought to resist. Green Bull shook his head, asserting, "No matter your efforts, they will ultimately be in vain. Since you wish to compete, I shall oblige." Taking a step forward, Green Bull spread his palm, enhancing the plant's ability to bind. Observing this, even Yi Xiao and Zfa sighed deeply. Recognizing that Lin Yan was on the brink of defeat, sometimes constant victory can lead one to lose sight of themselves. Occasional setbacks bring greater fulfillment. Let this first defeat be a gift from Green Bull. Just as Green Bull, Yi Xiao, and Zfa all believed Lin Yan's loss was inevitable, suddenly, rumble rumble. A powerful aura erupted from the scene in an instant. A blue light radiated from Lin Yan, expanding outward. The ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. With a clap of his hands, a series of azure skeletal structures surged from the earth, enveloping Lin Yan in a cocoon of formidable power, sweeping away all surrounding debris. Even the vines that had restrained him were instantly severed. What? As the vines snapped, Green Bull coughed up blood. Why were his vines so resilient? They were intrinsically bound to his body. Once severed, it felt akin to tearing off an arm. Green Bull was left grievously wounded in the distance. Lin Yan stood firm, gazing at the skeletal form enveloping him. This was the initial manifestation of Susanoo. In truth, this is not the first time Lin Yan has wielded Susanoo. Long before he had fully grasped the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had attempted to awaken Susanoo. However, he underestimated the terrifying energy consumption it demanded. Within a mere moment, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. Even his eyes were adversely affected. The toll of Susanoo was simply too great. Lin Yan realized that until he achieved the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the usage of Susanoo must remain within a controllable limit. Once exceeded, the fate of the Uchiha clan was a tale already well known. This was precisely why Lin Yan refrained from frequently displaying Susanoo. As he himself stated, the first individual capable of compelling him to draw upon Susanoo was Green Bull. What kind of ability was this? Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yan, even the seasoned Zephyr was taken aback. Having traversed through the old era as a vice admiral, he had encountered countless storms and tempests. Yet, neither Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, nor the currently thriving Kaido had ever possessed an ability akin to Lin Yan's. To Zephyr, it was an experience unheard of and unseen. As he observed the swift and drastic shift in Lin Yan's aura, Zephyr found himself ensnared in profound astonishment. Equally astonished was Ikkyo, though blind. Ikkyo's perception of power remained unaffected. He distinctly sensed that Lin Yan's aura was undergoing a transformation. Was this his trump card? Ikkyo lifted his head, keenly attuning his ears towards Lin Yan's direction. Undoubtedly, the most astonished among them all was Green Bull. The very skeletal structure of Susanoo had forcefully severed the vines entwined around Lin Yan. It is worth noting that his vines could even penetrate the barriers of Haki. What did this imply? It indicated that the power exhibited by Lin Yan far surpassed the capabilities of Haki. Though younger than Zephyr, Green Bull was no stranger to tumultuous encounters. However, the strength displayed by Lin Yan was utterly foreign to both Zephyr and Green Bull. So unfamiliar that they were at a loss as to how to respond. Lin Yan made his move, and with Susanoo at his side, he advanced towards Green Bull. Previously injured, how could Green Bull withstand the onslaught of Susanoo? In an instant, he was sent sprawling, crashing through mountains, causing the very floor to bend before him. Green Bull yearned to resist, yet in the face of absolute power, even a vice admiral found it arduous to contend. Nevertheless, Green Bull was not one to concede easily. Straining his wounded body, he clashed head-on with Lin Yan's. This day was destined to mark the apocalypse of the archipelago, for the confrontation between Lin Yan and Green Bull unleashed fierce gales. Violent tremors and shattering mountains, with islands sinking beneath the waves, the chasm manifested before everyone. Submerging into the ocean's depths at last, the battle reached its conclusion. Green Bull could no longer endure. His body collapsed heavily to the ground. Utterly defeated, Ikkyo had previously remarked that the duel should remain within limits. Upon Green Bull's fall, Lin Yan withdrew Susanoo, feeling somewhat unwell himself, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The toll of Susanoo was indeed formidable. Ha ha ha! Observing his own defeat, Green Bull, despite his pale and weakened visage, could not help but break into a smile, even bursting into hearty laughter. How many years had it been since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle? And to be bested so directly by another. The joy coursing through him was a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. I truly did not anticipate such an outcome. Lin Yan, I acknowledge your prowess. Following this contest, Green Bull seamlessly joined Lin Yan's 17th Division. Henceforth, the future admirals from the Navy found themselves under Lin Yan's command. The next step would be to observe how the Navy would allocate the impending vacancies for 2 admiral positions. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yan's smile deepened. Should 2 fortunate souls ascend to become the next admirals, Lin Yan would say, no need for thanks. This is all that you rightfully deserve. Before their return, only Lin Yan, Zephyr, and Ikkyo had been present. Yet, on their journey back, their team welcomed a new member. Indeed, it was Green Bull. At the archipelago's port, the members of the 17th Division had long awaited their arrival, gazing at the newly inducted Green Bull. The numerous trainees regarded him with wide-eyed curiosity, as if he were a fascinating specimen. Was this the individual their division captain had so painstakingly sought to recruit? He certainly appeared quite imposing and formidable. Lin Yan addressed the crowd. Set sail. As the sails unfurled, catching the sea breeze, they began their journey towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Perched atop the mast, Lin Yan's gaze fell upon the more than 200 individuals below him. Filled with a multitude of sentiments, let us not forget that when he departed from the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin Yan had merely intended to seek his fortune upon the seas. He had never anticipated that within such a brief span, he would establish a division of considerable scale. Aside from himself, the thought of having 3 admiral-level figures within the division sent a thrill through him. Previously, he had been anxious and concerned about the impending war at Marineford. Yet now, with so many capable individuals solidifying their positions, anxiety, concern, I dare say it is the Navy that should be feeling those sentiments. Just the mere presence of my 17th Division could rival the entirety of their upper echelons. Not to mention the other divisions and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, wishing to initiate a battle at Marineford. Let them come. The pressure now rests upon the Navy, with Zephyr, Ikkyo, and Green Bull all joining forces. Lin Yan, in a buoyant mood, began to hum a carefree tune during their return journey. Reclining against the mast, he leisurely basked in the sun. When one's spirits are high, everything seems to flow smoothly. "Hey, you must be Green Bull. How about we have a little spar?" During the return trip, feeling a bit bored, some trainees suddenly expressed their desire to test Green Bull's strength, though Mangekyō was blind. His prowess was well known to the others. He was certainly no inferior to their division captain. Naturally, the trainees would not dare challenge Mangekyō. However, Green Bull was a different story. Firstly, the trainees had not witnessed Green Bull's abilities. Secondly, they were quite curious about him. Thus, they eagerly approached Green Bull for a duel. Green Bull, not one to sit idly by, sensed a glint of mischief in his eyes upon hearing the trainee's challenge. "Are you certain you wish to duel? I can offer you a chance to reconsider." He engaged in a fierce duel with Lin Yan. Although it was a rare and exhilarating battle, he felt a sense of joy both physically and mentally. However, having ultimately lost, a tinge of resentment lingered in his heart. Now, these cadets unexpectedly confronted him, and Green Bull was troubled, seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Nevertheless, as a seasoned veteran, Green Bull decided to offer them a chance for reconsideration. "Ha ha, it's merely a contest. What room is there for reconsideration?" The cadets remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zifa shook his head, realizing that his students still lacked sufficient training. It was a perfect opportunity for Green Bull to sharpen their spirits. Soon enough, both sides set the stage on the deck. While the cadets stood ready for battle, Green Bull merely tucked his hands into his pockets. "One by one is too troublesome. You all come at me together." Observing Green Bull's posture of taking on 100 opponents, the cadets felt a sense of indignation rising within them. What an utter disregard for us! Fueled by their fervor, they charged headlong into Green Bull's stronghold. Subsequently, over 200 cadets were thoroughly trounced by Green Bull, left battered and bruised, sprawled across the deck like marionettes with severed strings, their faces adorned with painful contusions, echoing with cries of despair. After boarding the ship, Green Bull learned that these individuals were all Zifa's students. He held great respect for Zifa, a figure from an older era, and remarked, "Your students have a solid foundation. But alas, they are too young. Nonetheless, they are malleable talents." Zifa set down his teacup, saying, "Their temperaments require refinement. I would appreciate it if you could conduct lessons for them." Rubbing his hands together, Green Bull replied, "Hey, I enjoy teaching." Just as the 17th Division was basking in a harmonious atmosphere, the sentinels on the deck detected something amiss. In the distant horizon of the sea, a colossal pirate ship was steadily approaching. Upon catching wind of this information, a sentinel hurriedly called out to Lin Yan, "Captain, a pirate ship has appeared in the southeast." Hearing this, Lin Yan gazed toward the southeast and indeed spotted a shadow drawing nearer. However, due to the distance, the sight was not entirely clear. Lin Yan inquired, "Whose ship is that?" The sentinel raised his telescope, adjusting the focus, and upon seeing the flag of the Beast's Pirates fluttering above, he responded, "Captain, it belongs to the Mammoth Pirates." The Mammoth Pirates? Lin Yan recalled that this was the ship associated with the notorious drought-causing Jack. It made sense, as the current 17th Division was still within the jurisdiction of the Beast's Pirates. Having yet to leave Wano, encountering members of the Beast's Pirates was hardly unexpected. Drought-causing Jack. That could prove to be troublesome. With a chuckle, he lowered his head to polish his cane, remarking, "I've heard that the three disasters of the New World possess formidable strength." Indeed, it could be quite a challenge. Green Bull mimicked his tone, adding, "Drought-causing Jack, after all, is a figure with a bounty of 1 billion. He represents a significant threat." Lin Yan laughed heartily, amused by the banter among the three. Reminiscent of a theatrical performance, Zifa couldn't help but sigh, feeling slightly out of touch with the youthful exuberance of these rising stars. Among the four, any one of them could easily overpower Jack. As the conversation continued, they inadvertently elevated Jack to the status of one of the four emperors, Kaido. Given their current lineup, even if Kaido were to appear, he would be forced to submit. Meanwhile, on the Mammoth Pirates side, they had also noticed the ship that had come into view. Typically, Jack would not concern himself with vessels in his own waters. However, upon seeing the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates fluttering from that ship, Jack's eyes widened in surprise. Why was a vessel of the Whitebeard Pirates appearing in the territory of the Beast's Pirates? Something was amiss. Jack decisively raised his veined hand, pointing toward Lin Yan's fleet. "Bring the ship closer." As the mammoth pirates advanced, the ominous clouds rolled in from afar, accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. This was the signature effect accompanying the entrance of drought-causing Jack. As the mammoth pirates drew closer, the dark clouds followed suit, imposing a tremendous pressure upon those who beheld it. Standing on the deck, Lin Yan gazed at the scene of the ominous clouds approaching and couldn't help but reflect. It was said that Jack's bounty of 1 billion was primarily due to his notoriety, yet to Lin Yan, the reputation seemed worth merely 1 billion, with the remaining 9 billion attributed to this dramatic flair. Just look at that man standing beneath the imposing black clouds, draped in a fur-lined black cloak, sporting massive ivory tusks, exuding a commanding presence. His hair billowed in the sea breeze, while his strength might not be overwhelming. The grandeur of his entrance was undeniably impressive. Lin Yan stroked his chin, contemplating that he too desired such a grand entrance effect for his own appearances. Zifa, Yixiao, and Green Bull stood behind Lin Yan, watching drought-causing Jack approach with expressions akin to those observing a fool. Should they fight or not? Lin Yan turned to the three, asking, "What do you think?" "It's up to you." Yixiao indicated that he was indifferent to the outcome. "I have no objections either," Zifa concurred. Hey, don't leave it to chance. If we are to engage in battle, we must deploy personnel," Lin Yan protested. "I've been sparring with you for the past few days. My back and legs are sore. Let it be known that I refuse to participate." Combat was exhausting, especially since Lin Yan's opponents in recent days had been Zifa, Yixiao, and Green Bull that he longed for a respite. "I don't want to go either," Yixiao declared, preferring a peaceful resolution. "You wouldn't make this nearly 80-year-old man face Jack, would you?" Zifa looked at Lin Yan, suggesting, "How about we play rock, paper, scissors?" Lin Yan suddenly proposed this idea. Yixiao, Zifa. While the four were engaged in conversation, drought-causing Jack had already closed in.as the captain. Jack immediately recognized Lin Yan standing among the 17th Division. Upon seeing him, Jack was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a cold smirk. "I was wondering which fool from the Whitebeard Pirates dared to venture into our territory. It turns out to be you." Lin Yan was slightly surprised. "You know me?" Drought-causing Jack certainly recognized Lin Yan, who had recently become renowned across the seas. However, despite Lin Yan's new position as captain of the 17th Division under Whitebeard, Jack regarded him as merely a newly promoted underling. Insignificant in strength, what could a mere underling accomplish? Furthermore, Jack was notoriously arrogant. Apart from Captain Kaido and his two formidable brothers, Jin and Queen, he had yet to acknowledge anyone else. Lin Yan? Jack had not even heard this name before, let alone deemed him worthy of notice. "So tell me, what brings you to the waters of the Beast's pirates?" Drought Jack raised his chin haughtily, looking down upon Lin Yan and the others, including Green Bull, with a mocking smile. "That I say we are merely passing through. Do you believe me?" Lin Yan responded to Jack. "Passing through? It seems you hold me in contempt," Drought Jack retorted with a cold laugh. In these vast seas, the navy loomed like a formidable giant. Observing with keen interest, the four emperors, ever cautious, maintained a delicate balance, steering clear of one another's affairs. Jack was well aware of this unspoken rule. However, just because others adhered to it did not mean he had to. After all, this was the territory governed by the Beast Pirates. They had already ventured deep into Wano. Suddenly, another pirate cruise ship appeared. If it were anyone else, it would surely incite their wrath. "You Whitebeard Pirates have quite the audacity. Are you seeking a battle?" Drought Jack exclaimed, raising his scythe and pointing angrily at Lin Yan. "You are the Drought Jack with a bounty of 900 million. Who am I to challenge you?" Lin Yan chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Drought Jack. "900 million. Jack paused momentarily, perplexed. Yet, seeing Lin Yan's half-smile, he suspected it was not a compliment. "You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. You have provoked me." Drought Jack's expression darkened, recalling that his bounty of 1 billion had stagnated for many years. Today seemed the perfect opportunity to crush this newly appointed Whitebeard pirate captain who was unaware of the stakes. "Die," Drought Jack declared coldly. Lin Yan, however, had no intention of engaging with him. After days of battle, he felt utterly drained. Adopting the philosophy that it's better to avoid unnecessary conflict, he had already planned to leave Wano. Yet, here was Drought Jack, unwilling to let them depart. Sighing, Lin Yan realized that force might be the only solution. Leave it to me. Green Bull stepped forward, standing behind Lin Yan. Having been defeated by Lin Yan, he felt a simmering frustration. Although over 200 of his peers had suffered a beating earlier, they were all comrades now. Feeling restrained, he had been unable to vent his pent-up anger. Just then, the mammoth pirates crashed onto the scene. Drought Jack, right? One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates? With a bounty of 1 billion? I heard you're the elite of the Beast Pirates. Well, I'm here to take you on, Green Bull declared, pointing at Drought Jack from the mammoth pirates. Go Green Bull, Lin Yan cheered from behind. Zifa and Yishao watched with keen interest as the conflict was about to erupt. However, Drought Jack furrowed his brow. Kid, what do you mean by this? He barked at Lin Yan. Who was he? One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, a high-ranking member with a bounty of 1 billion. Now, he was being called out to fight by Lin Yan, who sent an unknown rookie in his stead. What did this imply? Did Lin Yan underestimate him? Where did he find the audacity to be so dismissive? If you want to fight, then let us get on with it. No need for all this chatter, Green Bull replied with a cold snort. Since you're eager for death, I'll gladly escort you. Jack exploded in rage. Lin Yan was arrogant, but he was nonetheless a captain. What right did this lowly underling have to challenge him? The so-called rules among the 4 emperors? To hell with them. Drought Jack stomped on the deck, shattering it beneath him. He leaped toward Green Bull. With a cold expression, Green Bull met him head-on, their fists colliding. Boom! The raw force unleashed waves of energy, sending ripples across the sea, a cacophony of sound echoing in the air. Yet at that moment, Drought Jack's expression shifted. He was astonished to discover that, in terms of strength, he was not a match for Green Bull. What? Drought Jack's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Green Bull. Where had this guy come from? His power was evidently superior. Drought Jack was, after all, the Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. When had his strength become so insignificant? Green Bull, undeterred by Jack's shock, channeled his fury into his fist, unleashing a second wave of power. The force within his strike was akin to a comet colliding with the earth, its overwhelming energy engulfing the entire scene. In an instant, the previously arrogant Drought Jack was sent reeling, his insides churning violently. As if his body were on the verge of disintegrating, that a metallic taste filled his mouth, and blood spewed forth. Drought Jack was hurled away, crashing into the mammoth pirate's ship, which shattered upon impact, debris flying everywhere as crew members were thrown into the sea. In that moment, the air was filled with anguished cries, the ocean echoing with despair. Splash! Drought Jack was sent tumbling into the sea by Green Bull's punch. The once tranquil waters erupted as if a massive stone had been cast into them. A wave comparable to a tsunami rippling outward. Moments later, Drought Jack lay still beneath the surface. The effects of seawater and sea prism stone on a devil fruit user need not be elaborated. With just a single punch, Green Bull had dispatched Drought Jack. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yan, Yishao, Zifa, and the others remained composed, having experienced Green Bull's prowess before. However, the surrounding students could hardly contain their shock. They had previously challenged Green Bull, only to be defeated by him when he single-handedly bested over 200 of them. They were all Zifa's students, prideful and naturally unwilling to accept defeat. Yet when they saw Green Bull take down Drought Jack with one punch, they were left utterly dumbfounded, stunned. They stood there, eyes wide and mouths agape. The overwhelming shock and disbelief rippled through each student present. Green Bull had defeated Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, each person rendered speechless. Some even rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Drought Jack, while not on par with the vice admirals, was nonetheless a prominent figure within the Beast Pirates. It was no surprise he had a bounty exceeding 1 billion, but his unparalleled strength, combined with Kaido's reign, fortified the Beast Pirate status as a formidable force in the New World. Yet, even the notoriously formidable Drought Jack had been vanquished with a single punch by Green Bull. Goodness, was this truly the extent of Green Bull's power? Was this the individual their captain had personally come to recruit? You mentioned that you took an extensive amount of time to conquer the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, that we can comprehend that. The issue lies in the fact that it was not merely a victory, but rather a swift and decisive annihilation. My goodness. Is this truly the 3 calamities of the Yonko Pirates? I find myself a bit disappointed. Green Bull descended onto the deck of their fleet, clapping his hands, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if he had vanquished an inconsequential foe. This, what the hell? The tone, the power. Is this even human speech? The trainees, listening to Green Bull's words, felt a profound discomfort within. He dispatched the 3 calamities with a single punch, yet found it unsatisfactory. If we possessed even half of your strength, we would have soared into the heavens. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun, suddenly, the crowd recalled the earlier confrontation when they challenged Green Bull to their surprise. This was rather mild in comparison. Upon realizing this, the trainees aboard the ship felt an overwhelming sense of distress. What kind of monster had they dared to challenge? Still unconvinced. What a foolish notion. You can never truly fathom the extent of your adversary's efforts to appear unremarkable while performing for you. After this tumultuous episode, the trainees began to regard Green Bull with newfound admiration. Before long, 5 days had elapsed. Lin Yan, leading his newly formed 17th Division, returned to the waters of the Whitebeard Pirates. Would he finally meet that old rascal, Whitebeard? Zifa gazed at the approaching Whitebeard Pirates, a profound expression suddenly gracing his weathered face. Old rascal. Lin Yan glanced at Zifa, realizing that only those who emerged from the bygone era could rightfully address him thus. Even Akainu and Akiji appeared as mere children in the presence of Whitebeard. Reflecting on his solitary departure from the White Pirates, it was astonishing to see himself now surrounded by a multitude. One could say he had returned laden with triumph. At the port of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lin Yan suddenly spotted several familiar figures. Marco, Jozu, and Izo appeared at the harbor. Upon seeing them, Lin Yan expressed his confusion. "Oh, how come you are all here?" Marco, Jozu, and Izo exchanged glances. Upon noticing Lin Yan's return, their faces were adorned with a plethora of expressions and emotions. They quickly formed a triangle, cornering Lin Yan in the middle. Exuding an air of intimidation, Lin Yan's lips twitched slightly. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" After a prolonged silence, Marco finally spoke. "Lin Yan, you've only been gone a few days. Yet the commotion you've stirred is anything but ordinary. Shouldn't you properly explain this to us?" "Commotion? What commotion?" Lin Yan was still trying to grasp the implications of their words as the party involved. "Are you truly unaware of the magnitude of your actions?" Izo exclaimed in astonishment. Before long, amidst Lin Yan's bewildered gaze, Izo presented a newspaper before him. There, prominently displayed, was the news of the utter annihilation of the Mammoth Pirates. With Lin Yan himself being the orchestrator of this calamity. "Impressive, you actually obliterated the entire Mammoth Pirates," Jozu exclaimed, wrapping his robust arm around Lin Yan's shoulder, chuckling heartily. "Though we, the Whitebeard Pirates, have an unwritten rule with the Beast Pirates. Their 3 calamities frequently opposed us. Well done, Lin Yan." Izo also leaned in closer, with both of them flanking Lin Yan, effectively trapping him in their midst. Truly a display of overwhelming strength. The annihilation of the Mammoth Pirates could be perceived as a significant blow to the Beast Pirates. How could they not be elated? All right, stop crowding me." Lin Yan pushed the 2 away. He found it perplexing. They had merely eliminated the Mammoth Pirates without much effort, hardly a monumental event. The issue, however, was that at that time, the only ones present in that sea were his 17th Division and the Mammoth Pirates. In other words, there were no witnesses. The question arose, if there were no spectators, how did the news spread? Through Lin Yan's inquiries, the truth was revealed. Jack the Drought had not perished. Dragging his battered body, he returned to the land of Wano's Onigashima, reporting this news to Kaido of the Beasts. Consequently, due to Kaido's interrogation of Whitebeard, the news of the Mammoth Pirates' devastating defeat spread throughout the world. Not dead, Lin Yan recalled Jack's fall into the Seno way. He had been beaten to a pulp by Green Bull and fell into the ocean, yet somehow survived. Upon hearing this news, Green Bull squinted his eyes. Though his strength may be lacking, his vitality is remarkably tenacious. However, the more robust the vitality, the more I am inclined to relish it. Should an opportunity arise, I shall drain him dry. Lin Yan. Because of this incident, Kaido had already contacted Whitebeard. The Mammoth Pirates were a crucial team under the Beast Pirates. To say they were annihilated was a blow that Kaido could hardly withstand. "Is Kaido coming to stir up trouble?" Lin Yan inquired. Kaido, of course, would never personally visit. It was a known fact that the 4 emperors seldom met face to face, particularly given the already tense relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates. Instead, he reached out to Whitebeard through a den mushi. "Rest assured, Old Man didn't even acknowledge him, and instead praised you for being quite the troublemaker. Furthermore, he mentioned that if you returned, he would like to have a thorough discussion regarding the matter. Let us go see Old Man, Marco suggested with a smile. The beast pirates had lost a piece of flesh. Naturally, the Whitebeard Pirates were pleased. Very well, Lin Yan nodded. But before that, I must introduce you to someone. Who? A person. Who could this be? Marco stared at Lin Yan with curiosity. Soon, Zifa approached from behind Lin Yan. Admiral. Upon seeing Zifa, Marco, Jozu, and Izo immediately entered a state of heightened alert that in the past, when they were merely ordinary pirates. They had often faced oppression from these admirals. This had become ingrained in their muscle memory. Instantly, they braced themselves, their expressions growing stern. The 3 division commanders eyed Zifa warily, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. On the brink of drawing swords that in contrast to the 3 division commanders, Zifa remained remarkably calm that he made no unnecessary movements, standing like an immovable rock. Don't be so tense. Lin Yan stepped forward to mediate between the 2 parties. At that moment, he clarified the reason. Zifa had officially become a member of his 17th division. What? If previously, the 3 division commanders felt a twinge of disbelief upon encountering Zifa in their territory. Hearing that Zifa had actually joined the Whitebeard Pirates left them utterly shocked. Who among the Whitebeard Pirates was unaware of the name Black Arm Zifa? He was the very existence that had given their captain considerable headaches in the past. Now, Black Arm Zifa had turned around and joined their ranks in the Whitebeard Pirates. The 3 individuals initially believed that Lin Yan was jesting, deeming the notion utterly impossible. However, reality spoke louder than words. Furthermore, they could not fathom that Lin Yan would resort to such deception. General Zifa, are you serious? Izong inquired, his voice trembling as he gazed at the genuine former admiral before him. What is a tall tale? This is the very definition of one. If this matter were to reach the ears of my father, who knows what expression would grace his face? Jozu inhaled sharply, expressing a wish that their father would not be startled into illness. Marco appeared somewhat hesitant, bitterly remarking that Lin Yan had only just returned to the Whitebeard Pirates, and there were numerous matters awaiting his attention, including the stabilization of Zifa and the others, as well as the well-being of over 200 crew members. He decided to have Marco and the others report this matter first, to prevent a shocked Whitebeard from encountering Zifa later. Marco and the others departed, while Lin Yan escorted Zifa and a multitude of crew members back to the territory of the 17th Division. Upon observing his new abode, the crew members of the 17th Division were filled with joy, eagerly looking around in wonder. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard exclaimed, Zifa has arrived? He sprang from his seat, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Before their arrival, Marco and the others had prepared him. Father. This is absolutely true. Zifa is with Lin. This old rascal, has he truly joined our Whitebeard Pirates? Whitebeard found it hard to accept, recalling how they had clashed countless times in the past, through their battles. A bond had formed in this world. Nearly all from the previous era had perished, Roger, Kazuki Oden, Rox, and the like. Even those fortunate enough to survive the old times were well past their 70s, let alone reaching the age of someone like Whitebeard. Yet, Zifa was among the few. Though once adversaries, they now found themselves nearly at the end of their respective journeys. With the passage of time, many had departed, and what should be let go had been relinquished. To reunite with an old friend at such an age is indeed a stroke of fortune. Rising to his feet, Whitebeard removed all medical apparatus attached to him. Father, what are you doing? Marco questioned in confusion as he watched Whitebeard's actions. Gura, how can I meet a guest in this state? A smile graced Whitebeard's lips, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Then, much to the astonishment of Marco, Jozu, and Izong, he cast aside his previous concerns and made his way towards Lin Yan's 17th Division. As for Lin Yan, the sudden influx of people had him busily registering each one, overwhelmed with tasks. With the increase in numbers came an abundance of responsibilities. Clearly, Lin Yan could not afford to be a carefree bystander. It seemed imperative that he appoint a vice-captain. He had already begun to contemplate who might suit that role. After a full day of managing affairs, he finally completed his tasks. However, upon returning to the hall, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Whitebeard and Zifa were engaged in a fierce arm wrestling match. The atmosphere was anything but harmonious, as both sat upright, facing each other across a stone table. They say the Gura Gura no Mi has earned you the title of the world's strongest man, but to me, it seems rather trivial. Zifa sneered at Whitebeard. Gura, despite your age, your arrogance remains unyielding. I am eager to see what you can bring to the contest of strength, Whitebeard retorted, his eyes narrowed in challenge. The two exchanged barbs, each mocking the other, all the while intensifying their grip. Crack! With the force of their rivalry, the stone table collapsed under the pressure, sending vibrations through the ground, which began to crack as a result of their contest. Whitebeard, elated at reuniting with an old comrade, found joy in the moment. Meanwhile, Zifa, having resolved his internal conflicts concerning Edward Weevil, began to regain his former demeanor. When he learned that Whitebeard had come to challenge him, he accepted without hesitation. They had tried various contests, each claiming victories, yet neither could definitively best the other. Thus, their competitive spirit flared. Again, Whitebeard declared with exuberance. What? Are you afraid? Zifa shot back. Enough, you too. If this continues, do you intend to demolish the place? Lin Yan interjected. Exasperated. Initially, he had thought the two antiquities would engage in a verbal sparring match followed by an earth-shattering battle. Look at this stone table, reduced to dust by their combined might. Indeed, it was a monumental clash. With no means to continue their contest, Whitebeard proposed a new idea. Let us drink. We shall determine who is stronger through a drinking contest. With your current state, you wish to drink? Are you courting death? Zifa mocked. Coincidentally, I do find myself somewhat weary of living. Whitebeard retorted. Are you afraid? If you are, just concede. Our Whitebeard Pirates have a rule. Surrendering means losing half your dignity. So don't embarrass yourself here. Marco and Jozu, concerned for Whitebeard's health, had imposed a ban on alcohol, which had frustrated him greatly. Thus, he had been scheming to acquire even a small amount of liquor. This time, in order to drink with Zifa and indulge his own cravings. Whitebeard began to provoke him further. Heh, don't think I can't see through your little schemes. What if I refuse to drink? Zifa replied, reclining in his chair with a smile, clearly knowing how to push Whitebeard's buttons. Whitebeard glared at Zifa's demeanor, biting his teeth in irritation, thinking to himself, damn it, you old dog. Unable to procure any alcohol, Whitebeard's anger flared. The two began to exchange insults, the hall erupting with their quarrels. Laughter erupted from Green Bull and Ein, who quietly observed the spectacle. Lin Yan then suggested, I have an idea for you both. Why not compete in acorns? At this remark, the entire hall fell silent. Ein curiously asked, what are acorns? With a chuckle, Yixiao and Green Bull coughed softly, turning their heads away. Zephyr and Whitebeard ceased their blustering and glaring, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Yan shook his head and laughed. These two old rascals, do I really have no means to discipline you? I've been busy all day, only to return here and endure the incessant chatter of Zephyr and Whitebeard. It's truly exasperating. It seems they have indulged themselves a tad too much. It's time to find them some tasks. Lin Yan pondered silently. The following day, at the break of dawn, as the sun began to rise, Lin Yan made a significant announcement. Starting today, Zephyr shall be the vice-captain of our 17th Division. He bestowed the title of vice-captain upon Zephyr and declared that all affairs of the 17th Division would henceforth fall under Zephyr's jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, the crew of the 17th Division remained relatively calm. After all, they were all Zephyr's students, and naturally, they were delighted that their teacher had assumed such a position. However, Zephyr himself furrowed his brow deeply. How long had he been part of the 17th Division? A day? 2 days. Lin Yan had appointed him as vice-captain without hesitation, regardless of Yixiao or Green Bull, even though Zephyr had once held the rank of admiral. He had to admit that, with the passage of time, his strength was no longer comparable to theirs. In the world of pirates, strength reigned supreme. Neither Yixiao nor Green Bull had become vice-captain, so why should he occupy that position? He decided against it. That role was not suited for him. Are you concerned about Yixiao and Green Bull? Lin Yan pierced through Zephyr's worries with precision. Zephyr remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his answer. I have already discussed this matter with Green Bull. He has no particular desire for a captaincy. As for Yixiao, his blindness is a significant hindrance, making the demands of public office ill-suited for him. Moreover, you have experience as an admiral. I dare say that within our 17th Division, or even throughout the entire Whitebeard Pirates, there is no one who can rival your capabilities. Lin Yan continued as he articulated. Zephyr's previous experience as an admiral endowed him with remarkable competence. If such an individual were not placed in a fitting position, Lin Yan seriously questioned whether he had lost his senses. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Zephyr slightly closed his eyes, fully understanding the implications. But Zephyr still hesitated. There's no but. From this moment forth, you are the vice-captain of our Whitebeard Pirates' 17th Division. I dare anyone to utter a word against it. Lin Yan said earnestly, patting Zephyr's shoulder. Gazing at Lin Yan before him, Zephyr felt a jolt of emotion. He was reminded of how he had been cast aside by the Navy not long ago. A sensation of helplessness that weighed heavily on him. Now, witnessing Lin Yan's profound trust and willingness to bestow the vice-captaincy upon him, he felt deeply moved at Lin Yan's meticulous gestures. He perceived trust, respect, and a glimpse of his own future. Regardless of the outcome, Zephyr was consumed by a singular thought. He had found his rightful place. Leave it to me. I shall not disappoint you, Zephyr declared with a firm fist. Thus, Zephyr naturally assumed the role of Lin Yan's vice-captain as vice-captain. Responsibilities inevitably fell upon him. Consequently, all the pending affairs that had accumulated in Lin Yan's office were now entrusted to Zephyr. Meanwhile, Lin Yan discreetly slipped away to the back mountains for a day of fishing. Yes, fishing. After his previous arduous labor, Lin Yan had come to appreciate the significance of the vice-captaincy. As he relaxed on his small stool, legs crossed, basking in the sunlight, he reveled in the comfort of his leisurely life. This was precisely why he had been so eager to promote Zephyr. Surely, no one would truly prefer to be a mere figurehead, would they? Of course, he remained oblivious to Zephyr's thoughts at that moment. Had he known, Lin Yan would undoubtedly have clutched his head in dismay. Zephyr, how could you think so highly of me? Oh dear, I feel utterly ashamed. In recent days, I had transformed into Lin Yan's devoted personal secretary. Frequently by his side, observing Lin Yan's laziness, I expressed her frustration. Captain, you are quite the scoundrel. You forced our teacher into becoming your laborer. She was well aware of Lin Yan's ulterior motives. What do you know? This is called making the most of one's resources. Your teacher Zephyr possesses such capabilities. If I do not allow him to showcase them, would that not be a waste of his talents? Lin Yan retorted confidently at the same time. He waved his hand, indicating his back. After so long of fishing, my shoulders are a bit sore. Give me a shoulder massage. I pouted, reluctantly placing her delicate hands on Lin Yan's shoulders, gently kneading them. Recently, having accompanied Lin Yan, I had also prepared her own fishing rod, hoping to try her hand at fishing alongside him. Unfortunately, she found it difficult to adapt to Lin Yan's monotonous fishing lifestyle. Thus, she resorted to giving Lin Yan back rubs, leg massages, and serving him tea. However, due to their prolonged interaction, I soon realized that, despite several days of fishing, Lin Yan had seemingly never caught a single fish or shrimp. A hint of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. What exactly was the captain fishing for? Was it solitude? I found herself perplexed. By the way, where is today's newspaper? Lin Yan inquired of Ayn, besides serving tea and giving massages. Delivering the daily newspaper was also Ayn's obligatory duty. Here is today's newspaper. I nodded, having already prepared it. Upon receiving the newspaper, Lin Yan could not help but marvel at the advantage of having an efficient secretary. Soon, he was captivated by the contents of the paper. 11 supernovas have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. The era of extreme evil converges. As he read the article, Lin Yan paused, pondering, have all 11 supernovas gathered? Speaking of these supernovas, I recall the iconic scene where one was feared with a mere kick. It time for Kizaru to make his appearance. His memories of the Sabaody Archipelago consisted primarily of that legendary moment. He vaguely recalled a subsequent contest between Rayleigh and Kizaru, showcasing their swordsmanship. He pressed his hand against his forehead, realizing that his time in this world had stretched on too long, and his mind was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Regarding the recent incident involving the celestial dragons, Lin Yan displayed little interest. He felt indifferent, as it was unlikely to affect him personally. However, just as Lin Yan continued to leisurely fish, a subordinate from the Whitebeard Pirates approached him on the back mountain, announcing, Captain 17, the old man wishes to see you. Upon hearing the subordinate's report, Lin Yan halted his actions. Looking for me? For what purpose? He inquired. The subordinate replied, the old man is convening a meeting and requires the presence of all the division commanders. Understanding the situation, Lin Yan also put away his fishing rod, and made his way towards the Moby Dick. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yan boarded the Moby Dick. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the room, noting that other division commanders such as Marco, Jozu, and Vista were already present. He was the last to arrive. "You made it." Whitebeard gestured for Lin Yan to take a seat. Inside the meeting room, the door was firmly shut. Surrounded by the other division commanders, Whitebeard solemnly addressed the gathering. "Ace has not contacted us for quite some time." Mentioning Ace, Whitebeard's brow furrowed with concern, and worry began to creep into his heart. In the past, due to the incident involving the dark fruit, Blackbeard had ruthlessly slain comrades and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates. As a division commander, Ace resolutely embarked on a quest to capture Blackbeard. While everyone was confident in Ace's strength, the real issue lay here. Before their parting, Whitebeard had advised Ace to report back periodically. Initially, Ace adhered to this advice, but recently, particularly over the past month, he had fallen silent, seemingly vanished from existence. They had attempted to contact Ace via the transponder snails, yet there had been no response. This realization caused Whitebeard to hesitate. Ace may have encountered trouble. The division commanders bowed their heads, unable to believe that Ace could truly be in peril. Yet, if he were not in any trouble, why had he not reached out to them? Lin Yan recognized this scenario all too well. Within a week after the Celestial Dragons incident, the Marineford War would commence. In other words, there were merely 7 days left before the war erupted. The situation was dire, and time was of the essence. Recently, Lin Yan had been preoccupied with assembling the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, nearly forgetting his concerns regarding Ace for the past few days. The Marines, as the absolute dominators of the Grand Line, had remained utterly silent. Clearly, they were orchestrating a grand scheme, one capable of unleashing a bloody storm across the entire Grand Line. Observing Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, and the others before him, Lin Yan pondered whether to disclose his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and dismissed the idea. Setting aside the possibility of salvaging the Whitebeard Pirates, the very notion of foreseeing the future was nearly impossible to articulate. Whitebeard slowly began to speak. "The sole purpose of convening this meeting is to dispatch someone to the Grand Line, and no matter the cost, we must bring Ace back." The mention of Ace led Whitebeard to recall Sachi. Lamenting that it was Blackbeard's actions that had brought the Whitebeard Pirates to their current state, he questioned why he had ever allowed such a person on his ship, resulting in the bitter consequences they now faced. With this thought, Whitebeard clenched his fists, his anger manifesting as the tremors of the quake fruit began to surface, causing the air to quiver and crackle. The division commanders exchanged glances, while they had faith in Ace's capabilities. The adage rings true, better safe than sorry. Blackbeard had lurked within the Whitebeard Pirates for years, driven by the allure of the dark fruit. Undoubtedly, the dark fruit was an extraordinary devil fruit. Now, possessing it, Blackbeard had gained a formidable advantage. If he had indeed captured Ace, what would they do? Nonetheless, optimism prevailed among them. Marco, with a reassuring tone, addressed Whitebeard. "Old man, rest assured, Ace is incredibly powerful. No one can bring him down. Moreover, even if they disregard Ace, they must think twice about confronting us, the Whitebeard Pirates." Joza chimed in. "Indeed, Marco is right. When they hear it's one of our crew members, even the other Yonko will have to reconsider." Izo, expressing concern, added, "Old man, please take care of yourself. We've already lost Sachi. We cannot afford to lose you too." Listening to the comforting words of his comrades, Whitebeard felt somewhat reassured. However, concerning Ace, leave this matter to me. The 8th Division Commander, the Fishman Namor, stood up. "Old man, I will retrieve Ace for you." The 7th Division Commander, Mangekyō, also volunteered. "I'll go." The 11th Division Commander, Jindo, rose as well. The division commanders eagerly offered their assistance, determined to venture to the first half of the Grand Line to bring Ace back. Given Whitebeard's deep concern for him, that moment, Whitebeard noticed Lin Yan, who was deep in thought in the corner. Whitebeard held Lin Yan in high regard for several reasons: his extraordinary strength, his calm demeanor compared to other division commanders, and the fact that he had even invited Zephyr aboard, showcasing his capabilities. Just as Whitebeard was about to speak, Lin Yan abruptly stood up, drawing the attention of the other division commanders. Marco, Jozu, Vista, and the others fixated their gazes upon him. Lin Yan calmly declared, "I will go." His reasoning was straightforward. Who among those present truly understood the dark fruit? Why had Ace fallen to Blackbeard, who had only recently acquired the dark fruit? Firstly, he had underestimated his opponent. Theoretically, Ace did not consider Blackbeard to be a formidable adversary, acting carelessly until he realized that Blackbeard's strength matched his own, by which time it was too late. Secondly, Ace lacked knowledge about the dark fruit. It should be noted that Blackbeard was the man who had left 3 scars on Shank's face. His inherent strength was not to be underestimated in the struggle for power. Ace had already underestimated Blackbeard's abilities, and combined with the extraordinary SSR-level dark fruit, Blackbeard's strength had multiplied. Ace stood no chance. These 2 reasons ultimately led to Ace's devastating defeat. Now, considering Blackbeard's current strength, it was clear that even the 11th Division Commander, 10th Division Commander, or 9th Division Commander would struggle against him. Even if Marco, Jozu, and other Vice Admiral-level fighters were dispatched, their chances of victory would not exceed 50%. In fact, due to their lack of understanding of the dark fruit, they might suffer the same fate as Ace. Should such a scenario occur, it would be a fatal blow to the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, there is no need to elaborate on the vastness of the first half of the Grand Line. Seeking out Blackbeard, Teach, is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If they were to embark on this quest, who would partake in the battle 7 days hence during the Marineford War? Lin Yan, however, diverged from their path. Possessing the power of the rumble fruit, his speed was already unparalleled. Furthermore, he harbored a particular fascination for the dark fruit. He was eager to test the true extent of its capabilities, which had allowed Teach to spend a significant portion of his life lurking within the Whitebeard Pirates. Most importantly, even if the Marineford War were to erupt, he could swiftly return to the Whitebeard crew's base of operations. This was Lin Yan's distinct advantage. After prolonged discussions, the outcome was finally determined. The quest to locate Ace and search for Blackbeard was entrusted to Lin Yan. He signaled an okay with his hand. That day, he departed from the Whitebeard Pirates, heading towards the first half of the Grand Line as for Teach. Finding him would not prove to be an easy task. Lin Yan soared through the heavens, the howling winds rushing past his ears, while the vast ocean churned beneath him in waves. However, as the saying goes, the wise have their own strategies, and Lin Yan had his own means. The tavern owned by Shaki was an unmissable choice. The proprietor, Shaki was an unadulterated information dealer, the only one of her kind in the Sabaody archipelago. There, one could procure innumerable pieces of information, provided they were willing to part with their coins. Yet, upon Lin Yan's arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, as he prepared to make his way to the tavern, he encountered an unexpected setback. The reason being, at that moment, the Sabaody archipelago was in utter disarray from all directions. Countless residents were fleeing, and merchants were abandoning their small businesses, running and scrambling to escape this chaotic place. On the horizon, a regiment of orderly naval soldiers appeared, well-equipped and marching towards the site of the turmoil. Simultaneously, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, shouts, and clashes echoed incessantly, creating a cacophony. It was evident that the current turmoil was a consequence of the Celestial Dragon incident in the Sabaody archipelago. The protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, in a fit of rage against the arrogant and tyrannical Celestial Dragon, St. Charlos, had given him a thorough beating. The news sent shockwaves throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Simultaneously, the wrath of the world government was unleashed. In an instant, every member of the Sabaody archipelago's naval branch mobilized to encircle the 11 supernovas. From Marineford, Admiral Kazuru was dispatched with 10 warships and thousands of naval soldiers in tow. With such a substantial mobilization, the Navy sought to eradicate this group of notorious supernovas in one fell swoop. This was a spectacle of a battle between the notorious supernovas and the naval admirals. Observing the scene, Lin Yan merely shrugged his ears that he held little interest in this group of notorious supernovas. The pressing matter at hand was to reach Shaki's tavern. Just then, on the distant plain, a woman with long pink hair and glistening with perspiration emerged before Lin Yan. She was desperately fleeing, frequently glancing back over her shoulder, her face smeared with dirt and weariness, her expression exceptionally grim. Lin Yan's gaze lingered on her for a moment before a look of astonishment crossed his features. However, it was not her beauty that astonished him. Rather, it was the fact that behind her, there were a staggering 500 naval soldiers in pursuit. Coincidentally, the direction from which this pink-haired woman was fleeing was towards Lin Yan. Quickly, capture her. The stamina of Jewelry Bonnie is running low. At the forefront of the 500 soldiers stood a naval colonel, raising his sword and shouting loudly at the pink-haired woman. Indeed, the woman being pursued was none other than one of the 11 supernovas. Infamous in the era of the worst, Jewelry Bonnie, who had a bounty of over 100 million berries. Go! Capture her! As the exhausted supernova neared her limits, the 500 soldiers shouted with fervor. Over 500 of them stomped on the ground, creating a thunderous noise akin to horses trampling the sky, deafening in its intensity. Damn it! Can't I shake them off? Bonnie cast a glance back at the relentless naval soldiers. Beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead. Under normal circumstances, evading 500 soldiers would be an easy feat for her. The problem, however, was the sheer number of the Navy. Moreover, she had previously eliminated several formidable naval officers, exhausting much of her stamina. With each passing moment, her recovery struggled to keep pace with her depletion. The Navy's numbers were simply overwhelming. If this continued, she would undoubtedly exhaust herself and fall into their encirclement. What should she do? What on earth should she do? Bonnie was in a state of frantic desperation, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. Just as she was fleeing, suddenly, Lin Yan's figure appeared before her. Upon seeing him, a devious idea surfaced in her mind, one that could tarnish her reputation. A flicker of hesitation crossed Bonnie's eyes, but she quickly dispelled it. At this juncture, life and death were at stake. What did reputation matter? Brother, I've done what I needed to do. Now it's up to you to handle the situation. As her words fell, Bonnie brushed past Lin Yan, though she felt a pang of guilt. She had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. The Navy had always cared for the common folk. If they learned that the man before them was merely an ordinary person, surely the soldiers would not trouble him. Would they? Hearing Bonnie's words, the naval soldiers who had been hot on her heels furrowed their brows. Another ally? No wonder she fled this way. Surround him. Immediately, the soldiers turned their heads, abandoning their pursuit of Bonnie, and encircled Lin Yan instead. Their expressions were grim, brows furrowed as they glared menacingly at him. The naval colonel at the forefront, dragging his large sword, stepped forward, pointing it at Lin Yan, and angrily declared, "Kid, surrender at once." Seeing the naval soldiers block his path without hesitation, Lin Yan cast them a glance. Was this being caught in the crossfire? Here he stood, doing nothing, and yet they were demanding his surrender? Were they out of their minds? Lin Yan's thoughts echoed a singular sentiment. Damn it! The naval colonel scrutinized Lin Yan and asked, "Speak. What is your relationship with that woman?" Lin Yan remained silent. The colonel pressed on, "What role do you play in her pirate crew?" Again, Lin Yan did not respond. The colonel's frown deepened, and his displeasure became evident. "Not talking, are you? When you find yourself in prison later. I hope you can maintain such bravado when faced with a plethora of torturous methods. Our colonel is questioning you. Are you mute?" He scoffed. "How dare you show such disdain for the Navy? Truly, one can scarcely endure this existence any longer. Colonel, cease your idle chatter with him and apprehend him directly." Observing their colonel being repeatedly disregarded by Lin Yan, the Navy soldiers erupted in fury. Their tempers flaring, they had long been eager to seize Lin Yan and claim their glory. "Since you are so arrogant, then capture him." The colonel issued the command without hesitation. At last, the impatient Navy soldiers finally sprang into action, extending their hands toward Lin Yan to subdue him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Yan spoke. "I offer you an opportunity. Leave this place." Upon hearing the words of the man before them, the surrounding soldiers truly paused in their tracks. The next instant, a cacophony of derisive laughter permeated the ranks of soldiers. "What nonsense is this fellow spouting? An opportunity for us? Has he reversed his words? You think you are worthy? Do you truly consider yourself significant?" The 500 soldiers present wore expressions of mockery, laughter dancing on their faces as they regarded Lin Yan. It is only when one sees the coffin that they shed tears. Even the Navy colonel shook his head in disbelief. Just as the 500 soldiers, brimming with smug smiles, prepared to seize Lin Yan and drag him into the Navy's prison, a resounding buzz erupted around Lin Yan. A series of lightning bolts manifested in his vicinity. He raised his hand, his expression remarkably calm, and declared, "Very well." In an instant, a terrifying electrical field radiated outward from him, swiftly enveloping the area. The magnetic field thickened, and currents surged. Violent bolts of lightning erupted forth. The power of the thunder fruit unleashed itself. The 500 soldiers at the scene were instantly swept away by Lin Yan's electric onslaught. a cataclysmic explosion reverberating through the sky. Dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the surroundings. Amidst the swirling haze, Lin Yan stood motionless, his countenance unwavering. Beneath his feet lay the 500 soldiers who had just been so boisterous, now rendered silent. The scene fell into an eerie stillness, devoid of sound. Only the colonel, barely managing to withstand Lin Yan's electric fury, remained standing, his breath shallow, his complexion ashen, and his eyes wide with terror, surveying the devastation around him. He trembled uncontrollably, his mind reeling in disbelief. 500 men, vanquished in an instant. How is this possible? Who exactly is this man before me? Who are you? The Navy colonel gasped, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggled to inquire. He desperately sought to uncover the identity of the individual capable of annihilating 500 elite Navy soldiers in an instant. Though many traversed the New World, only a select few stood at its pinnacle. You need not know. Lin Yan raised his hand, unleashing another bolt of lightning, since the entirety of the Navy forces had been dealt with. This was merely an inconsequential episode for Lin Yan. Having dispatched the Navy, he had other matters yet to attend to. Thus, Lin Yan's gaze shifted toward the direction in which Bonnie had fled. Speaking of Bonnie, she had successfully evaded the Navy, buoyed by the earlier chaos. However, before she could catch her breath, a man stood upon a distant rock. Observing her from above, that Bonnie's heart raced. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Lin Yan, the very individual she had brushed past moments before. Is at him. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Bonnie froze for a moment. It was thanks to him that she had barely escaped the Navy. Logically, the Navy should have surrounded him by now. Why? Before she could ponder further, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Please explain to me the meaning of the term diverting disaster. I require a reason. It was Lin Yan speaking. Bonnie halted, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, memories of the previous Navy soldiers flooded her mind. What about those soldiers? She inquired. What do you think? Lin Yan regarded her silently. Did you defeat them all? Bonnie's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It must be noted that the leader among them was a Navy colonel. What rank does a Navy colonel hold? Captain, major, colonel, excluding the ranks of marshal, admiral, vice admiral, and rear admiral. The colonel is the highest military rank attainable. Smoker from Lowtown held the position of colonel upon his introduction. In other words, attaining the rank of colonel typically grants one substantial authority over a region. Even I would need to exert my utmost effort to contend with such a figure. How long did it take me to traverse from there? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? This implies that the man before me eliminated over 500 individuals, including a colonel, in a mere span of 3 minutes. The swiftness of his actions is chilling. My heavens. Who is he? Bonnie had never anticipated that the seemingly random individual she had encountered would possess such formidable power. However, as she gazed upon Lin Yan's face, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Is it merely my illusion? Currently, Bonnie and her pirate crew were diligently preparing to reach the New World. Thus, she had frequently kept abreast of various news from the New World, such as Blackbeard's betrayal of the Whitebeard Pirates and the recent defeat of Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Moments later, Bonnie abruptly lifted her head, realization dawning upon her. She recalled the identity of the familiar man before her. It's you, Bonnie exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yan as she identified him. You are the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. She had wondered how this man had so swiftly dispatched so many Navy soldiers. It turned out he was a division captain. Recalling his identity, it was hardly surprising that he could eliminate so many Navy soldiers. Lin Yan, however, paid no heed to Bonnie's astonishment. He settled into a seated position, gazing at her intently, and said, Now, you may answer my question. What does diverting disaster mean? At long last, the tables had turned. For once, Lin Yan found himself ensnared rather than ensnaring others. How could he endure this? Had she not recognized Lin Yan's identity earlier, Bonnie might have attempted to wriggle her way out of this predicament. Yet now, with Lin Yan's status laid bare before her, the identities of their supernovas held no weight in the eyes of others. More crucially, she lacked the courage to resist. Bonnie felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, nearly on the verge of tears. She had never imagined that the seemingly random person she had summoned would turn out to be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. What sort of figure is a division captain? Such a formidable master at the forefront of the New World. Not to mention Lin Yan, who effortlessly swept aside a host of White Brigade captains upon merely setting foot on the Moby Dick. Realizing the vast disparity between both parties, she hurriedly bowed her head in apology, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry. What a jest! To not bow one's head at this moment would be courting disaster." Is a simple apology sufficient? If apologies held any weight, what need would there be for the Navy? Lin Yan cast a cold gaze upon her. Simultaneously, an icy aura radiated from her, bearing down on Bonnie. Hearing Lin Yan's refusal to accept her apology, coupled with the chilling atmosphere she exuded, Bonnie felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Her spirit utterly drained that moment. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Bonnie, utterly weakened, was on the brink of collapse, unable to maintain her balance. After a prolonged confrontation with the Navy and being relentlessly pursued by their forces, she now found herself further intimidated by Lin Yan's formidable presence. The last tenuous thread of her composure snapped. With a resounding thud, the exhausted Bonnie collapsed to the ground, devoid of any movement. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was she fainting? Let it be known, I did not touch her. She fell of her own accord. The surveillance can attest to this. Fellow readers can corroborate as well. Lin Yan approached the unconscious Bonnie and gave her a gentle kick. Discovering her completely drained of energy, Lin Yan expressed his displeasure, saying, "How unfortunate. Having just been duped, he had intended to extract a hefty sum as consolation for his tender young heart. Yet, what was the outcome? No spoils to be gained, and instead, he found himself smeared with filth. Realizing he could glean no benefit from the situation, Lin Yan turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he paused, glancing back at Bonnie. Leaving her here felt somewhat inappropriate. Lin Yan's compassionate heart stirred. Perhaps he should lend a hand. Alas, I am too soft-hearted. He made his way back to the unconscious Bonnie. Approximately 3 minutes later, he had thoroughly looted the valuable items dangling from her, necklaces, bracelets, and the like. Regrettably, it was but a meager haul. With a sigh, Lin Yan departed, disappointment etched across his face, akin to a zombie who had cracked open your skull, only to leave in disillusionment. What? Wasn't I supposed to help her a little? Lin Yan reasoned. With so many Navy personnel pursuing their supernova, I have already alleviated her burden as for her being a woman. Does that exempt her from a firm approach? Tenderness? Fortunately, she was presently unconscious. Should she have been standing upright, Lin Yan would have unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, culminating in a breathtaking finale. After 20 years of martial prowess, could one withstand such an onslaught? At Shachi's tavern, after finally reuniting with Rayleigh, Shachi was in high spirits. Elated, she lit a cigarette while polishing the glass in her hand. However, her cheerful demeanor was soon overshadowed by an unwelcome presence. Glancing at Lin Yan, who stood at the door with a smile, her mood plummeted. What brings you here? What? No warm welcome. Lin Yan retorted that I heard Rayleigh recently returned to the tavern. Didn't he? Lin Yan approached the bar, continuing, as per our usual arrangement, I'd like a drink crafted by your skilled hands. Boss, welcome. How dare you utter such words? Despite a torrent of displeasure bubbling within, Shachi couldn't help but exclaim. Seriously? I've already pointed you towards Zifa. Why are you still seeking out old Ray? Rayleigh had only just left to rendezvous with the Straw Hat Pirates, and as if on cue, Lin Yan arrived the moment Rayleigh departed. Persistent, isn't he? Captain, do tell, how many eyes have you planted around my tavern? You didn't, perchance, start staking out here some time ago? Shachi began to harbor suspicions, her gaze wary, guarding against both fire and thieves. Particularly Lin Yan. How could that be? Lin Yan replied with a grin. Give it up. I will not divulge anything regarding old Ray. Shachi turned away, akin to an arrogant peacock. You claim there's nothing between you and Rayleigh. With that demeanor, not even a dog would believe you. Lin Yan quipped. What business is it of yours? Shachi shot him a glare. Observing her continued caution and reluctance to reveal Rayleigh's whereabouts, Lin Yan chuckled heartily. All right, boss, I want to engage in a war of words with you. My purpose here is not Rayleigh. Oh, you're truly not here for old Ray? Shachi inquired skeptically, scrutinizing Lin Yan's expression. Indeed, Lin Yan urged. Hurry up and serve the drink. I'm parched. Upon hearing that his target was not Rayleigh, Shachi let out a sigh of relief and quickly prepared a drink for Lin Yan. Without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. Observing Lin Yan empty the glass, Shachi smirked. I've been treating you to drinks, Captain. but this time, it won to be complimentary. What? No complimentary drink. Lin Yan stared at his empty glass. Momentarily stunned, Shachi was renowned across the Sabati archipelago for her knack for charging exorbitant prices. Attempting to gain an advantage with her was almost as challenging as urinating atop Akainu's head. Lin Yan then remarked, "Can I just regurgitate it? Regurgitate?" Shachi's expression darkened. How shameless can this 17th squad captain be? A friendly price. 100,000 berries per drink. No worries. I've got the funds. Without further ado, Lin Yan produced the necklace and bracelet he had recently seized from Bonnie. Shachi's eyes widened as she appraised the jewels, estimating their worth to be around 700,000 to 800,000 berries. As if possessed by Nami, her eyes transformed into the shape of O.I. Shachi, hereby retract any prior complaints about the shamelessness of the 17th squad captain, with such a captain frequenting my tavern. It is my honor, my great fortune. The more she gazed at Lin Yan, the more appealing he appeared. Soon, Lin Yan inquired about Blackbeard. Upon learning of Lin Yan's quest for Blackbeard, Shachi wasted no time rushing into her information room. After a thorough search, she emerged with intel on Blackbeard. "Captain, my suggestion is that you refrain from pursuing Blackbeard," Shachi advised hesitantly, glancing at the documents in her hands. "What's the matter?" Lin Yan countered. "See for yourself," Shachi replied. Upon reading the contents of the intel, he fell silent. Blackbeard was currently in Marineford. And furthermore, Ace had been sent to the underwater prison, known as Impelled Down, a fortress that had remained impregnable for years. Although this outcome had long been anticipated, Lin Yan could not help but sigh. The battle at Marineford was ultimately inescapable. Lin Yan did not believe that he could boldly storm Impelled Down and rescue Ace. As the marshal, he was certain that after Ace's imprisonment, the defenses of Impelled Down had undoubtedly doubled, making it far more challenging to infiltrate than ever before. "Considering our old acquaintance, allow me to offer a word of caution," said Xiachi, lighting a cigarette as she addressed Lin Yan. "Recently, the Navy has been amassing elite soldiers across the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World. Currently, according to my intelligence, the number of elite naval soldiers stationed at Marineford has surpassed hundreds of thousands, with warships numbering in the thousands. Captain, do you grasp the Navy's intentions? Lin Yan was well aware of the Navy's motives. Following Ace's capture, such a large-scale military operation was not difficult to interpret. They sought to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates, aiming to establish their dominance through a decisive battle at Marineford, thereby restoring the Navy's status as the supreme power of the Grand Line. Standing tall at the pinnacle of the world, in truth, the Navy had always been the overlord of these seas, a singular powerhouse amidst many. Even the numerous emperors of the sea, the so-called maritime monarchs, had no choice but to yield to the Navy's might. As for why the Navy was pursuing such aggressive actions, the reason was simple. Human greed knows no bounds. It was akin to an unnamed entity in America. When they suspect you possess weapons of mass destruction, not only must you be armed, but it is also best to present them for their scrutiny. Captain, the Navy is already preparing to take action against your Whitebeard Pirates. You must remain vigilant, Xiachi warned, her concern evident. Although she had not spent much time with Lin Yan and had initially regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune after a series of mutual banter, she had come to see him as a person of genuine character. They had become friends, and she did not wish for her companion to be swept into the impending storm. While the two conversed, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Xiachi's expression shifted. What is happening? The Sabati archipelago was in turmoil, and she was reluctant for her tavern to be caught in the crossfire. What if her establishment was reduced to rubble? To whom could she turn for solace? It's here. Lin Yan closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and then he could not suppress a grin. The clash between Rayleigh and Kizaru had reached their vicinity. Pushing the door open, Lin Yan stepped outside, closely followed by Xiaqiu. As anticipated, a scene unfolded before them. Two figures were intertwining in combat, each exchange sending tremors through the air and sparks flying. The confrontation was not overly intense, with each side trading blows in a manner that exemplified their mastery of the art of combat. Behind Rayleigh and Kizaru, the Straw Hat Pirates and Bartolomeo were also engaged in battle. Bartolomeo's strength was on par with these supernovas, relentlessly pursuing Luffy with fierce blows. However, he was not fighting alone. 5 pacifistas followed closely behind him. The pacifistas, the Navy's secret weapon, were humanoid weapons created by the world government. While the 7 warlords could dispatch foes with a single kick, The pacifistas represented a significant threat to the supernovas, delivering a dimensional blow, with Rayleigh occupied by Kizaru and Luffy held back by Bartolomeo. The 5 pacifistas descended upon the Straw Hat Pirates like wolves among sheep, leaving no one capable of matching their might. How could Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, and the others stand a chance against them? They were immediately scattered and forced to retreat. Old Ray, upon stepping outside, witnessing Rayleigh clashing with the naval admiral Kizaru, Xiaqi's face displayed concern. Although Rayleigh was formidable, his opponent was at the peak of his powers. In contrast, Rayleigh, now in his twilight years, could not match the vigor of youth. Are you worried? Lin Yan reassured her. Rest assured, if it were anyone else, Rayleigh might truly struggle. Fortunately for him, his adversary is Kizaru. Lin Yan held a deep admiration for the laid-back admiral, who epitomized the philosophy of taking it easy. Given the opportunity, he too would relish such an approach. Who would refuse to enjoy a leisurely existence? Lin Yan turned his gaze from Rayleigh. Meanwhile, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were in dire straits. Although they possessed considerable bounties and strength, they were ultimately facing the pacifistas, being hailed as human weapons by the Navy. Each pacifista was extraordinarily powerful. Of course, this was in comparison to ordinary pirates. When measured against Lin Yan and his companions, the pacifistas paled in comparison. During the battle at Marineford, the pacifistas demonstrated an overwhelming force, unmatched by any common foe. Lin Yan stroked his chin, never anticipating that his first encounter with the protagonist of the pirate world, Monkey D. Luffy, would occur under such circumstances. Nearby, the Straw Hat Pirates were being mercilessly trampled by the pacifistas. Lin Yan marveled. Was this truly the strength of the supernovas? To be honest, it was not particularly impressive. It was difficult to fathom how someone could defeat Kaido, who had reigned for 40 to 50 years in the New World and had only recently attained his position as one of the 4 emperors. In a mere 2 years' time. Not to mention, Kaido commanded a vast crew at his disposal. In terms of strength, status, influence, and the prowess of their pirate crews, how could Monkey D. Luffy possibly compare to Kaido? Speaking of extraordinary abilities, Lin Yan suddenly snapped back to reality. He scratched his head, realizing that he lacked the standing to comment on Luffy. The clash between Rayleigh and Kizaru had reached a fever pitch. Oh my, how remarkable it is to witness a powerhouse from the old era. Kizaru, wielding the shining sword, gleamed as he swung it towards Rayleigh while nonchalantly remarking, "This is truly terrifying." Rayleigh raised his long sword to parry Kizaru's strikes, returning the favor. However, the current situation was not favorable for Rayleigh. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Ultimately, he fell short against the admiral. Despite being the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, Rayleigh had to concede to the passage of time. Although Kizaru held the upper hand, he did not press the advantage. His peripheral vision caught sight of Bartolomeo and the pacifistas nearby. He knew it would not be long before the Straw Hat Pirates were captured by Bartolomeo and his forces. Rayleigh is of no concern to me. Whoever wishes to capture him can do so. As far as I'm concerned, the orders are simply to apprehend the supernovas. The rest is of no consequence. This indifference was precisely why Kizaru engaged in a leisurely duel with Rayleigh at long last. On another battlefield, Bartolomeo succeeded in defeating the already battered Luffy. Other pacifists also hurriedly captured the Straw Hat Pirates and their companions. From that moment on, the 11 supernovas, including Kid, Trafalgar Law, and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with numerous other supernovas, were all dispatched to a temporary prison aboard a naval ship by Kizaru. "Straw Hat Kid, cease your struggles and surrender," he exclaimed. "You are the last supernova to be apprehended. The fact that you have managed to delay until now in the presence of an admiral and so many pacifists is quite commendable." With a frostbitten expression, Bartolomeo stared at the struggling Monkey D. Luffy before him. Damn it! Luffy gritted his teeth, but he was gravely injured. Watching his companions being captured one by one, he, already on the brink of collapse, could only bear witness that in that moment, Luffy profoundly realized his own frailty and helplessness. This script seems a bit off. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, recalling that the supernovas had not been imprisoned previously. Why was the scene unfolding this way now? Had Kizaru truly become so diligent in his duties? Rayleigh, observing the capture of the Straw Hat Pirates, felt a surge of anxiety. Regarding Luffy, he had already been informed of the situation by Shanks long before they set sail from the East Blue. Leaving aside everything else, The bond represented by that straw hat was undeniable. In the face of the Admiral's pressure, Rayleigh could not remain a mere spectator. However, given the current circumstances, he sought to intervene and snatch Luffy from Kizaru's grasp. Yet, Kizaru offered no opportunity. In his haste, Rayleigh exposed a vulnerability, and seizing upon it, Kizaru dealt him a blow. Rayleigh was wounded. Today marked a rare occasion of Kizaru successfully completing his mission. However, just as he prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Among the pacifists, a laser-eyed pacifist suddenly locked onto Shaki, who was on a nearby hill. Pirate, Shaki, pirate. Thanks to the facial recognition capabilities of the pacifists, even those from the bygone era of piracy, as long as they had not been erased from the records, could not escape the gaze of their laser eyes. Upon confirming Shaki's identity, one of the pacifists raised a hand, palm aimed at her. Then whoosh, a terrifying laser beam shot forth, swift and imbued with unparalleled sharpness, hurtling directly towards Shaki. Though Shaki had aged, her youthful foundation remained intact. After all, she had endured beatings from both the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. Swiftly, she ducked down, narrowly evading the laser beam. However, behind her stood her beloved tavern, my tavern. Shaki felt her heart bleed that if there were two things she cherished most in life, one was Old Ray, and the other was the tavern before her. Just when she thought her tavern was destined to be obliterated by the pacifist's laser, clang, Lin Yan stood in front of the tavern, raising his hand to intercept the pacifist's laser, standing firm at the tavern's entrance. He calmly reassured, "Do not worry, proprietress. Even without Rayleigh, you still have me, right?" Seeing her tavern spared by Lin Yan's intervention, Shaki exhaled in relief. But soon, her brow furrowed as she shot a glare at Lin Yan. "Are you taking advantage of me again? What nonsense are you spouting? Rayleigh is right there." She felt that no matter how she tried to explain herself, it would be futile. Who would be interested in an older lady like you? Lin Yan smiled. Older lady? This was the second time Shaki had heard that phrase. That a few black lines appeared on her forehead, and she felt a surge of the impulse to eliminate Lin Yan. Ultimately, the tavern remained unscathed, and Shaki chose not to dwell on it too much. However, the commotion soon attracted the attention of Bartolomeo, Kizaru, and Rayleigh, witnessing Lin Yan single-handedly intercept the laser of the pacifist. Their eyes widened in astonishment. It was well known that a pacifist's laser was not something just any pirate could withstand, let alone someone like Lin Yan, who had caught it barehanded, having long heard of the hidden talents of Sabaody Archipelago. Bartolomeo could not help but exclaim, "Oh, look who I've stumbled upon, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." While Bartolomeo may not have recognized Lin Yan, Kizaru was undoubtedly aware of him through the news. Although no bounty had been issued, his strength was beyond question. Kizaru stroked his chin in contemplation. Why is the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates here? Has he come as well? Rayleigh had not learned about Lin Yan from the newspapers. Instead, Shaki had mentioned that Lin Yan had visited her tavern several times, always seeking her out. As all eyes turned toward him, Lin Yan glanced at the distant pacifists and remarked, "I've come to this tavern several times, and the lovely proprietress has generously provided me with information for free. To let it be destroyed so easily would weigh on my conscience. Therefore, as a gesture of gratitude, I shall assist you in dealing with this group of pacifists." Gazing at the pacifists before him, Lin Yan stretched his fists. In truth, he was more inclined to test the strength of the pacifists standing before him. After all, what man would not be intrigued by mechs, although he could pilot a Gundam himself? With that, Lin Yan's sharp gaze settled upon the group of pacifists, channeling the power of the thunder fruit. Zzz. Under the influence of lightning, Lin Yan merely snapped his fingers to in an instant. Boom! 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down upon 5 pacifists before him. In a flash, sparks erupted, and electric arcs danced wildly. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable 5 pacifists were utterly obliterated by Lin Yan's thunderous onslaught. Instantly, wreckage and severed limbs littered the ground. The 5 pacifists were reduced to molten metal, their internal components rendered completely inoperable by the searing heat of Lin Yan's lightning. Not very impressive. Initially eager to gauge the pacifists' capabilities, Lin Yan shook his head upon witnessing this scene. If they can't even withstand a single bolt of lightning, these pacifists are rather lackluster. My pacifists? Bartolomeo stared in shock at Lin Yan, who had effortlessly dispatched 5 of his mechs in the blink of an eye. He then shouted in despair. Yet, it was too late. The die had been cast, and no amount of shouting could alter the reality that had transpired. Most importantly, his pacifists were meant to be returned for accountability. Each peacekeeper comes at an exorbitant cost. The loss incurred in one fell swoop is staggering that a chill ran down his spine. There was no need for further contemplation. Upon returning, a severe beating was undoubtedly in store for him. How infuriating! The very thought that the current predicament was caused by Lin Yan standing before him made Zhang Taoan glare with fury, his grip tightening around his axe. He was nearly driven to cleave Lin Yan in two. Just as Zhang Taoan prepared to strike, a voice called out from afar, "Stop, Zhang Taoan." Huang Yuan intervened, urging him not to take action. Though Zhang Taoan harbored disdain for nearly everyone, he found himself inexplicably obedient to Huang Yuan. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Taoan quickly turned to Huang Yuan, exclaiming, "Old man, let me take him down. You are no match for him." Huang Yuan replied, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, a subtle smile gracing his somewhat unscrupulous face. He addressed Lin Yan, "A pleasure to meet you, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Greetings, Admiral." Lin Yan returned the greeting to Huang Yuan. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Taoan was momentarily taken aback. Captain, he had encountered most of the division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Who was this individual? It didn't take long for Zhang Taoan to connect the dots with recent newspaper articles that in truth, he had not paid much attention to the news and was only aware that the Whitebeard Pirates had recruited a new member. Is it him? Zhang Taoan suddenly understood why Huang Yuan was dissuading him from acting. The reason was simple. He was outmatched. Oh my, I did not expect this new division commander to recognize me. How flattering. Huang Yuan took a couple of steps forward, removing his sunglasses. With shades on, hands in pockets, and one foot in front of another, he radiated an air of superiority. The fame of an admiral is renowned across the seas. Who does not know his name? Lin Yan responded with a smirk. Is the division commander here to challenge me? Huang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of wariness as he inquired, "Of course not. I am merely passing through. Nothing more." Lin Yan was indeed only passing through. In that case, does this mean I have completed my task for today? Huang Yuan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Lin Yan to refrain from engaging in combat. His mission was to apprehend all the supernovas, and now even Rayleigh, the last formidable opponent, was injured. In other words, as long as Lin Yan did not wish to incite a confrontation, he could escort all the supernovas to the underwater prison. In principle, that was the case. Lin Yan suddenly provided an enigmatic response. What about in reality? Huang Yuan pressed for clarification. Of course, Lin Yan paused, then continued, "No, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, was after all Luffy's brother. Although he was not particularly familiar with the Straw Hat Pirates, there was a familial connection of sorts. If you wish to take them before my very eyes, that simply cannot be allowed." Lin Yan shook his head, outright rejecting Huang Yuan's intentions. "Oh my, am I to engage in yet another battle? I have heard of your exploits in the New World, Division Commander. Fighting a powerhouse like you would indeed be troublesome." Huang Yuan genuinely wished to avoid conflict with Lin Yan. Alas, who isn't? Lin Yan could not help but voice the plain truth that as soon as he spoke, Summer Chi, who had been listening, fell silent for a moment before delivering a swift kick to him. Understanding immediately, Lin Yan quickly amended, "No, Admiral, what do you suggest we do? Since neither of us desires a confrontation, how about this? I will leave Luffy to you, and I will take the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. As they are not particularly connected to you, you wouldn't object to that, would you?" Huang Yuan proposed. "That suggestion is utterly unacceptable," Lin Yan retorted, making a fist with one hand and asserting, "What if I want them all?" "Oh my, you are making this quite difficult for me, Division Commander," Huang Yuan replied, hands still in his pockets, clearly troubled. "Brothers, I currently have a deal at hand. The issue is, I don't want to pay, yet I desire the goods. What to do?" As Lin Yan observed the stalemate, he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. "Admiral, I have a suggestion. Leave the other members of the Straw Hat crew behind, and take Luffy with you. How does that sound?" "What?" As soon as Lin Yan spoke, Rayleigh was the first to rise, alarmed. Luffy was the backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates. How could he possibly be taken by Huang Yuan? It was well known that if Luffy fell into the hands of the Navy, he would face a dark and dismal fate in the underwater prison. What kind of place is the underwater prison? It is a nightmare for pirates, said to be impregnable for years. Once Luffy was imprisoned there, He would face endless darkness and countless tortures awaiting him. Surely, no one genuinely believes that Luffy could escape successfully. The captain cannot do this. Summer Chi, noticing Rayleigh's shock, felt a pang of compassion for the injured old man and immediately urged Lin Yan to reconsider. I have my own plans. Lin Yan gestured for Summer Chi to calm down and turned to Huang Yuan. Admiral, what do you think? Upon hearing that Lin Yan was willing to relinquish Luffy in exchange for the other Straw Hat Pirates, not only Rayleigh, but even Huang Yuan and Zhang Taoan paused for a moment. Their scrutiny of Lin Yan intensifying. Is this truly your intention? Zhang Taoan pointed at Lin Yan, exclaiming in disbelief, fearing that Lin Yan might retract his offer. Luffy was the leader of the Straw Hat crew. If he were extinguished, the crew would struggle to progress at that point. The Grand Line would lose a supernova, and the Navy would be rid of a significant threat. Those 5 peacekeepers certainly would not have died in vain. No, absolutely not. Rayleigh shook his head, unwilling to let go. Luffy was someone he had taken special care of, and he could not allow any harm to come to him. However, for Lin Yan, trading one Luffy for the other members of the Straw Hat crew was a tremendous bargain. After all, Luffy could escape eventually. Lin Yan was even more inclined to create a disturbance within the prison as long as the commotion was significant enough, it could even influence the outcome of the Marineford War. Conversely, if the entire Straw Hat crew were imprisoned, it would be problematic. At the very least, Luffy's actions would be constrained by the safety of his crew, and worse still, it could trigger a butterfly effect. Thus, it was preferable for Luffy to go in alone. Rayleigh had his thoughts, and Lin Yan had his calculations. Yet, when all this reached Huang Yuan, a single remark from him left Lin Yan utterly stunned. Oh my, Division Commander, I fear I must consult you further on this matter. Huang Yuan hesitated, and Lin Yan quickly furrowed his brow. No, I have already handed Luffy over to you. This is a rare opportunity. He is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, a notorious supernova with a bounty of 300 million berries. Undoubtedly, he is a figure destined to venture into the new world. If you merely confine him to the depths of the underwater prison, this budding threat can be swiftly extinguished. For the Navy, this is, without a doubt, a situation that offers immense benefits with no drawbacks. Of course, such a situation appears advantageous for the Navy, at least for the time being. And yet, you actually declined to apprehend him. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. I ask you, Admiral of the Navy, can you not adhere to reason? Why did Kizaru refuse to take him in? His reasoning was quite simple. There were no other motives involved. At the moment of parting, the esteemed Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, discreetly slipped him a sum of money, whispering softly in Kizaru's ear, please take care of matters concerning Luffy. Kizaru's avarice was on par with that of Lin Yan. Tell me loudly, who was the Yonko being rendered powerless? Gazing upon the irresistible wealth that he could not refuse, Kizaru accepted it with an air of indifference. Military honor, achievements, and accolades had all reached the level of an admiral like Kizaru. Past merits were mere fleeting memories. It was the intricacies of human relations that held true significance. Garp, the old veteran, sought a favor. Who would dare to deny him? Moreover, the reward was exceedingly generous. Although Luffy was quite a handful, one must not forget that he had Garp's backing. Throughout the journey, Kizaru had no intention of escorting Luffy back. It was far more pragmatic to hastily deal with the other supernovas and report back to Admiral Sengoku. How much one receives dictates how much work one must accomplish. It would simply be a matter of covertly letting Luffy go. Kizaru muttered, it's a trivial matter. No, you must take Luffy. After a brief moment of fluster, Lin Yan insisted, this cannot be allowed. Kizaru opposed Lin Yan's insistence. Lin Yan retorted, you must take him. Kizaru exclaimed, no, no way. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Despite Lin Yan's connection to Luffy, she adamantly pulled at Kizaru, urging him to take Luffy. Kizaru, however, seemed to be under some unseen influence, resolutely refusing to take Luffy away. The back and forth resembled a Tai Chi dance. With Luffy caught in the middle, being pushed between the two, this scene left Jean Tamaru, Rayleigh, and Shaki utterly dumbfounded. The captured members of the Straw Hat Pirates, sprawled on the ground, were equally baffled. Hey, could you spare a thought for us while you play this game? We are the ones involved here. After all, please stop pushing us around. Find us a place to recuperate instead. Look at our captain, Luffy. He's in so much pain he's starting to smoke. Lin Yan continued to press. Give me a reason. Kizaru had no intention of revealing the truth. Oh no, that reason cannot be disclosed. Just then, Lin Yan, reminiscent of a contemplative Conan, experienced a flash of insight, observing Kizaru's stubborn refusal to take Luffy. She suddenly comprehended something. If Lin Yan were given a pair of glasses, they would undoubtedly reflect the truth. Have you perhaps accepted some favor from Garp? Lin Yan questioned, her gaze suspiciously fixed on Kizaru. Upon hearing this, Jean Tamaru, Shaki, and Rayleigh all turned their attention towards Kizaru. Kizaru felt a moment of panic, particularly when he noticed the scrutinizing gaze of Jean Tamaru and Rayleigh. He quickly replied with feigned calmness. I advise you not to speak carelessly. Do you want me to accuse you of slander? Ultimately, having been seen through by Lin Yan, coupled with the crowd's watchful eyes, Kizaru had no choice but to begrudgingly escort Luffy onto the ship. Consequently, all the supernovas, except for Zoro, were taken aboard the warship. Kizaru stood on the deck, feeling quite discontented as he let the sea breeze wash over him. They say what one fears will come to pass. The more he wished to avoid taking Luffy, the more Luffy ended up in his custody. Reflecting on this, Kizaru sighed repeatedly. I apologize, Garp, but I cannot fulfill the task you entrusted to me. Had he known this would occur, he should have engaged Lin Yan in a battle. Winning would have made him the Hokage. Losing, cough, cough. At this moment, news of Kizaru's successful completion of the mission had also reached Marineford. What has happened? What has happened? In the marshal's office, the door came crashing open as Garp burst in, eager to hear about the events surrounding the Sabaody archipelago incident. Garp? Sengoku's fists were clenched, his eyes glaring at the old scoundrel before him. What is wrong? Is it not permissible for a Navy Vice Admiral to inquire about intelligence? Unfazed by Sengoku's furious demeanor, Garp shot back defiantly. Sengoku's expression darkened. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Garp was indeed entitled to listen in. It was not difficult to surmise that Kizaru had likely failed to capture Luffy. How many times have I said this? How many times? Stop covering for him. If you continue to do so, Luffy will inevitably become a significant threat to our navy. How infuriating. If only a Kainu were here. Sengoku realized for the first time how fortunate it was to have a Kainu by his side. Report to the Marshal. Of the 11 supernovas at the Sabaody archipelago, Admiral Kizaru successfully apprehended 10, thus exceeding your expectations, Marshal. The lieutenant who entered to report saluted and then explained the situation. Good. The moment the lieutenant finished speaking, Garp's clenched fist raised in approval. 10 out of 11 supernovas captured. Who else could the one that got away possibly be, if not his grandson? Garp's lips curled into a grin as he burst into laughter. Well done, Kizaru. If you seek to become the next marshal, I will gladly cast my vote for you. What is human relations, you ask? This is what it is. With Garp's backing, Kizaru's future in the Navy appeared exceptionally bright. Observing Garp's smug demeanor, it was evident even to Sengoku that the lieutenant who had just entered could easily guess the reason behind Garp's hearty laughter. Listening to the results of Kizaru's expedition, Sengoku clenched his fists. He had anticipated such a scene. He had been suppressing his frustration towards Garp for a long time. Especially upon witnessing Garp's exuberant laughter, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Garp. What are you laughing at? As a seasoned veteran of the workplace, Garp stifled his laughter. I just recalled something delightful. Sengoku glared at him. What is it? Garp fabricated a casual excuse. My grandson had a baby. Your grandson is Luffy, who is currently at the Sabaody archipelago, just having fought the Celestial Dragons. You tell me he had a baby? He fought the Celestial Dragons while having a baby. Sengoku was beginning to lose his temper. Yes. Garp contorted his mouth into a shape reminiscent of Psyduck, physically suppressing his laughter. I reiterate, this is the Navy Marshal's office. I am not joking. Sengoku, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. Garp attempted to contain himself. But the thought of Luffy being one of the few that slipped through during the Celestial Dragon incident made it impossible for him to hold back, and he erupted into laughter once more. Indeed, my grandson possesses the spirit of the Pirate King. You scoundrel. Garp, you have gone too far. I have tolerated you for far too long. Sengoku was fuming, his anger reaching a boiling point. He kicked over the table before him and shouted. My grandson had a baby. Garp insisted. He clearly is laughing, and he has not stopped since. Do you think I am blind? Sengoku was on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. Let me interject. At that moment, the lieutenant beside them spoke up. The only supernova that remains uncaptured is Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for the Straw Hat Luffy you mentioned, he is currently being escorted back by Admiral Kizaru. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Apart from the table that Sengoku had kicked over moments ago, the two men were utterly silent. Sengoku was momentarily stunned, and so was Garp. The elusive prey is not Straw Hat Luffy. How could this be? I distinctly paid Kizaru a substantial amount. Garp exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, Kizaru. How could you let this happen? Did you take my money for nothing? My efforts have gone to waste. From now on, your crucial vote for becoming the fleet admiral is lost. Reflecting on it, my grandson Kazan has been more considerate, repeatedly letting Luffy's crew survive until now. I shall cast my vote for him. Garp. Sengoku shot him a glance, having previously insisted he wouldn't play favorites. Yet here he was, handing over money to Kizu. First it was Akiji, now Kizu. Sengoku suddenly felt like he was fighting a solitary battle. Unable to carry the weight alone, like 1,000 cranes only playing peak matches, yet facing an opponent of celestial stature, realizing all his teammates were mere amateurs, wearing a mask of suffering. Hearing Garp's outburst, the lieutenant nearly burst into laughter, but professional decorum held him back. He knew that if he laughed out loud, his position as lieutenant would be at stake. He bowed his head slightly, concealing his amusement from Sengoku and Garp. Although Sengoku was furious, ultimately, Kizaru had indeed brought back Straw Hat Luffy. For the Navy, this was undeniably good news, an unexpected delight. At least they had removed a thorn. They prevented him from wreaking further havoc. Sengoku quelled his anger. This was perhaps one of the few pieces of good news he had heard today. If earlier Garp had been predominantly joyful and excited, at this moment his previously beaming smile had vanished, replaced by a pallor of despair. How could this happen? Why has it come to this? Kizaru, taking money from others yet failing to avert disaster. What sort of admiral are you? Damn it, return my money. On Sabaody Archipelago, the entire Straw Hat crew was taken into Shaki's bar. Shaki's bar was closed off, beginning to tend to the injuries of the Straw Hat crew, whether it was Zoro, Sanji, Nami, or Robin. They had all endured a severe beating from the pacifistas. Their faces were bruised, and their bodies bore the marks of bloodshed. Tsk. How truly tragic. Lin Yan chuckled softly, though it was indeed grim. He paid it no mind. In the world of pirates, everyone was tough as nails. Not to mention this crew was blessed by the protagonist's luck. Meanwhile, under Rayleigh's puzzled gaze, Lin Yan directly informed him that Luffy had been imprisoned and impelled down and would be out in a matter of days. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was utterly bewildered. What sort of place is this that holds Luffy? It was the dark, sunless underwater prison, infamous for being unbreakable for years. How could it be so easily escaped from here? When did impel down lose its value? Even the legendary Captain John of the old era barely managed to escape after crippling himself. Unfortunately, Lin Yan was unaware of Rayleigh's thoughts. If he had known, he would have merely smiled. You underestimate the protagonist as Halo far too much. If he were to get serious, Kaido would be laid low. Furthermore, Luffy's grandfather is Garp. I imagine Garp would fight tooth and nail to protect his grandson. Lin Yan continued. Though Ace is also Garp's grandson, ultimately, Ace's significance cannot be compared to Luffy's. That at least for now. Ace is Sengoku's priority, the orphan of the Pirate King, the last remnant of a notorious bloodline. Even Garp is powerless in that regard. Luffy, on the other hand, is merely a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He is not worth the Navy's full mobilization. His reputation is not yet substantial. At least not enough to have him recognized as one of the future emperors. Additionally, having already harmed Ace has sufficiently restrained Garp. If they were to target Luffy, even Sengoku might find it difficult to suppress Garp. Garp's current standing is evident. Sengoku must also take his feelings into account. This, Rayleigh gradually came to terms with it after listening. Hopefully, Lin Yan was right. At that moment, the barely conscious Zoro grasped Lin Yan's clothing. Although he was bewildered as to why Lin Yan would hand Luffy over to Kizu, once he pieced together the events and learned that Lin Yan was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division and had ties with Luffy's brother Ace, he began to trust Lin Yan, believing there must be a reason behind his actions. Zoro, with a trembling voice, implored, Captain, you must bring Luffy back. The Straw Hat Pirates have come this far entirely thanks to Luffy's leadership. They do not wish for him to remain and impel down, forever accompanied by darkness and solitude. Rest assured. Lin Yan reassured Zoro with a pat on the shoulder. He was counting on Luffy to cause a ruckus and impel down. After settling the situation, Lin Yan realized the dynamics of the seas were about to change. He needed to return to the Whitebeard Pirates immediately to be prepared for any eventuality. As for Kizaru, staring at the hot potato that was Luffy before him, he understood that the days ahead would likely be arduous and thankless. Admiral, Marineford has arrived. A soldier reported to Kizaru. Ensure these supernovas are securely delivered to Impel Down. Kizaru simultaneously instructed them while making his way toward the Fleet Admiral's office. Approximately half an hour later, Kizaru entered the Fleet Admiral's office. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he noticed the overturned table and two piercing gazes directed at him, one from Garp and the other from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ahem, Kizaru cleared his throat and proceeded to outline his mission. Essentially, he had captured 10 of the 11 supernovas, with the only one slipping through his fingers being Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. The others were currently en route to Impel Down. You did well, Sengoku replied, retracting his gaze and gesturing to the chaotic scene. Make yourself comfortable. Kizaru glanced around and chose a seat far from Garp. However, just as he sat down, a figure obstructed his view. It was Garp. With a grim expression, Garp demanded, "How did you handle this?" Kizaru, this is the Fleet Admiral's office. If you have something to say, take it outside. Sengoku chided sternly, casting a disapproving glance at Garp. No. Today I must get to the bottom of this. Garp was undeterred, knowing Sengoku was already aware of his secret monetary transaction with Kizaru. With a heart full of frustration, he resolved that if Kizaru did not provide him with a satisfactory answer today, not even Sengoku, nor Shanks with his precious devil fruit, would suffice. I don't want this either. The yellow monkey is truly at his wit's end. The image of Lin Yan forcefully shoving Luffy in his direction haunts him that he immediately dons a mask of anguish that in truth, had Yellow Monkey possessed a thicker skin, he could have easily jettisoned Luffy during their return journey. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, en route, no fewer than 10 warships flanked them, each brimming with thousands of soldiers. To openly let Luffy go in front of such a multitude would be utterly inconceivable. Would he not care for his reputation? Subsequently, Yellow Monkey recounted the events that transpired at Sabaody Archipelago. The intervention of Rayleigh was anticipated by both Sengoku and Garp. However, the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates Division commander at Sabaody was perplexing. Originally stern, Sengoku began to ponder, stroking his chin. Moreover, there was another point that left Sengoku bewildered. Why was this division commander so intent on delivering Luffy to Yellow Monkey? It was hard to believe that Lin Yan harbored no ulterior motives. The question remained, what was he truly scheming? Sengoku, after all, could not predict the future and was utterly at a loss regarding Lin Yan's next move. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He could not fathom Luffy performing any tricks within the impenetrable confines of Impel Down. At that moment, the office door swung open, and an elderly woman entered. She had a head of white hair and was clad in naval staff attire. Following her were several youthful and radiant women. The newcomer was none other than Tsuru, the current Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff of the Navy, one of the few high-ranking women within the ranks, having worked alongside Garp and Sengoku for many years. Even admirals showed her respect. Tsuru entered with a piercing gaze, her body slightly hunched, then removed her gloves and calmly inquired, "Have you finished your bickering?" Upon hearing Tsuru's words, neither Sengoku nor Garp continued their conversation. The naval forces had assembled, all warships poised for action, and the layout of Marineford had been completed. That it was Sengoku's turn. Tsuru's eyes sparkled with a subtle light as she regarded Sengoku. They shared a mutual understanding of what needed to be done, without the need for elaborate dialogue. With her words, the previously noisy office fell silent. The Navy's meticulous preparations at Marineford were undoubtedly aimed at one thing, the impending war on the summit, which had long been in the works. Now, with Marineford ready, the troops equipped, and the ships restored, it was time to strike at the Whitebeard Pirates, using Ace as the line of attack. Sengoku remained silent for a long while, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. The reckoning of the old era was about to commence. Oh my! They were set to meet the Whitebeard Pirates. It was unexpected that they would reunite so soon after parting. Yellow Monkey suddenly recalled Lin Yan, whom he had encountered at Sabaody, a smile gracing his face. Could Garp truly not delay this? The once spirited Garp now trembled slightly at Yellow Monkey's words. He was reminded of Ace, who was suffering in prison. A look of profound sorrow clouded his features. Regardless of how rebellious Ace and Luffy were, he was still their grandfather, especially within the confines of a prison. The image of Roger personally entrusting Ace to him played repeatedly in his mind like a slideshow. Unbeknownst to him, so many years had already passed. With this thought, the wrinkles on Garp's face deepened. As if he had aged decades, Saru observed Garp and sighed. Alas, what a fateful bond. Bring them in. At such a critical juncture, Sengoku would not allow any distractions. Admiral, several soldiers entered, saluting sharply. They were tasked with ensuring that Garp would not step foot outside the holding area during this time. Sengoku gestured towards Garp, issuing orders to the soldiers. Soon, amidst the soldiers' escort, Garp exited the room. Shichibukai, Polyusolino, you two should prepare as well. Sengoku assigned them their respective duties. Upon stepping through the door, Sengoku gazed into the distance. Where the square of Marineford lay wide, the center of the square, the seagull flag fluttered in the wind, waving majestically. The mission to eradicate the Whitebeard Pirates and reclaim control over the Grand Line had taken firm root in Sengoku's mind. Following the conclusion of the Celestial Dragon incident at Sabaody, the epic confrontation between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates was gradually unfolding, marking the most intense battle since the dawn of a new era. The long-awaited battle on the summit was upon us. To enhance the reading experience for all, I have chosen to release the entire chapter at once rather than in intervals, so I kindly request a 5-star rating. A few days later, two pieces of news spread like wildfire across the Grand Line. First, the Celestial Dragon incident at Sabaody shocked everyone. No one anticipated that these supernovas would be audacious enough to lay hands on celestial dragons. Though the celestial dragons were often referred to as the parasites of the world and the scum of the Grand Line, their status remained unassailable. Countless individuals could only seethe in silence. The sight of Straw Hat Luffy landing a punch on their faces brought immense satisfaction to many, yet the consequences were dire. 11 notorious supernovas, heralding a new era of extreme malice, found themselves ensnared by the Navy's admiral. Yellow Monkey, they were firmly pinned to the ground. Out of the 11 supernovas, 10 were thrown into impel down. Thus, the Celestial Dragon incident came to a close. However, just as everyone thought that the Grand Line would descend into tranquility following the Celestial Dragon incident, an even more explosive revelation emerged. The Navy announced to the entire world that, at noon 3 days hence, they would publicly execute Ace, the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, in the central square of Marineford. Broadcasting it live to the world, the news sent shockwaves throughout the Grand Line. Were they really going to execute Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? What did this mean? Ace was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy had suddenly targeted Ace. Did this not signify an open declaration of war against the Whitebeard Pirates? The Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the leaders of this era. The strongest man in the world. Why would the Navy openly declare war against the Whitebeard Pirates? In that instant, countless people found it hard to believe that I asked this for real. It seemed plausible. After all, the Navy had already announced it to the entire world. Recently, I had witnessed large contingents of elite naval forces assembling at Marineford, and while I was initially baffled, it all made sense now. Do not speak of elite forces. I have witnessed the likes of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and the world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk aboard Navy warships. That it is likely that all 7 warlords have been summoned to Marineford. The Navy is serious about this. With such a formidable display, can the Whitebeard Pirates withstand it? It is difficult to say, for they are renowned as the foremost pirate crew of the Grand Line. Even the Navy would find it challenging to conquer such a formidable foe. Moreover, not long ago, the Whitebeard Pirates recruited a new division commander, rumored to possess considerable strength. The Whitebeard Pirates are not to be underestimated. However, one must not forget that Whitebeard's age is a significant factor. Nearing his 80s, the hero is in the twilight of his years, which poses a considerable disadvantage. Indeed, even the strongest must eventually face a decline. The Navy has seized upon the Whitebeard Pirates' vulnerability. They have calculated that Whitebeard would not abandon Ace. Fully aware of his own frail condition, yet compelled to confront the Navy's challenge, the Navy has truly played a masterful game. As news spreads across the seas, from the first half to the second half of the Grand Line, the entire world is engulfed in a fervor. The streets and taverns are alive with incessant discussions. Some believe that the Whitebeard Pirates, being one of the 3 great pirate crews of the old era, once stood atop the world and were hailed as the strongest. They are a force that the Navy cannot easily dismantle. Others contend that while the Whitebeard Pirates are indeed powerful, it is merely in comparison to other pirates and the other emperors. The Navy, however, is a colossal force that has dominated these waters for over 8 centuries. Deeply entrenched, with its influence extending throughout the world, even the mightiest of Whitebeard's crew falls short when faced with the Navy. Regardless of perspective, once the Navy announces its intentions, a new reckoning arrives in this grand expanse of the Grand Line. Will Whitebeard charge forth, trampling the Navy to reclaim Ace, or will the Navy shatter the Whitebeard Pirates, solidifying their supremacy in the Grand Line? The turning point between the old era and the new has arrived. As Lin Yan returned, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. The vast dock was devoid of any soul. Soon enough, Lin Yan understood the reason behind it. The Navy's execution order for Ace had already reached their base. It is safe to assume that the Whitebeard Pirates are now in a furious uproar. Indeed, when Lin Yan boarded the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat at the center, his countenance darkened, barely concealing his anger. Surrounding him were all the division commanders, each expressing their opinions vehemently. This is outrageous. How dare the Navy attempt to use Ace as leverage against us? Do they not realize what they are doing? Have we, the Whitebeard Pirates, truly been absent long enough to be bullied to this extent? It seems we must teach these arrogant Navy scoundrels a lesson. The despicable teach is to blame for bringing the Whitebeard Pirates to this point. Blackbeard, let me not catch you. Old man, since the Navy wishes to declare war on us, why not accept their challenge? Indeed, while the Whitebeard Pirates do not seek trouble, neither do we fear it. I believe this situation warrants caution. We should consider our options. Old man, my suggestion is to negotiate with the Navy. As Lin Yan approached the door, he overheard the furious shouts of the division commanders within. Some cursed the Navy for their audacity, while others directed their ire towards Blackbeard. A few, in their rage, yearned to storm Marineford and trample the Navy's pride beneath their feet. However, there were also those who remained calm, attempting to resolve the dispute through negotiation. Lin Yan contemplated for a moment before he pushed open the grand door. The instant the door swung open, every gaze within fell upon Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, in addition to the division commanders, Zephyr was present as well. Lin Yan was not surprised by this. Zephyr's strength and status commanded respect even from Whitebeard himself. His participation in such a meeting was only fitting. Lin, have you heard the news? The Navy has dared to trample upon us. Can we endure this? We must confront them. Otherwise, they will truly believe the Whitebeard Pirates to be pushovers. Lin, the old man leans towards your opinion. Speak to him about going to war. Indeed, the Whitebeard Pirates will not suffer this indignity. As Lin Yan entered, the division commanders expressed their thoughts and opinions to him in their eyes. Lin Yan, having recently established the 17th Division, was more likely to be heeded by Whitebeard, as the old man frequently interacted with the 17th Division. Lin Yan smiled bitterly. You truly hold me in high regard. You have returned? Whitebeard, deep in thought, acknowledged Lin Yan's entrance. Just as I walked in, I heard the commotion inside. Although I have not met Ace and am not particularly familiar with him. Does your quarreling here serve any purpose? Lin Yan paused before uttering a crucial statement. We have only 3 days. 3 days to rescue Ace. If we truly wish to save him, our priority should not be quarreling or venting our anger, but rather preparing ourselves fully. For Whitebeard, rescuing Ace was undoubtedly paramount. Ace's identity is exceptionally significant, and Whitebeard understands that he must act. However, since the Navy announced this news, the Whitebeard Pirates have split into 2 factions. The Hawks assert that the Navy must not be allowed to act with impunity over them, while the Doves hold a contrasting view. Should they engage in war with the Navy, it could lead to a protracted conflict throughout the Grand Line, potentially resulting in the worst-case scenario, the annihilation of the Whitebeard Pirates. To avert such a calamity, they seek to reach a consensus with the Navy through negotiation. Whitebeard is acutely aware of his own physical condition. Torn between Ace and his vast crew, compounded by the ongoing disputes between the Hawks and Doves, Whitebeard finds himself in a dilemma. Lin Yan's arrival brings him a glimmer of hope, especially upon hearing the words that emphasize preparation over discord. A faint light began to shine in Whitebeard's eyes. Lin Yan's words prompted Whitebeard to lift his head. Lin, what is your perspective? If the Navy wishes to fight, then we shall fight, Lin Yan declared, fist clenched. Unlike the other division commanders, he had been preparing for the impending war since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. honing his strength and gathering allies, striving to elevate one's prowess to its zenith in the shortest possible time. Lin Yan, despite his uncertainty regarding the forthcoming outcome, harbored an unparalleled confidence in this imminent battle. As he spoke, the advocates for negotiation stepped forward, saying, "Lin, I believe this approach is misguided. Negotiation is the optimal choice. The Navy has already declared its intentions to the world. Do you truly think they will engage in dialogue with us?" Lin Yan retorted, "If the Navy were to entertain negotiations now, it would be akin to shooting themselves in the foot. Not only would they lose face, but they would also become the subject of ridicule for the entire world. Moreover, you may not be aware that during my return journey, the Navy has amassed hundreds of thousands of sailors and countless warships, all stationed at Marineford in preparation for a confrontation with our Whitebeard Pirates. The Navy is resolutely determined to ascend at our expense. With a cliff ahead and the Navy behind, we have no avenue for retreat. As for negotiation, in my view, it is the weak who require such measures. Indeed, it is the weak who seek negotiation. The strong engage only after the battle is fought. The Whitebeard Pirates are no soft targets to be manipulated at will." "Indeed," one of the commanders exclaimed, "you have spoken to the core of my heart." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, eager for combat, echoed their agreement. Whitebeard, too, was stirred. Indeed, there was no retreat for the Whitebeard Pirates. At such a critical juncture, any concession would only invite further encroachment from their adversaries. However, the negotiators acknowledged, "We understand this principle, yet the might of the Navy looms too formidable to surmount. We are also considering the future of the Whitebeard Pirates. And while I recognize your concerns, do not be overly pessimistic. If we engage, the Whitebeard Pirates may indeed prove to be formidable opponents against the Navy." Lin Yan's words ignited a fervor in the room. The atmosphere shifted, and a consensus emerged. All present united in purpose, their sights set firmly on Marineford. Witnessing this, Whitebeard nodded with approval, having already resolved within his heart that they could not stand idly by while Ace was in peril. They could not allow Ace to remain isolated in Marineford. If the Navy sought war, then war it would be. If the Navy desired to ascend at the expense of the Whitebeard Pirates, then the Whitebeard Pirates too aspired to rise above the Navy. Let this battle at Marineford determine who would shape the course of the Grand Line for the next 2 decades. With a resolute gaze, Whitebeard closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them wide. The Navy was declaring war. How could they not respond? He removed the intravenous drips from his body, his fierce gaze shimmering with intensity. "Gurura, should we allow the enemy to witness us in such a feeble state, it would be a source of mockery. Marco, Jozu, gather the 43 subordinate pirate crews. We set sail at dawn." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura radiated from Whitebeard, instilling awe and admiration in the hearts of the commanders present. This was the man who once stood at the pinnacle of the New World. Their father, Whitebeard. "Navy, are you prepared to face us?" In a quiet corner, Zephyr remained silent, his gaze shifting from Whitebeard to Lin Yan, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary side of his subordinate. Yet, reflecting on his own circumstances, Zephyr felt a wave of melancholy. After dedicating so many years to the Navy, he had only recently departed, and now he was to confront them directly, despite his immense disappointment in the Navy. He was, at his core, still one of them. To oppose the Navy, he felt he could not act. Sighing deeply, he was at a loss to in the 17th Division. Lin Yan sat in his office, facing Zephyr, Yixiao, Greenbull, and his secretary, Ein. Gently tapping the table with one hand, he remarked, "You all must be aware that we are going to war with the Navy." Zephyr remained silent, as did Yixiao and Greenbull. Observing their reactions, Lin Yan had anticipated this moment. Zephyr, the former admiral, had no intention of engaging the Navy, and Yixiao, who had originally planned to join the Navy, found himself in a similar predicament. Greenbull, though lacking any strong convictions, admired Akanu's approach and found it difficult to engage in battle with the Navy. Thus, Lin Yan resolved to take this opportunity to enlighten them. "Tell me, how many among you wish to oppose the Navy? Raise a hand. Let me see." The 3 individuals before him were the pillars of the 17th Division, and Lin Yan did not wish for them to abstain. To his surprise, all 3 raised their hands in unison. Lin Yan's smile faltered. "What the hell? I asked you to raise a hand, and you all actually did?" Ein stifled a giggle at the sight. Lin Yan shot her a glare, prompting her to suppress her laughter. Resembling a duck trying to hold back its quacking. Clearing his throat, Lin Yan said, "Is this truly how lackluster you are?" Zephyr replied, "Captain, you know my situation." Yixiao added, "Captain, you understand my circumstances." Green Bull chimed in, "Captain, you know my situation too." Lin Yan felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood Zephyr's predicament and found Yixiao's position acceptable. But why was Green Bull joining in? "What do you think, Captain?" Green Bull cautiously inquired. "What do I think? I'm sitting here watching, lying down watching." Lin Yan scoffed. "Heh, you're fired." Of course, he would not truly dismiss Green Bull, but he was determined to include all three in the upcoming endeavor. No matter their reasons, he wanted them present, even if only to observe. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day for the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone was fervently resupplying, filling ammunition, and sharpening weapons. Shadows flitted about, constantly in motion. In addition to the over 1,600 crew members aboard the Moby Dick and over 200 from the 17th Division, the 43 subordinate pirate crews were fully prepared. The entire Whitebeard Pirates numbered more than 30,000. Not underestimate these 30,000. They were all seasoned warriors who had emerged from the trials of the New World, each a formidable fighter capable of matching 10 foes. Even the elite sailors of Marineford would be rendered insignificant in their presence. As preparations reached completion, Whitebeard raised his hand decisively. "Set sail." From that moment on, the Whitebeard Pirates surged forth towards Marineford. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard stood resolutely against the sea breeze, his long cloak billowing dramatically. His steadfast gaze was fixed upon the vast ocean before him, a twinge of concern for Ace's safety gnawing at his heart. "Captain, what do you estimate our chances of victory in this battle to be?" Suddenly, Lin Yan approached Whitebeard and inquired. Chances of victory. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Whitebeard fell into deep contemplation. Speak candidly. During his prime, he feared neither the Navy nor even the entirety of the world. Yet, the pressing question remained. How much impact could the current version of himself truly wield? Moreover, while the Whitebeard Pirates had begun to rally, the state they were in before Lin Yan's arrival needed no elaboration. To recklessly confront the Navy in such a condition would likely yield disappointing results. Noticing Whitebeard's prolonged silence, Lin Yan grasped his unspoken thoughts. A map materialized in Lin Yan's hands. Upon glimpsing the map, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lin Yan's intentions. However, Lin Yan soon elucidated the rationale behind it, pointing to a specific location on the map. In the short term, enhancing the combat capabilities of the entire ship is evidently unfeasible. Yet, I believe this location could serve a purpose. Whitebeard followed Lin Yan's finger to the marked spot, where an unusual name was inscribed. Impel down. Upon hearing Lin Yan's indication, Whitebeard expressed his puzzlement. Impel down. The Navy stationed a formidable force of 100,000 elite soldiers at Marineford, with hundreds of naval vessels poised for action, totaling at least 50,000 more, making it a staggering 150,000. Moreover, this confrontation was set in Marineford, the Navy's stronghold, an arena where they held the advantage. You believe that with 30,000 against 150,000, even if every member of the Whitebeard Pirates is a skilled warrior, such a disparity in numbers allows us to emerge victorious. Lin Yan spoke with utmost seriousness. "You are indeed correct." Whitebeard nodded, reluctantly acknowledging Lin Yan's assertion. "But what if we factor in the prisoners from Impel Down?" Lin Yan's tone shifted suddenly as he continued. Whitebeard, acutely perceptive, turned sharply, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Are you suggesting?" "My plan hinges on that," Lin Yan declared with unwavering confidence. "Is that feasible?" Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Should they enlist the prisoners of Impel Down, the prospects for the Whitebeard Pirates would significantly improve. Whether it was plausible would only be revealed through action. Moreover, the Navy's full attention was concentrated on Marineford, rendering the garrison at Impel Down comparatively weaker. Let us pursue this to its conclusion. We shall execute a surprise maneuver that disrupts Sengoku's original strategy. Lin Yan gazed at Whitebeard, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Leave this matter to me." His initial intention was to send Luffy to create chaos within Impel Down. However, upon reflection, delegating such a task to Luffy seemed rather unreliable. Lin Yan resolved to personally venture to the underwater prison. Without delay, after finalizing the arrangements, Lin Yan transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Moby Dick. Watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, Whitebeard felt a surge of fervor rising within him, but if he had previously valued only Lin Yan's strength, now, the entirety of Lin Yan's demeanor far exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. It seemed that he must add another name to his list of candidates. 3 days later, at Marineford, a colossal flag flapped in the wind, emblazoned with the Navy's iconic seagull insignia. Beneath the banner stood tens of thousands of uniformed naval soldiers, poised and ready, with heads held high and spirits aflame. Each resolute face radiated an indomitable aura, marking the commencement of the Navy's assault in this paramount war. Surrounding Marineford, 50 warships continuously patrolled, their crews unwaveringly vigilant. Scrutinizing every nook and cranny. In addition, 300 vessels stood by, and outside the gates of justice, another 500 ships lay in wait, prepared for any eventuality. In truth, Marineford could be described as impenetrable. In the conference room, Admiral Sengoku maintained a calm demeanor, his expression inscrutable, exuding an air of decisive authority that enveloped him. His gaze scanned the gathered assembly, Akainu, Akiji, Kizu, Garp, Saru, and a host of rear admirals. This assembly represented the pinnacle of the Navy's command and combat prowess. "Time is up. Let us set forth," Sengoku proclaimed with a sweeping gesture, his robe billowing dramatically as he strode forward. The 3 admirals and numerous vice-admirals followed closely behind. Today, above all else, they intended to eradicate the current era's leading figure, Whitebeard, from existence. The gates of Marineford creaked open gradually. First to emerge were over a dozen robust giant vice-admirals, their imposing figures clad in armor. Wielding battle axes and spiked clubs, helmets adorning their heads as they took position at the forefront of Marineford's defenses. Behind the giants, another group emerged, led by a flamboyantly dressed figure adorned in flamingo attire. A wicked grin etched upon his face, none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Following him was Dracula Mihawk, the black blade in tow, his piercing gaze devoid of mirth. Next came Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, her striking black hair cascading elegantly, exuding an icy demeanor. Then there was Bartholomew Kuma, the silent and brooding tyrant clutching a book, alongside the ever-smiling Gecko Moria, perpetually adorned with a mischievous grin. Though the 7 warlords faced criticism, labeled as the Navy's hounds and pirate scum, their prowess was undeniably situated at the apex of the New World. As these formidable figures made their entrance, the Navy's breathing quickened, their anticipation for victory intensifying. In that moment, a collective tremor surged through the hearts of all naval personnel. The long-awaited appearance of the 3 admirals had arrived. Beneath the execution platform lay 3 chairs, each corresponding to one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Akiji and Kizuru took their seats from either side, while Akainu positioned himself centrally. With the exception of Akiji, both Kizuru and Akainu displayed a remarkable synchronicity. Casually crossing their legs and adopting a quintessential admiral posture, they remained silent, their judgmental gazes fixed on the expansive plaza before them. Creak, creak. At long last, after the esteemed figures of the marine admirals, the 7 warlords and the vice-admirals had taken their positions. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was escorted towards the execution platform under the watchful eyes of the naval executioners. The clanking of his chains echoed ominously as they dragged along the ground, producing a series of harsh, piercing sounds. In that moment, Ace's gaze was vacant, his body marred with bloodstains, his face a patchwork of bruises, and his disheveled hair bore testament to the torment he had endured within the confines of the prison. An overwhelming sense of regret consumed him. Had he not been so reckless, had he not stubbornly pursued his path, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. The sight of the heavily fortified Marineford, surrounded by warships far exceeding the Demon Slayer order, filled Ace with dread as he pondered the catastrophic consequences should the Whitebeard Pirates attempt to rescue. He could scarcely bear the thought of his comrades perishing for his sake. The weight of such potential loss was unbearable for him to shoulder. Ace lowered his head, unwilling to allow others to witness his vulnerability. "Do you regret it?" Sengoku's calm voice cut through the air, hinting at the bloodline of sin that coursed through Ace's veins. Ace remained silent, clenching his teeth in a resolute manner. Not far away, Carp, having witnessed this scene, also bowed his head slightly, his fists clenched tightly as he grappled with an immense internal struggle. Alas, Saru shook her head at the sight, hoping that Carp would find the strength to endure. Following Ace's binding to the execution platform, Sengoku seized a Den Mushi to deliver a speech intended to bolster morale, ultimately revealing Ace's nefarious bloodline. The revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Marine soldiers at Marineford, as well as across the globe where countless spectators watched the live broadcast. The term nefarious bloodline raised eyebrows. Could it be that Ace was a descendant of Gold. Roger? It became clear why the Navy had chosen to make such a grand spectacle of Ace. The child of Roger, still alive. Such a being ought to meet their end. It dawned upon them why Whitebeard would dare to challenge the Navy. Indeed, a man of such lineage would not be allowed to face execution at their hands. Poor Gas, if he were truly a descendant of Roger, why did he not bear the Roger surname? Perhaps to avoid suspicion. If he had indeed used such a name, even the layman would be aware of his true identity. Among the onlookers were pirates and common folk alike, yet the majority were ordinary citizens. All were struck with sudden clarity, finally understanding the Navy's fervent actions. After a series of preceding events, the atmosphere at Marineford became charged with anticipation as the Marines contemplated the execution of Roger's last remaining descendant. The embodiment of sin, their morale soared to unprecedented heights. All that remained was to await the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku glanced at his watch. It was now 9 in the morning. And there were 3 hours until Ace's execution. But a pressing question loomed. How would the Whitebeard Pirates breach their seemingly impregnable Marineford? The air was thick with tension as the Marines awaited the inevitable clash. Just then, a dire message broke the silence. The gates of justice had been silently opened. The personnel inside were unreachable. Sengoku's expression darkened. He understood all too well that no matter how meticulously prepared the Navy was, there would always be unforeseen oversights. Yet he had not anticipated that the first piece of bad news would arrive so abruptly. At that moment, a Marine sentry suddenly spotted a dark silhouette emerging from the distant sea. Alongside it, several other shadows began to materialize. The distance made it difficult to discern their nature, but the sentry raised his telescope and felt his heart race as the focus sharpened. His astonishment. He realized these shadows were none other than the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Sir, the Whitebeard Pirates have made their appearance," he called out urgently. Sengoku, receiving the information via Den Mushi, felt the atmosphere shift at Marineford. The previously calm waters now stirred with unrest. The standoff was about to commence. The elite soldiers of the Navy gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the confrontation as they gazed into the depths of the mist. "Where is Whitebeard?" Sengoku inquired, disregarding the subordinate pirate crews and seeking news of Whitebeard's whereabouts. "Sir, we have yet to locate him." The sentry's telescope scanned the area, yet the Moby Dick remained elusive. Moments later, the fleet of subordinate pirates emerged from the fog, revealing formidable figures like the Formidable Squad, the Ice Witch, and others, powerful beings who had swept through the New World. The Marines felt a chill run down their spines. Yet still, there was no sign of Whitebeard. Sengoku fell into silence, pondering the arrival of the man known as the strongest in the world, just as the 3 admirals, vice-admirals, and the 7 warlords surveyed the area. The bay before Marineford began to bubble ominously. The strange sound captured everyone's attention. Sengoku, Tsu, Karp, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and the other vice-admirals turned as one, their hearts echoing a singular thought. "He has come." In the next instant, a colossal whale ship burst forth from the depths of the sea, the Moby Dick making its grand entrance. Sunlight refracted off its surface, casting a dazzling array of colors that momentarily blinded onlookers. A towering column of water erupted skyward as the ship broke through the surface, the thick membrane of its exterior shattering with a resounding pop. The very soul of the Whitebeard Pirates had arrived. Additionally, 3 slightly smaller vessels resembling the Moby Dick followed suit, forming a strategic formation, facing 4 different directions. Waves crashed as water splashed upon the nearby vice-admirals. On the lead ship, 14 figures stood tall, ready to confront the impending battle. Captain Marco of the 1st Division, Captain Jaws of the 3rd Division, Captain Vista of the 5th Division, and others were all present at the scene, excluding Ace on the execution platform and Lin Yan, who had infiltrated Impel down. This represented the pinnacle of the Whitebeard pirate strength. The 14 division commanders stood in a state of high alert, their gazes fierce and their expressions inscrutable, devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. Their indifferent eyes swept over the group of naval soldiers before them, a testament to the Navy's commitment to countering the Whitebeard pirates. The display alone was enough to reveal the Navy's determination to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates. However, did these naval personnel genuinely believe that merely with this contingent could they extinguish the unwavering conviction of the Whitebeard Pirates to rescue Ace? Such thoughts were mere folly, as the 14 division commanders scrutinized the Navy. The Navy, too, was assessing the 14 commanders, feeling the immense pressure they emitted. Many naval soldiers began to feel anxious and unsettled, and no matter how much Whitebeard's influence waned, he remained one of the 4 emperors. A title that commanded respect as the captain of the strongest man in the world and the leader of an era. The legacy of decades stood before them. Could the Navy truly eradicate such a towering presence? It was an unknown. Just as the admiral, the 3 admirals, and numerous vice admirals cast their gaze upon the Moby Dick, a resounding series of footsteps echoed, solid and profound, reverberating within the hearts of all naval personnel. Upon hearing this sound, Marineford fell into an eerie silence, the echoes resonating throughout the bay. The naval forces could even hear one another's breaths, their hearts racing in tandem with the footsteps. Finally, amidst the tense demeanor of the elite soldiers, Whitebeard, grasping his naginata, ascended the stairs step by step to the very front of the Moby Dick. That at last, the Navy beheld the newcomer, with his distinctive bent mustache, draped in the cloak of the 4 emperors. Adorned with his iconic pirate captain's hat, and that imposing figure, who else could it be but Whitebeard, the foremost of the New World's 4 emperors? With a thunderous crash, Whitebeard brought his naginata down onto the ground. His gaze shifting toward Ace on the execution platform. As he looked at Ace, Ace slowly lifted his head, meeting Whitebeard's gaze. Their eyes locked, and Ace trembled, the facade he had maintained crumbling away. Tears flowing uncontrollably, he cried out, "I'm sorry, Dad." Hearing Ace's heart-wrenching cry, Whitebeard gently held his naginata and spoke with a soft, tender voice. "Don't be afraid, little Ace. Dad is right here." Although Whitebeard's voice was not loud, the profound silence of Marineford amplified it, reaching every corner. "Dad is right here." At the sound of Whitebeard's comforting words, Ace broke down, his cries pouring forth like a torrential flood, tears streaming down onto the execution platform. His eyes filled with confusion and helplessness, resembling a lost child. "Those who have harmed my Whitebeard pirates, especially you, my dearest Ace, are you prepared for the consequences?" After comforting Ace, Whitebeard directed his gaze towards the 100,000 naval soldiers before him. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the shoulders of every naval soldier present. They felt as if the very weight of the world had intensified. A mere glance from Whitebeard nearly shattered their resolve. Is this the true power of Whitebeard? But it didn't end there. Whitebeard planted his naginata into the ground, crouched slightly, and suddenly a flash of white light enveloped his fist. It was the manifestation of the tremor fruit's ability. Then, with a tremendous force, Whitebeard shook his arms. Crack, crack, around his fists. The very space itself began to fracture. An unfathomable power erupted forth. In that moment, white light surged, space shattered, and the force of the tremor fruit blanketed all of Marineford. The bay trembled violently, and the naval soldiers in the front ranks stumbled, losing their footing and crashing to the ground. The giant vice admirals were also struck by the shockwave, their massive forms crashing down. The power unleashed by Whitebeard drew the attention of Sengoku, Garp, and the upper echelons of the Navy. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of Whitebeard using the tremor fruit to obliterate Marineford did not transpire. After shaking his arms, Whitebeard stood tall once more, his eyes unperturbed. At that moment, some naval personnel suddenly noticed that the waters in front of the bay were inexplicably receding, revealing a vast expanse of seabed. A retreating tide? The soldiers were bewildered by this phenomenon. They pondered. A towering tsunami, reaching heights of over 100 meters, appeared within their line of sight. The sea? A tsunami? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the naval soldiers were overwhelmed with shock. The colossal wave surged like a monstrous beast, seemingly poised to swallow Marineford whole. With a single strike, Whitebeard unleashed such a formidable tsunami. Boom! As the tsunami approached, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Most present had never witnessed the might of Whitebeard's tremor fruit before. Yet, did Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals truly remain oblivious? This was the seismic power of the tremor fruit, one of its most formidable abilities. The tsunami, already rapid in its advance, surged towards Marineford in mere seconds. Its grandeur breaking through illusions, the waters rushing forth, concealing within them an alarming force. The naval soldiers were shaken. Should they be struck by this tsunami, not only would they perish, but the entirety of Marineford would likely be obliterated. Some less resilient soldiers found their legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to withstand the sensation of confronting a deity. How could they fight? How could they resist? It was overwhelming. Whitebeard's power was unfathomably immense. The title of the world's strongest man was not unfounded. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the brows of the naval soldiers. Not only the soldiers, but even the numerous giant vice-admirals at the forefront displayed signs of unease. They furrowed their brows or clenched their jaws, preparing to brace their bodies against the impending tsunami in the face of Whitebeard's initial strike. The most composed among them were undoubtedly the warlords of the sea on the second tier and the three admirals positioned directly beneath the execution platform. Doflamingo hung a sinister smile upon his visage as the tsunami's fierce winds whipped against him, causing his flamboyant flamingo attire to crackle with energy. The strongest man in the world, Dracul Mihawk, bore an indifferent expression, merely lowering the brim of his hat slightly. However, the escalating battle intent in his eyes betrayed his otherwise placid demeanor. Ha. If only I could attain the shadow of Whitebeard, gazing upon the formidable figure of Whitebeard. Gecko Moria felt a flicker of yearning within him at that moment. He thought, not only would he dare to confront the enemies that stood before him, but he would also challenge Kaido himself. The Empress Boa Hancock and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma remained silent, observing the unfolding spectacle with detached intrigue. Admiral Kizaru cast a fleeting glance at Akainu and Aokiji nearby. Are you not making a move? Very well, I shall refrain as well. Let us see who can endure longer. The tsunami loomed ominously close to at last. Beneath the execution platform, an impatient Akainu twisted his neck. Humph, he lifted his chin, surveying the Whitebeard Pirates from a lofty position. Creating such chaos upon their arrival. What a display of power, Whitebeard. Akainu readied himself to confront Whitebeard and extinguish the impending tsunami headed for Marineford. Unexpectedly, a figure beside him moved with greater swiftness. Aokiji, one of the three admirals, sprang into action that he leaped into the sky, a chill emanating from his form. Crossing his arms, he summoned a torrent of icy air at his fingertips. Ice Age, with him as the epicenter. A wave of frost surged forth, instantly freezing the surroundings. The scene transformed into a land of ice. Vast expanses of the tsunami began to crystallize at an observable pace, and no matter how swift or forceful the waves were, they could not evade the fate of being encased in ice before Aokiji's unparalleled freezing powers. As the cold swept through, the previously overwhelming tsunami was swiftly reduced to ice sculptures. Moreover, several weaker members of the Whitebeard Pirates found themselves caught in Aokiji's freezing grip. Fortunately, those nearby acted swiftly to liberate them from their icy predicament. Otherwise, they would have suffered significant losses right at the outset. On the other side, after unleashing Ice Age, Aokiji landed before Marineford. His freezing powers surged again, and even the bay itself fell victim to his chilling touch. The ice ensnared the 4 Moby Dick vessels and the 43 affiliated ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, rendering them immobile. The tsunami generated by the Tremor fruit was neutralized by Aokiji's prowess. We're saved. Look, it's Admiral Aokiji. The Admiral has taken action. The surviving Marines, still trembling from their near-death experience, wiped the sweat from their brows. Just moments ago, they had believed their demise was imminent, destined to meet their end before a battle had even commenced. Was this truly the power of Whitebeard? Previously, they had only heard tales of the top-tier powers of the New World, who could effortlessly sink islands and wreak havoc. Now, confronted by such might, they realized how close they had come to annihilation. The Marines swallowed hard. What kind of chasm separated them from the apex of strength in the New World? They were merely facing the aged Whitebeard, who had nearly obliterated them in his prime. He had contended with formidable foes like Roger and the Golden Lion, strong adversaries capable of matching his might. It was unfathomable how their fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp had endured in an era of such divine confrontations, before the icy remnants of the tsunami, as well as the frozen bay that immobilized the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's placid gaze fell upon Aokiji, a cold smile gracing his lips. Isn't that the little marine brat from back in the day? Little brat. The Marines felt a jolt at Whitebeard's words. He was their admiral. The pinnacle of naval power, a goal that countless soldiers aspired to achieve. Yet here, In Whitebeard's presence, he was reduced to a mere child? How absurd! Upon reflection, one could argue that Whitebeard possessed the right to jest at their admiral's expense. Unperturbed by Whitebeard's taunts, Aokiji remained steadfast, the ice powers surging through his palms. As the chill enveloped him, he leaped into the air, stepping atop the ice sculptures. Ice spear. With a swish, over 100 ice spears coalesced around Aokiji. His expression remained unyielding as he pointed a finger at Whitebeard. In the blink of an eye, countless ice spears hurtled toward Whitebeard, their penetrating force creating ripples in the air, in the face of Aokiji's lethal assault. Whitebeard remained unflustered. A white glow enveloped his arm once more. Quake! With a single hand raised, he unleashed a punch that shattered the multitude of ice spears. The shockwave surged forth, unrelenting in its power. Barreling toward Aokiji, quick on his feet, Aokiji sidestepped as the shockwave brushed past him. He swiftly reforged an ice blade in his grasp and lunged at Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised his naginata, deflecting Aokiji's ice blade, then reached out with a massive hand, gripping Aokiji's throat. With a surge of strength, the power of the tremor fruit coursed through his grasp. Boom! Aokiji was obliterated by the force unleashed from Whitebeard's grip. The Marines gasped in shock. How could Aokiji, one of the three admirals, be reduced to mere fragments by Whitebeard? Many from the Whitebeard Pirates were momentarily stunned. Was it a testament to Whitebeard's overwhelming power, or a sign of Aokiji's inadequacy? However, Whitebeard's expression bore little joy as he glanced aside, where the shattered ice had begun to coalesce once more, forming a humanoid shape. Aokiji emerged, unscathed, from the solidified icy Igu la la la. The little brat has grown, and now dares to challenge me. With a proud smirk at the corners of his mouth, Whitebeard gazed imperiously at the figure of Aokiji before him. Aokiji, in silence, patted his shoulder. This strike was not merely aimed at vanquishing the tsunami. More importantly, it served as a test of Whitebeard's prowess. One must inquire, with the title of the world's strongest firmly in place, who among the likes of Mihawk, Akainu, and Kazuru would not yearn for a chance to spar with Whitebeard? The impending clash between Aokiji and Whitebeard undoubtedly proclaimed to all that even in the twilight of his years, Whitebeard's strength remained undiminished. That, of course, for the elite warriors, their ambition was to challenge Whitebeard. Yet for the ordinary Navy soldiers, what they beheld was merely the back-and-forth exchange of blows between Aokiji and Whitebeard. Though the pirates displayed considerable strength, the Navy boasted 3 admirals, a fleet admiral, and the legendary hero, Garp. In the contest of top-tier power, the Navy would not falter. If a true battle were to ensue, who could ascertain the victor? The Navy rallied themselves, invigorated by the recent spectacle of the tsunami conjured by Whitebeard, which had initially left their morale in tatters. However, with Aokiji's arrival, swiftly dispelling the monstrous wave, their spirits began to rise once more. The key to securing victory in this war lay in vanquishing as many members of the Whitebeard Pirates as possible. On the side of the Whitebeard Pirates, several crew members peered across the horizon. Thanks to Aokiji's ice age, the bay had transformed into a battleground where they could establish a foothold. Some of Whitebeard's crew members leaped onto the ice, testing its current load-bearing capacity. To their satisfaction, it proved sturdy. Yet, this was not the time for picky deliberation. The very moment Aokiji and Whitebeard's confrontation reached its climax, the Navy had already replenished their ammunition. With a synchronized ignition of fuses, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the Whitebeard Pirates. The battle had commenced. As the two forces clashed, the Navy's firepower spoke for itself. Once ignited, their artillery enveloped the entire fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates. The thunderous sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. We shall retaliate. Following the Navy's initial volley, the Whitebeard Pirates swiftly loaded their cannons in response. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of cannonballs hurtled towards the Navy's stronghold. Both sides unleashed their firepower with fervor, striving to inflict maximum casualties upon one another. However, the Navy's superior equipment, combined with their advantageous position at the Navy headquarters, began to suppress the Whitebeard Pirates' artillery. The aftermath of the explosions left several ships with gaping holes. Had it not been for the ice's support, the threat of sinking would have loomed large. Realizing their firepower was being overwhelmed, the captains of the subordinate pirate crews drew their weapons. Kill. Members of the subordinate pirate crews rushed towards the Navy, eager to engage. Do you fear us? Many vice admirals among the Navy, leading their troops, brandished their weapons and charged towards the Whitebeard Pirates. In the ensuing melee, both sides' gunners exhibited a remarkable understanding, momentarily ceasing their bombardments. How dare you challenge the Whitebeard Pirates? You must be unaware of the heights of heaven. Today, allow us to demonstrate the might of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates surged forth that we, the Navy, are not to be trifled with. You jesters, next year on this day shall be your demise. Eliminate these pirates. The Navy met the challenge head-on, and the two forces collided, pouring their strength into the fray, creating chaos akin to a locust swarm. The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates commenced their assault. Vista unsheathed his two flower-patterned blades. As petals fell from the sky, in his tailcoat, he resembled a razor-sharp sword piercing the heart of the Navy. Similarly, other commanders such as Thatch and others began to unleash their might. As the commanders took action, the giant vice-admirals joined the fray, wielding their battle axes and spiked clubs, bringing them crashing down upon the Whitebeard Pirates. The brutal slaughter was merely beginning, yet the ground was already awash with blood. Strewn with severed limbs and shattered bodies, it must be said. While the Navy consisted of elite, well-trained soldiers with grand morale, they were, after all, like flowers in a greenhouse. Many had yet to experience the blood and carnage of the open sea. In contrast, the Whitebeard Pirates were forged in the crucible of the New World, where only the truly capable could survive. If earlier the Navy's firepower had suppressed the Whitebeard Pirates, the tide shifted once the melee commenced. The advantages of the Whitebeard Pirates became apparent. The war gradually descended into a realm of uncertainty, just as the Navy and pirates engaged in fierce combat. On the square of Marineford, a man bearing the black blade Yoru slowly lifted his gaze, battle intent radiating from his eyes, glinting with an unyielding sharpness. Like an eagle, his gaze locked onto Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick that he advanced, ascending to the high platform. He was none other than Dracul Mihawk. Currently one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized as the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk's reputation as one of the greatest swordsmen of the era drew immediate attention from many in Marineford. Ha. I never anticipated that you would be the first to lose your composure, Doflamingo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mihawk, his tone dripping with arrogance. Are you also preparing to strike? The sea breeze tousled the hair of the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, as she regarded him. Do you wish to challenge Whitebeard? Let me witness your prowess. Moria watched with keen interest. Oh ho! Exclaimed Kizaru, his eyes lighting up with genuine curiosity. A formidable swordsman against the world's strongest man. How terrifying indeed. Akainu, despite his extreme pride, could not help but cast a glance at Mihawk after a contemptuous snort. Not only these individuals, but even Sengoku, Garp, and the ever-observant Kuma turned their attention towards him, as if sensing something. Whitebeard's gaze shifted towards the Marineford Square, where he locked eyes with Mihawk. Gura, is another little brat about to make a move? Whitebeard perceptively discerned the brilliance emanating from Mihawk's eyes, and he spoke with unwavering composure. Much like the thoughts of those who had come before, Whitebeard embodied the title of the world's strongest man. An imposing mountain standing in their path. Who among them did not yearn to ascend further atop the pinnacle of the world? Today, the summit war, a grand spectacle of dragons, would provide an opportunity for them all to challenge Whitebeard. Let me see how much effort I must exert to surmount this great mountain. Mihawk raised his hand, grasping the black blade Yoru behind him, and slowly drew it forth. The moment Yoru was unsheathed, a surge of sword aura emanated from him, radiating outward. Many could sense Mihawk's power escalating dramatically. If there were a power measuring device akin to those in Dragon Ball, Mihawk's combat value would undoubtedly be multiplying exponentially at this moment. What terrifying sword aura! Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had been charging into battle, could not help but halt his actions upon sensing Mihawk's movement. He turned his gaze toward Mihawk, and upon witnessing the latter's mastery of the sword, even he furrowed his brow in disbelief. After years of rigorous training, he had believed his swordsmanship had caught up to, if not matched, Mihawk's. Unreservedly, Bista had been awaiting the day he could measure himself against Mihawk. Yet now, seeing Mihawk's unassailable sword radiance, he could only lament the vast chasm that remained between them. Mihawk gripped Yoru firmly. To compel the world's foremost swordsman to unleash his full power was a rarity upon the vast ocean. A torrent of strength surged into Mihawk's arms. Once his power reached its zenith, his eyes, akin to those of an eagle, opened wide, sparkling like a galaxy in an instant. He struck at Whitebeard, one of the 12 supreme blades. Yoru radiated boundless divine light in that moment that a cerulean green sword aura sliced straight toward Whitebeard, who stood aboard the Moby Dick. The immense shockwave created fissures even in the ice frozen by Akiji, which spread outward in all directions. Ice shards flew, the frozen surface danced, obscuring the sky, sweeping across the sea, shaking the heavens and earth, and resounding throughout the firmament. Mihawk fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard. How will you defend against my strike? Yet, in the face of Mihawk's charged attack, Whitebeard remained utterly unfazed. Just as the strike was about to descend upon him, a figure suddenly interposed itself before Whitebeard. It was Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Buzz! A dazzling diamond quickly enveloped Jozu's body. Facing Mihawk's strike, he slammed his legs into the ground with the force of a sumo wrestler. Once his stance was secure, he let out a mighty roar and met Mihawk's attack head-on with his bare hands. Bang! The sharp strike collided with the indestructible diamond. At the moment of their clash, the entire Marineford reverberated with a deafening roar. Many were left reeling, their eardrums nearly bursting with the intensity. The razor-sharp strike swept the surroundings, the violent sound reverberating, shaking the entirety of Marineford. This explosive commotion drew the attention of even those from the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy who had been engaged in battle, halting their actions as they turned to gaze at Jozu beneath the Moby Dick. What tremendous force! Some captains of subordinate pirate crews couldn't help but exclaim. After all, this was the world's foremost swordsman. Even the self-proclaimed proud vice-admirals of the Navy felt a ripple of unease in their hearts upon witnessing Mihawk's display of power. As the person in question, Jozu felt a moment of surprise as he clashed with Mihawk's strike. His brow knitted, and his complexion shifted slightly. The sharpness of Mihawk's slash was astonishing, exceeding his expectations. His legs carved deep grooves into the ice, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, who was Jozu? The strongest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates. No one could breach his defense. With a sudden surge of strength in his arms, he forcefully lifted Mihawk's strike skyward. To the astonishment of all, Mihawk's slash was bent upward. The strike was hurled into the sky, spiraling upwards before erupting in a dazzling display above. In that instant, the entire Marineford was cloudless and resounded with thunderous noise. Mihawk, truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost swordsman, had nearly been thwarted by Jozu. Blood flowed from his arm. But fortunately, he had successfully withstood the onslaught. A competent pirate, he knew he could not neglect to engage in banter. Is this the full force of the world's foremost swordsman? After testing it out today, it is nothing extraordinary. Jozu discreetly pressed his bleeding arm behind him, while casting a provocative glance at Mihawk. In response to Jozu's challenge, Mihawk remained silent. His objective was Whitebeard, and his strike was merely a single attempt. Though he felt some displeasure at the failure, he refrained from further action, stepping back and sheathing Yoru once more. This Jozu is indeed a formidable opponent. I never expected that even Mihawk's strike could not inflict a scratch upon him. The strongest shield of the Whitebeard Pirates lives up to its reputation. It must be said that the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates possess considerable strength. The Navy was understandably astonished. Mihawk, after all, was the world's foremost swordsman, standing among the elite of the New World. Had it not been for Jozu's intervention, that strike would have soared directly toward Whitebeard. He was intent on challenging Whitebeard. The power contained within that strike was unimaginable. Yet even so, it was effortlessly thwarted by Jozu. Observing the tumultuous Marineford, it was only the beginning. The clash of top-tier warriors was indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary pirates and Navy personnel. Today is destined to be a day etched in history. Bista, I have heard that your swordsmanship ranks first among the Whitebeard Pirates. Today, I seek to learn from you. Suddenly, a Navy colonel approached Bista, drawing his sword and pointing it at him with a commanding tone. "Oh, you wish to challenge me?" Bista stroked his impressive mustache, his gaze shifting toward the Navy colonel. A hint of derision flickered in his eyes. "Is this truly the manner in which you intend to challenge me?" 20 against 1. It turned out that behind this Navy colonel were more than 20 soldiers, all drawing their swords. Bista could not help but chuckle at the sight. "Is this what you call a noble challenge?" "Humph, spare me the pleasantries. It is 20 against 1, so do not underestimate us." 20 naval colonels surged forward, charging towards Bista with an air of disbelief. They truly could not fathom that a mere 20 of them would be unable to subdue him. Even if they couldn't conquer him outright, they believed they could at least delay him. This unwavering confidence stemmed from years of rigorous training. Kill. The naval colonels were filled with fervor in response. Bista merely shook his head slightly. Amidst the sky, crimson petals began to fall like rain. Bathed in this floral cascade, Bista unsheathed his sword, declaring, "Since you seek death, I shall grant you that favor." In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a streak of light. Within the flurry of petals, Bista retaliated with blinding speed against the 20-plus naval colonels before him. In less than a second, those who had once approached with arrogance now lay sprawled on the ground. Each man suffering a flurry of 10 to 20 wounds. They were strewn about, lifeless, amidst a pool of blood. What? The leading naval colonel's pupils constricted in horror as he witnessed this scene. He could see nothing at all. What unimaginable speed was this? They could not even catch a glimpse of Bista's movements. The naval colonels, who prided themselves on years of training, had anticipated being able to at least hold their ground against the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates for a time. Yet, the outcome left them utterly disheartened. Not only had they failed to endure even a moment, but the reality of their predicament was simply too hard to accept. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. With a swift motion, Bista dispatched a considerable number of foes before him. A similar spectacle unfolded in every corner of Marineford. Numerous captains of the Whitebeard Pirates showcased their prowess, deploying overwhelming strength to drive the naval soldiers back relentlessly. Upon witnessing the captain's valor, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates could not contain their excitement, their spirits soaring as they felt an uncountable surge of power within. They furiously brandished their swords at the naval forces. The Navy, confronted with such an overwhelming aura of bloodlust from the Whitebeard Pirates, felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Demons. These members of the Whitebeard Pirates were nothing short of demons. In their initial engagement, the Navy was utterly routed, retreating in disarray. The Whitebeard Pirates swiftly seized control of the majority of the skies over the bay. Concurrently, countless members of the Whitebeard Pirates, united in purpose, pressed forward against the Navy. Observing the retreating naval forces below and the resolute advance of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku stood upon the execution platform, his expression betraying no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. The combat prowess of the Whitebeard Pirates was formidable, and with the Navy largely comprised of new recruits, the outcome of their first clash had long been anticipated by Sengoku. His gaze remained cold, fixed on the direction of Whitebeard. Captain Marco, Captain Jozu, and Captain Izu were all present. Yet Sengoku's brow knitted slightly as he realized that one captain was conspicuously absent. Where is Lin? At that moment, Sengoku was struck by the gravity of this oversight. The captain of the 17th Division, Lin, was not aboard the Moby Dick. In fact, he was nowhere to be found in Marineford. What scheme was Whitebeard concocting? Sengoku had heard whispers of Lin's prowess. His ability to sweep aside the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates was a testament to his remarkable strength. The talent of such caliber, if not showcased, would surely be a waste. Sengoku tightened his grip on the transponder snail, his eyes scanning Marineford in search of Lin's whereabouts. Upon confirming that Lin was neither on the Moby Dick nor any other ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku immediately ordered, "Sentry Team, search for the 17th Division." For Sengoku, the question of what Whitebeard intended with the absence of Lin was unclear, but the battlefield was ever-changing. He could not afford any unexpected developments to occur on his watch. Numerous sentry spies had already been positioned on either side of Marineford. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, they promptly raised their telescopes, stationed atop lookout towers, and commenced their search for Lin. Shortly thereafter, news regarding the 17th Division reached Sengoku's ears. "Marshal, although we have yet to locate Captain Lin, the fleet of the 17th Division is currently guarding the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates," a naval sentry reported to Sengoku. Listening to the response over the transponder snail, Sengoku's gaze shifted towards the rear of the Whitebeard Pirates. Indeed, there, a solitary ship floated quietly upon the ocean's surface. "Whitebeard, are you attempting to secure an escape route?" Sengoku pondered, ultimately concluding that this was the only plausible explanation. After all, with hundreds of warships poised for action just beyond the gates of justice, a mere command from him would suffice to envelop the Whitebeard Pirates' rear, unleashing a torrent of bombardment. Clearly, Whitebeard was aware of this, entrusting the critical task of guarding the rear to that exceptionally powerful new captain. Yet, Sengoku's expression remained icy and devoid of color. You wish to leave yourself an escape route. I shall see how you intend to consider such a route when your front lines cannot withstand the pressure we, the Navy, impose upon you. Relay the order. Should there be any sign of movement from the 17th Division, report to me immediately, Sengoku commanded. Yes, the sentry responded promptly. Having addressed the matter of the 17th Division, Sengoku began to personally oversee the battle at Marineford. Whenever a location displayed insufficient manpower, another unit would swiftly reinforce it. Despite the valor of the Whitebeard Pirates, they numbered less than 30,000. In contrast, Marineford was fortified with a staggering 100,000 elite naval troops, alongside thousands of warships poised to strike. With abundant human and material resources, a protracted battle became their undeniable advantage. Want to fight? We shall accompany you to the bitter end. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco gazed at the steadfast navy, his expression darkening slightly. The Whitebeard Pirates had certainly gained the upper hand, but it was merely temporary. The Navy was resisting with remarkable tenacity. Even with their relentless assaults, they could not breach the naval defenses at that moment. He realized it was time for him to take action. His gaze, resembling that of a dead fish, fell upon Ace, who stood on the execution platform. The purpose of their journey was, indeed, to rescue AC. As long as they successfully extricated Ace, all challenges would be effortlessly surmounted. Just as Marco cast his gaze towards the execution platform, on the Navy's side, one of the three admirals, Kizuru, also directed his attention towards Whitebeard. It was high time to take action. At the very least, it should not appear as though he were merely idling. Kizuru lowered his elegantly crossed leg, arising from his poised seated position. This movement caught the eye of Akainu, who shot him a rare glance of astonishment. Think that this habitual slacker was actually ready to engage. The sun must be rising in the west. The principle of capturing the thief by seizing their leader. Let's start with you, Whitebeard. Kizuru's gaze fixated on Whitebeard, and although he relished his leisurely demeanor, he recognized that this was one of the few opportunities in his lifetime to challenge Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. As a formidable warrior, how could he let such an occasion slip by? Kizuru crouched slightly, then leapt into the sky. At his fingertips, a radiant yellow light manifested. With arms crossed, a mischievous smile graced Kizuru's face. Yasukani no Magatama. The Yasukani no Magatama, a wide-area destructive skill of the glint fruit, might appear to many as chaotic and dazzling, seemingly lacking substance and nearly impossible to hit a target. Yet, one could not deny that once struck by the Yasukani no Magatama, the impact would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Without hesitation, Kizuru crossed his arms, unleashing the glint fruit's power, sending countless yellow flashes cascading towards Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. At the very moment Kizuru initiated his attack, Whitebeard naturally sensed the commotion at the execution platform. Gura, the third brat has lost his patience, has he? Whitebeard chuckled, his indifferent gaze sweeping across Kizu. The first brat was Akiji, the second was Mihawk, and the third brat, of course, was the Kizuru before him. Come now. Let me test the strength of your tremor fruit, Kizuru declared with nonchalance. However, in the face of Kizuru's aggressive assault, Whitebeard stood unmoved, like an ancient monolith, just as Kizuru's Yasukani no Magatama was about to strike Whitebeard. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, sprang into action. You won't need old man to intervene for you, Marco declared as he unleashed a tremor from his hands in an instant. Blue-gold flames ignited around him, enveloping his form. With a resounding cry, a phoenix ablaze with blue-gold flames soared into the sky. Marco's phoenix devil fruit manifested, allowing the yellow flashes to pass harmlessly through him as he faced the Yasukani no Magatama. I've never seen such a peculiar bird, Kizuru mused leisurely, intensifying the output of his Yasukani no Magatama. Yet for Marco, it was all in vain. As they drew closer, Marco executed a powerful kick, twisting his body in midair. Delivering a blow to Kizaru, Kizaru raised his elbow to collide with Marco's kick. Boom! The impact reverberated through the air as blue-gold flames and yellow flashes erupted simultaneously, igniting the entire sky. Then, under the gaze of all, Kizuru, one of the three admirals, found himself unexpectedly sent flying by Marco's kick. His body transformed into a streak of light, plummeting towards the ground. Rumble. The fallen Kizuru crashed to the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Admiral, The Navy soldiers below were left utterly astounded at the sight of Kizaru being sent flying by Marco's kick. My goodness. That's an admiral. One of the 3 terrifyingly powerful figures selected from a million. And yet, Kizaru has been kicked away by the captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division, Nanny? Many Navy personnel were rendered speechless, staring blankly at the scene, mouths agape, unable to articulate their shock. Similarly, Marco was momentarily stunned after delivering the kick. Did he truly just defeat an admiral so effortlessly? The expressions of the other division commanders mirrored Marco's disbelief. Kicking away an admiral? This was simply outrageous. Even Whitebeard, who had always maintained his composure, had his eyes widen upon witnessing the event. He then chuckled heartily. Gurora, you never cease to amaze me, Kizaru. Meanwhile, the Navy was in turmoil. The sight of Admiral Kizaru being kicked away was enough to drop their jaws in disbelief. Their eyes darted between Marco and the dust-covered Kizaru, momentarily unable to discern who was the true contender and who was merely a pretender. Match-fixing. Someone is match-fixing here. Investigate thoroughly. Borsellino. Akainu, who had been slightly surprised by Kizaru's actions, now bore a dark expression, gritting his teeth as he uttered this series of names. Akiji had checked out after unleashing his Ice Age, and now Kizaru was brazenly throwing a match in front of nearly 200,000 spectators. Akainu clenched his fists, the temperature of his skin rapidly escalating. The atmosphere was charged with tension as he observed his teammates faltering. As for Marco, there was no time to ponder. Recognizing the rare opportunity to breach the execution platform following Akiji's disappearance and Kizaru's antics, he resolved to seize this moment. With a surge of determination, the blue-gold flames blazed to their zenith. Marco shot towards the execution platform like a meteor. What? Many in the Navy stirred uneasily at Marco's approach. The execution platform was their stronghold. Now, suddenly breached by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates division, it seemed he intended to rescue Ace. This is bad. We cannot allow Marco to reach the execution platform. Some skilled Navy members sprang into action, attempting to intercept Marco with their moonwalk techniques. However, they were no match for him. Phoenix Strike. Marco unleashed flames from his leg, sending the Navy soldiers who had leapt to intercept him sprawling. Closer now. So close. Marco was nearly at the execution platform. Go, Marco. You must retrieve Ace. This is our slimmest chance. The Whitebeard Pirates could hardly contain their excitement as they witnessed Marco nearing the execution platform. If they could reclaim Ace, they would secure victory in this war with minimal losses. Just as everyone was filled with hope, yearning for Marco to rescue Ace, the Navy would not allow such developments to unfold easily. The answer was a resounding no. As Marco approached the execution platform, seemingly inexorably, the last of the 3 admirals, Akainu, rose with a grim expression. Given the unreliability of Akiji and Kizaru, the final bastion of the Navy would rest upon his shoulders. In Akainu's grasp, the power of the magma fruit surged forth, transforming half of his arm into searing lava. The temperature surrounding the execution platform escalated sharply, as the black smoke emitted from the molten rock enveloped Akainu like a shroud. Great eruption, Akainu bellowed, positioning himself before Marco. He raised his fist, infused with violent magma, and struck toward Marco. While Marco might have had some leeway against Akiji and Kizaru, this adversary was renowned as the mightiest of the 3 admirals. Even Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, braced himself with utmost resolve. The clash was imminent, with one side wielding the powers of magma and the other the abilities of the phoenix fruit. Flames surged in all directions, engulfing the 2 combatants in a fierce conflagration. Though Marco was undeniably formidable, he ultimately fell short in the face of Akainu's overwhelming might. While he could momentarily withstand the attack, prolonged confrontation would surely lead to his defeat. Furthermore, he had entered the very heart of the Navy. He could not afford to delay any longer, casting a glance at the nearby Ace and then at Akainu blocking his path. Marco, with a heavy heart, resolved to retreat for the time being. Akainu, however, did not pursue. After repelling Marco, he descended and resumed his position on the admiral's seat. And no matter the circumstances, a commander must oversee the execution platform. And that commander was none other than Akainu. Meanwhile, while the battle at Marineford raged fiercely, events were quietly unfolding in the depths of the underwater prison. Impelled Down, one of the Navy's 3 pivotal institutions, stood as the world's foremost prison, renowned for its stringent security. Within its walls resided notorious criminals, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, besides the vast number of Navy forces stationed here. Terrifying warships resembling the Demon Slayer were anchored outside. The Navy's vigilance, coupled with the malevolence of the inmates, had earned Impel Down the moniker of an impregnable fortress, standing atop the skies. Lin Yan gazed down toward Impel Down, as he anticipated. The eyes of the world were indeed fixated on Marineford. In fact, to muster elite troops, many of the forces from Impel Down had been diverted elsewhere. It could be said that the prison was experiencing an unprecedented moment of vulnerability in decades. It was likely that even Sengoku had not foreseen that this seemingly inconspicuous and overlooked prison would soon give rise to a cadre of inmates capable of turning the tide and delivering a devastating blow to the Navy. Dismantling all their prior preparations, as the kaleidoscope of fate unfolded, the space beside Lin Yan suddenly warped. His body contorted as he was drawn into in the next instant. Activating Shinwei, Lin Yan found himself within the confines of Impel Down. Surveying his surroundings, he was greeted by a dim, damp atmosphere, with moss covering the ground. The environment was far from ideal. Impel Down consisted of 6 levels, with the bounties of the inmates increasing as one descended. The 6th level, shrouded in darkness, harbored the most fearsome criminals, including the likes of Barrett, the Golden Lion, and even Roger himself. Possessing Shinwei, infiltrating Impel Down was hardly a daunting task. In less than a moment, Lin Yan arrived at the 4th level, known as the Burning Hell. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, he suddenly halted. A man with a red nose caught his attention. A red nose? A peculiar expression appeared on Lin Yan's face. Could it be? Following his gaze, he indeed found a figure clad in jester attire, with blue hair and prison garb, the distinct red on his nose standing out prominently. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. Oh, it's him. Before Lin Yan stood none other than the most formidable wielder of luck-based hockey, the first to broadcast the Marineford War, the individual personally courted by Whitebeard, and the only man who dared defy Shanks, Buggy the Clown. Having endured the assaults of Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and Mihawk, he had still managed to escort Luffy to safety amidst the chaos. To think I would encounter the great Buggy. A strange smile crept across Lin Yan's face upon seeing Buggy that he decided to delay his journey. However, a sense of confusion lingered in Lin Yan's mind. During the Marineford War, wasn't he Buggy alongside Luffy? Inciting a rebellion within Impel Down, they had been thriving in the prison, rallying a multitude of followers, poised to strike back at Marineford. Why then did Buggy appear to be imprisoned? It soon dawned on Lin Yan. It was not difficult to deduce the reason. In the original narrative, Luffy was delivered to the prison by Hancock. He subsequently began to stir up trouble within, eventually encountering Buggy, and the two would embark on a path to greatness. The issue now was that Luffy had been forcibly handed over to Kizaru by Lin Yan, meaning Luffy might very well be shackled with Seastone cuffs, a devil fruit user. The constraints of Seastone would render his abilities ineffective. Even with the protagonist's Halo.my fault, I suppose. Lin Yan slapped his forehead, realizing that the so-called protagonist's halo had been constrained by a pair of Seastone handcuffs. While he lamented, he also felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had reached Impel Down. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to return with a smile, with Luffy, Green Bull, and Zephyr, piloting a Gundam and wielding Thor's hammer, to forcibly dismantle Marineford. As for Buggy, he could hardly fathom that one day he would become a distinguished guest of the underwater prison. The reason? He merely stumbled upon a treasure and inadvertently crossed paths with the Navy. That was all it took for him to be imprisoned. Moreover, the Navy had deemed him worthy, confining him to the 4th level. Treated in such a manner by the Navy, he was at a loss whether to feel elated or despondent. Elated? Not in the least. The thought of spending the remainder of his life here weighed heavily upon him. Apologies, Captain, for becoming the sole blemish on your crew. I'm sorry, First Mate, for failing to achieve the lofty goals you set for me. I apologize, Shanks. Wait, why am I apologizing to Shanks? The moment Buggy thought of Shanks, he felt a surge of indignation, brimming with determination. It was that insufferable brat who had caused him to remain landlocked. Unable to seek treasures, letting countless treasure maps slip through his fingers to in the future. If given the chance, he would certainly leave his size 45 shoe prints on Shanks.